이루어지는 마법인 거야. 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으며 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go. 아급도 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해.
Yeah, that's my boy.
What are you aiming at?
Chrono anomaly located. Moving in. Target identified.
Not exactly a warm welcome, Nueva York. Optic blast!
Threat neutralized.
Widow standing by. Another one bites the dust.
Do me a favor. Don't tell Alicia I was here.
Oh, that looks like it hurt.
If only Sarah were here to witness me in glorious combat. You would not last a second in heaven.
Make way for King Namor. Namor does not lose.
Hell bends to my will. Another soul to join my legions.
Frink Castle, reporting for duty. Justice, pure and simple.
따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 숨길 신비롭게 누가 내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 말 때까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 잘 봐 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내가 좋아지려면 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그대들의 승리와 명예 The fate of the both the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 잘 봐 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠날 때까지 worshipping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we
What are you aiming at? What are you aiming at? We make a killer kill. What are you aiming at?
Let the devil out!
Chrono anomaly located. Moving in. Target identified.
Not exactly a warm welcome, Nueva York. Optic blast!
Widow standing by. Another one bites the dust.
Do me a favor. Don't tell Alicia I was here. Oh, that looks like it hurt.
If only Sarah were here to witness me in glorious combat. You would not last a second in heaven.
Make way for King Namor. Namor does not lose.
Hell bends to my will. Another soul to join my legions.
Frank Castle, reporting for duty. Justice, pure and simple.
Do your thing, Double D. Low Bro's got your back. You're safe, pal.
Maximum!
Kill them there. Take them up. Yeah, that's my boy.
Hey everyone, I'm Nick or Vaudable, and I'm here to bring you through all you need to know about Stage 1 for Ignite 2026. Preseason started out with a bang. We had some great champions that we crowned across the regions. Team Liquid Citadel in Americas, Navi or Not As Sincere in EMEA. We also had Reject in Pacific for Asia. Over in the OCE side of things, we had Genji take the win there in a pretty dominant performance. And in China, we actually had an upset. OUG didn't get the victory. It was Iconics who were the ones who came out on top. But now let's shift gears. Let's talk about Stage 1. That's what you are all interested to learn more about. And let's get into the schedule first and foremost. Looking at our match calendar here for Marvel Rivals Ignite Stage 1. The group stages will take place on May 21st to June 7th. And then the second phase of the competition will be the playoffs from June 25th to July 5th. Might be wondering, why is this happening? Well, if we look at this map rotation graphic, it tells you all you need to know. Lower Manhattan's getting added to the map pool, but also we will have Season 8 be the patch that the group stages are played on, and Season 8.5 is going to be the one that the playoffs will be played on. So you'll have Devil Dinosaur chomping up the competition in the group stages, and Cyclops blasting people away in the playoffs. It's going to be a great one. Now let's talk about format and seeding. Seeding was already determined from placements in pre-season, and if you're watching this video, you probably already know exactly where those teams have meted out in their specific groups. Starting with the Americas Stage 1 format, you can see it as the exact same as it was for preseason. 2 groups of 6 teams will play through a round-robin style bracket, which means they play each other once, and the top 4 teams from each of those groups will move on to the playoffs. During the playoffs, this will all be best-of-5 matches, and that'll be starting from July 2nd to the 4th. And the finals, of course, will be the 5th with a best-of-7. Exact same is going to be happening for EMEA Stage 1. Will be a round-robin best-of-3 group stage with 2 groups of 6. The top 4 from each of those moving on into the playoffs, where they'll be playing a best-of-5 double elimination bracket with a best-of-7 final. Now, to talk a little bit about the Pacific format, I brought in an expert from the region. Liger, take it away.
Thank you, Vaudable. How's it going, everybody? It's Liger here. I'm here to tell you the structure for Ignite Pacific. Now, we're going to start off with OCE, okay? We've got a group stage double elimination running from the 21st to the 24th of May. Then, Asia will be taking place with a group stage of their own, but round robin format from the 29th of May to the 7th of June. Now, how's this going to work is we're going to get the top 2 from OCE and then the top 6 from Asia going into a combined, that's right, it's merging everybody into a Pacific playoff.
These teams are competing for a lot, not just spots in mid-season final, but it's also prizing $650,000 in total is up for grabs, and it is split $200,000 each for EMEA and Americas, $120,000 for Pacific, and $100,000 for China. Now, Stage 1 serves as the only qualification path into the mid-season finals. Now, you might be wondering how many teams from each region make it in. It's 3 from Americas, 3 from EMEA, 2 from Pacific, which can either be both OCE teams, an OCE and an Asia team, or 2 Asia teams, depending on how their playoffs go, and 2 teams from China for a 10-team total bracket. With limited spots available, this means every single series carries direct implications for the mid-season final qualifications. Now, here's one thing to note that if you saw some of the patches that were posted on social media, you might be questioning, where are the drops? What are the drops? What can we expect for that when we're tuning in to the action? Well, I'm here to tell you at least a little bit and give you a preview of some of those. It's time to talk about the Stage 1 Twitch drops. So if you remember way back when that Sentinels and NRG Shock were playing against each other in the playoffs on Symbiotic Surface, and Crimzo opened up a portal, Dongmin jumped in, and he got kidnapped by Stinkers on NRG. Well, that entire moment is immortalized in a spray by one of the lovely community artists out there, and you can get that just for watching Marvel Rivals Ignite Stage 1 during the group stages for just 4 hours total. That's just like a couple matches. Could be 2 best of 3s that go the distance. Maybe just watch a game throughout each day, and you'll easily be able to get that spray alongside 100 chrono tokens, the Galactic Lair mood, and the Wolverine Will of Galacta nameplate. This is, of course, alongside the current Rogue drops that are going to be running in tandem for Season 8. And that's the big thing to note. These end before Season 8.5, before the playoffs, which means in the rest of Stage 1, there will be more drops to stay tuned for. So definitely keep an eye out for those, as you do not want to miss them and keep up with the action.
But Votable, who should I root for?
I've been asked to power rank teams, give my analysis about, who to predict to potentially get those 3 spots from EMEA and Americas, the 2 from Pacific and 2 from China. I'm not going to make it easy on you guys. There's other content for that later on. But I do have some experts to tell you who they are personally rooting for to win Stage 1 in their respective regions. So let's hear from a good old friend here in Americas.
Hey everybody, my name is Shibby. I'm a Marvel Rivals caster and content creator, and my good friend Vaudible has asked me who I am cheering for in Stage 1. So for Americas, I am a YWL Glazer. I love the way Jitward and the gang play Marvel Rivals. They don't follow the conventional rules, and a lot of their roles are very fluid, which makes them very exciting to watch. And for EMEA, I am the OG Na'Vi Glazer, so I'm very happy that they won in the preseason, and I anticipate that they are going to carry that momentum going into Stage 1.
Well, Shibby, you might not want to speak too soon on that one. I have someone else who has some other opinions on who should probably win EMEA.
What's up, guys? It's me, Boring Nation, and for Season 1 of Ignite, I am rooting for Team Virtus Pro. Even though they might have been absolutely obliterated last time, that was a fluke. It was bad luck for me, and this time they got locked in.
I don't know, I'm starting to think these predictions are very bold, saying that Virtus Pro will lock in. We need some more grounding here from another pro or coach in the scene in EMEA.
I am Line Pro Coach for Team Heretics, which is your new favorite Marvel Rivals team that you should be rooting for, not only because during this preseason we finished top 2 in EMEA, only losing to Na'Vi, which was a world finalist, but also because we have the best bundle in the game, which is the only one that you can have to be playing for the vibes.
Okay, a top 2 finalist we saw during the preseason. Not too bad of a reason to vote for them. The vibes are really good at Heretics. I get that. Let's talk about Americas a little bit more here and actually hear from one of the players that have a little bit more insight onto why you should root for their team.
Hey, this is Spark Chief. I play for Team Liquid Citadel, and you should root for us because, as you saw in preseason, every other team is just clueless about what they want to do. And you'll just be miserable if you don't.
Okay, that's a low blow, Spark Chief. I think he's talking about our predictions. I think no one got it perfect for Americas. I got really lucky with OCE 100%, All-Seeing Oracle, Ignite 2026. Thank you very much. Speaking of OCE, we do have a pro from that scene who does have some words for you.
Hey, I'm Skittles. I play strategist for Genji Esports. if you want to watch a creative team that throws the meta out the window every season and has fun while doing it, make sure to show us your support in Pacific Stage 1 Asia. You can also rep our bundle in gear. You get a pretty cool Deadpool skin, so thank you to those that have bought it so far. But yeah, thank you guys as always. We won't let you down. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Skittles, for giving us your opinions, and we'll definitely be picking up that bundle. I already have, but I recommend, picking up any of the partner bundles that are available for the teams that you're rooting for. But we do have one final guest here who does have some opinions, and it's not my cat. We'll hear from them about their team that they think is going to win Stage 1.
Yo, surprise! You're probably blinded right now, and if you can't tell from the hairline, or lack of hairline, I am J3, and I am rooting for Swamp Gaming since I, live in Florida and I live in the swamp, and I think you guys should be cheering them on too because they are going to be winning Stage 1.
Okay, we got some insight from the community members. Thank you all for being a part of this video, but the big things that you need to know for each region. Number one for Americas is Team Liquid Citadel right after Swamp Gaming, and then it's just a graveyard after that. It could be YWL, it could be Sentinels, it could be 100 Thieves, it could be Energy Shock, could be anyone in Americas right after those two. So those are your safe bets for people to make it into the mid-season finals. It's a toss-up from there on out. In EMEA, it's a little bit more kind of top-heavy, you could say, as well. You do have Na'Vi, who did really well for themselves. Were the first team to beat Virtus Pro in a number of months in an entire series, and actually since we saw way back when during Stage 1. And now we got to see it happen again here in the preseason. Then Rad beat them as well. So I think they're going to have a bit of a comeback. I think it's going to be Na'Vi, then VP, then probably Heretics, and then Rad and Shikigami somewhere in there. Pulsar has some potential based on the players that they picked up. I'll let you take a look at their roster and see what your thoughts are there as well. Other side of things, in Pacific specifically, there's the two favorites, right? It's Gen G, it's Reject. Those are the two teams that should make the mid-season finals. Everyone else is kind of a toss-up. You could have Z10, you could have Chiefs, you could have some unknown rosters that get brought in here as well throughout the offseason into the fold. So we don't really know who else is going to be contending with those top two teams. On the other side of things, for China, it's been more parity than ever, right? OUG fell earlier on. We saw Conix get the victory. Fiat Lux doing really well for themselves. Those are the big three, and they're going to be fighting tooth and nail to see who comes out on top and makes it to those mid-season finals. So if you have three in your mind, those would be the three to look at. Wouldn't be too surprised if OUG bounces back. Conix maybe falls down a little bit. And we saw some big pickups in the offseason for Fiat Lux, so I could see them actually making it. But that's everything you need to know for Stage 1 of Ignite. Go enjoy the matches, and we'll see you later.
Hey everyone, welcome to not another day of Marvel Rivals Ignite Stage 1, and it's day 2! And yesterday was already crazy. I'm here with Ryan and Vaudable. They're less crazy, but we are gonna get more excited for how this day is gonna go, because VOD yesterday got a little wild.
It did get kind of crazy. I mean, we saw teams for some reason banning Devil Dinosaur first and letting Gambit through against the best team in the world in Na'Vi. I don't know what the strategy was there, but it happened.
Yeah, there's going to be a level of strategy here, and at least Ryan is here to help us break it all down with all the numbers and the stuff. This is why we all have glasses on, right? We're supposed to be smart, Ryan.
That's what I've been told, but it just turns out I'm fine. But no, like in like the I don't have the sort of radial energy I suppose a Daredevil puts out. I'm just clueless and clumsy, but we get through it as much as we possibly can.
And you guys at home can get Twitch drops, of course. We have Twitch drops for, I mean, just the Marvel Rivals category. We have esports drops, but Vaudable. This time, it's Rogue on the Will of Galactus skin, and it's not even just that. It's everything that comes with it.
Yeah, it's pretty great. I mean, I love the emote that you have as well. You can flex on your opponents as soon as you get the KO against them. That's just one of the best things that you can do as a rogue player, I'd say. And it's a great costume. I mean, I've got it myself and definitely recommend, tuning in for those drops if you haven't gotten it as well. But there's also, a new hero here, Levin.
Oh my god, Ryan, we have been so excited for Devil Dino, and we love when a hero drops and it's actually very, very strong, along with Black Cat, but everyone is talking about the Dino.
Yeah, it's just like the newest character, really. There's a lot of like hyperbole on like both sides of like whether he's really, really good and omnipresent or whether he's overrated. The same could be said for Black Cat, but I think the main thing is like he is defining like how teams are playing at the moment, and it's whether you go with him or you try and get him out. That's the key thing with these teams in EMEA.
And just that new effect of adding a bleed. So having that damage tick down and that keeps stacking, which is affecting characters like example, Invisible Woman, who can, you know, not be the invisible part of Invisible Woman. But the patch really did affect so many heroes, Vaudable, and it really has shaken up the choices of Vanguards and kind of what's accompanying the Dino. Even the strategists got affected.
Yeah, I mean, Mantis, even with the, you know, balance change, they're trying to make them a little bit different than Ultron. They have a speed boost now that they have once they boost their teammates, which is really good for kind of that brawl-style rush combat that we see now with Devil Dinosaur. Emma Frost is looking even better than before, especially as we saw how good she was on release and then kind of nerfed to, you know, non-existence, I'd say, in the meta, now back into it at least a little bit. And then Star-Lord with the extra ammo, and just because we still see Gambit being played, is just such a menace there as well.
Yeah, I think the team up with Rocket as well is finding a lot of impact with Star-Lord in particular too, because
True.
Rocket is also putting out a lot of damage, like another big winner here. But really, it's now looking at like the standings so far. Like some of the teams we still haven't seen, right, guys? So at least we get to sort of cap off those final 12 teams that we have got in EMEA playing in this one. Right now, it's like 0-0 for a lot of these guys, but at the very least, we are going to see World Champions vs. Pro in play again, as well as the likes of an introduction of the Chosen Ones.
This is going to be a wild day. I mean, for anyone who missed yesterday, Na'Vi 2-0 Rad, that was a really exciting match. Lions went all the way to a map 3 against Alter. That could have gone either way. And Heretics had their rematch against Shikigami, and it was a swift one. And today we have a 4-match day compared to a 3-match day. It's still all best of 3s, but like Ryan said, our first look at Virtus Pro, do they still have it? Of course, they were flawless in the group stage, Vaudable, when it came to the preseason. So they got to shut some doubters up.
Yeah, I mean, they have a much harder group compared to last time, right? So this will be the true test for this squad. And I feel like that was the issue that they ran into during the preseason playoffs, is because they had such, you know, an easy run of it. It was all smiles and sunshine and rainbows. Then they just went into the abyss afterwards. They were on Hell's Heaven and not having a good time. And Virtus Pro, they're looking for a bounce back. But I'm kind of interested in our first 2 matches here, right? Fire Straits versus Reason, the rematch. I've been talking to those teams. They're looking forward to, you know, what they can do to prove that they're still the better squad, as Reason got the win last time. And then we have Chosen Ones, you know, the new kids on the block for this matchup.
So fun. Yeah, Fire Straits looked really, really competitive. Reason is also trying to have that redemption from not having as big of a splash. And then Rad and Alter, their second match of the group stage. It's going to be our first look at a lot of these teams, but for Rad and Alter, didn't have a hot start in the group stage. Remember, only 4 teams out of the 6 per group make it to playoffs. So now we can really tunnel in on our first match coming up. And while we are getting through the pre-show in our games, guys, you can benefit from the esports drops for Ignite. And Ryan, we get to commemorate some of the memories that we've had when it comes to Ignite.
I mean, one of the main ones from like Sentinels over in the Americas preseason. Hopefully we get some key moments, I suppose, from like EMEA action in stage 1 to sort of fill this out. But really now it's just like starting to build up like the esports scene. We've been here a year already with Ignite. We are getting these moments that are very well known players that are infamously sort of known for good or bad plays in particular. It's nice to see those shown in game. It's always a nice accolade to what these players have been able to do.
Ooh, and let's see what these players coming up are going to be able to do. Our match 1 features Chosen Ones versus Crownfall. Now, Vaudable, are these guys the Chosen Ones to you? We have an all Arabic
I don't know.
matchup.
I don't know about that. I mean, a lot of them, you know, came from different rosters. They have 3 of their original members from the MRC team who won season 7. Peps, unfortunately, didn't have their team able to compete this go around. So the Chosen Ones, luckily for them, did get this opportunity from season 7. So congrats to them on that one. And a lot of them have actually played with some of the members on Crownfall that they'll be facing off against.
Yeah, this is a team that sort of has had good moments, like they were one of the qualifiers for the MRC right at the start of preseason, but a 1-in-4 group stage really wasn't to their favor at all. Crownfall just narrowly missing out on playoffs to the likes of Team Vision, now Lions. They've made a couple of changes themselves. You have got Rosa moving over to Reason, so Loey is going to be playing in as a Vanguard alongside Abuhu, and then the Legend also coming in onto the backline. This is a team that like has had good moments, but this kind of performance when you've got Chosen Ones being relatively like rookie-esque, you would imagine that Crownfall would be the favorites here.
Yeah, I mean, looking at, the comparisons that we see here, Lemon, like, we see, players coming in from other rosters, Legend having experience on Pulsar, Protoss, also, I've seen them play in some of the scrim matches that Crownfall have been competing in, and they look really good on this team, too. So I'd say it's kind of a little bit more heavily favored for the MRC Season 6, third place team, because they've been together for such a long time, whereas the Season 7 champs, I mean, a couple of them play together, but they haven't fully competed as a roster.
Yeah, the Chosen Ones, I would call them the wild cards right now because no one really knows what to expect from them because the MRC is a whole different ball game. But Crownfall, Ryan, we are pretty familiar with a lot of these players. And for me, the biggest thing for Crownfall was, are they going to be able to find their identity between Fahad and Majed? Every time you looked at a Crownfall match, it was new duelists. It was something that, like, there was never really a consistent, stable composition that they ran behind. I definitely think the talent and potential was there, but I never feel like they honed in on any strengths.
No, and like I think they were really like one of the teams that sort of focused a lot more on like trying to get the use out of Elsa, and I think the duelists did have like a good showing. Abu, who's pretty experienced as well, considering like he's been on the likes of OG Seed and stuff. I think this is kind of like the kind of squad that like they're here now, they're accustomed, now they need to earn their spot.
It's gonna be a crazy match, guys. It's the first showing for both these teams. When it comes to stage 1, best of 3, they are facing off on Burn and T'Challa. Now, Ryan, I know you got the glasses on to see, but you're also here to be smart, so you got to crunch the numbers. We know Crownfall is played in the preseason minus some roster additions. How did they generally do on domination?
Domination at 1-4, so it's really been the only win that they got was on Hell's Heaven, which was against Reason Gaming. All of the other times they lost, and in most of the series outside of losing to Vision in preseason, they lost 0-2. It wasn't really close. Here they played up against Vision, lost it, able to win that middle map and go to a free mapper. But here it's some wins on domination at the very least, but it's more like, what are these duelists going to try and run? Are we going to see more like melee focused characters like Black Cat and Daredevil, or are they going to want to go for like Phoenix Starlord, for example?
Well, the Chosen Ones versus Crownfall, Arabic matchup to start off our day 2, and I'm ready to head into Bird and T'Challa. How are you guys feeling? Let's send it over to your casters who are right here, Ryan and Bod.
I'm worried, I suppose, about the Chosen Ones, I'll say.
Yeah.
But there have been experiences of this, not only just with like various teams that have come through, say, stage 2 of Ignite last year. I think of the likes of Paradox and stuff, like teams earning positions from MRC from high finishes. Not necessarily wins, but because of like ineligible players and stuff, like essentially it goes down the pecking order, this team wants to play, and that's how we've got the likes of the Chosen Ones. So this is not really like a baptism of fire, but it's like, oh, we are very familiar with these guys because they're also like from the Saudi like region, a Middle Eastern team. You're gonna
They've all played each other in some division. Yeah. So like they know kind of the play style of each other. It's kind of a really big region that's exploded a little bit more over the last couple of MRCs that we've seen in terms of like popularity and player base, and now that it kind of has almost a majority for one specific region that we've seen competing. There's been so many different countries that do have there, but Saudi Arabia, we've seen like the level of players continue to elevate. So I've really liked to see the different performances that we've seen, from Lions all the way over to Crownfall here and now Chosen Ones. It shows that there is like a lot of different levels to their specific region that they come from. But I'm more excited to see, if any of these players on the Chosen Ones, have some insights onto their opponents. I mean, a couple of them have played against Ayano Koji specifically on, or played with that player on Crownfall. So they might get some insight there onto, what to expect in terms of like compositions that they're going to go for. And that's what I'm interested to see here too, Ryan. It felt like during yesterday, and especially in like Americas and OCE, there's like two different mindsets. It's like, okay, we either ban Gambit first or we ban the Dino first and try to go for one-sided Dino. And I feel like for most teams that are going one-sided Dino, it's not working.
Yeah, I also just think that there are some pretty decent options for Devil Dinosaur as we go into game looking at the draft. So the Gambit ban is going to stay the same, and both teams wanted to try to get this like dinosaur mirror. I think Burn into T'Challa in particular is a very like dive-centric map, but the problem, I would say, if you sort of like the reason why this character is so meta, omnipresent in comparison to something like Black Cat that is also getting a lot of like attention, you just kind of throw Devil Dinosaur into whatever company works.
Exactly.
And that's like a good thing or a bad thing. And on Domination, putting a big dinosaur on an objective is going to help with the amount of health that he has and just how much he can feed strategist ult charge.
I mean, I think it was in the Swamp Gaming Sentinels match, the Devil Dinosaur had like 124k damage blocked, which was insane. So, I mean, seeing the way that they could absorb the damage from your opponents, yes, the ult charge, generations, like, I think it's negative 35% based on the stats specifically. So it's not as good, but it's still so much HP that doesn't really matter too much. I do like having the Captain America save here, though, on the side of the Chosen Ones. That'll probably be for 21k. They're more of like that dive player on their side, but it could be one of the Vanguards specifically focusing on their end too. Maybe playing more of that Black Cat, as you mentioned. We've also seen, the trade between Black Cat and the Daredevil as well. So I'm curious if we see that on either side. And the White Fox too. I mean, we got to talk about the White Fox Luna team up. So deadly against dive. I can see why it's banned out for Crownfall.
Yeah, it's now like you've got the White Fox like ban at the end. It's looking like pretty much mirrored bans, which I feel in this case would lean towards like Crownfall just having a bit more like experience, but it really does depend on like the characters that they want to like lean towards. That there's a lot of like, it's going to be exactly the same. So in this case, like both teams won't have access to Gambit, Mantis, Luna, and White Fox. A little bit different order in the middle, but it's making sure that the Vanguard line of Dino Team Captain America is like the thing to go for, which I think is like the most practiced, I think, with these brawl compositions coming out in Domination.
Well, you can also see why, White Fox has such a priority in bans now compared to the preseason, right? Because she just enables so much of this composition. So not having that on the table is a great thing for them. One thing I do want to mention, because we didn't see them on the actual roster graphics, 7 Minute, the only player of this roster who actually competed through every single match for the Chosen Ones during MRC Season 7. So this is definitely a big pickup for them, specifically to have actually playing in this matchup. And I'm really curious, what we can expect from them, the veterancy for this roster and sticking with this team, and probably more directing them on, what to play and what comps to look at.
So much at stake for Crownfall, narrowly missing out on playoffs in preseason. But now it's also running a risk of relegation if you go into those playing up against MRC teams. Chosen Ones, they sort of got to this position through promotion of sorts. Now they want to keep that spot and get the same experience that Crownfall's been able to get. A great way to start Domination, and we get to see a little bit more Black Cat option as both sides are looking to run it.
Both sides are looking for, a tangle of sorts between these two Black Cats that are just going to be diving and bobbing and weaving around, but also using the team up as well, giving all the fortune to Captain America, the extra shield. And I think the deflection of that is going to be a very useful effect against some of these more hit scan players.
Immediately, it's looking into the fight. It's Captain America. It's going to be Loey that was on the bench for the majority of preseason, earning that spot as Rosa has moved to pastures new, and MJD is the first one to find a pick, but it is traded on either side. Be Right Back means that it's going to be a short stay out for Coco, and the point flipped fairly easily, considering there's only 2 eliminations, like trading either side, Vaudible. That was easy for Crownfall to get a hold of it.
Yeah, I mean, a tough spot for the Chosen One, specifically having 2 members go down so quickly. I do love this focus for JDX, specifically on the Starlord. They played a lot of it, but not looking as good as they could. So for Crownfall specifically, this is more of, the standard affair of what we expect going into this matchup, right? They have the Ignite experience, they have the veterancy, they know what they've expected seeing these teams play through MRC, and probably watching some of their VODs as well just to prepare. So a great look for Crownfall in that first fight, and this will turn around their record for domination going into stage 1.
You've got the Rocket Raccoon as well, so Be Right Back. Cooldown is going to be fairly up and running for Crownfall now that they can sort of hold these doorways. If you've got Captain America to sort of shut down the extra paths that these flanks could go on, so Coco's going to try and clear them out, create a little bit of space, but so far, half of the percentage pretty much grabbed up in the end. And not really the dive coming in up until now. Chosen Ones haven't built up these ultimates, but 2 lovely picks has actually allowed them a chance to swing over onto the point. No way for Crownfall to contest over in a flash.
And looking at the side of the Chosen Ones specifically, I mean, this is a great windfall for them, right? Not giving as much percentage as they would have liked to Crownfall, stopping them at the 55-point mark, but the portal coming in so quickly from Protoss, I think is a great bet for them, just so they can contest early and flip the point in their favor and get to that 99%.
I mean, eliminations on both sides means that it's hard to really get a gauge on how many people are on the point, but it is going to be the portal play forced out quite early from Protoss, who actually is going to be in from the team, was on Pep's last stage, has been thrown into the fray to allow Crownfall a little bit more of that experience at this level, so the Legend not going to be playing as well. But now you've got the Galactic Legend going to be thrown in from IJD. He's going to see if he can get a little bit more. He clears the pathways up, and it's expensive, but the Chosen Ones still have some ultimates to sit back and work on. Crownfall are a little bit more like holding on 50% on a lot of these ultimates, trying to reset and see if they can get this Black Cat into position.
I think that positioning is huge for this Black Cat specifically. I know they have, you know, all the verticality, they have the portals available to them, but if you can get them in the right spot where the backline's not prepared, that'd be huge. But the Devil getting unleashed here for 21K. They're the one I'm looking out for on this team to pop off, and that's exactly what they're doing with the double here. See if they can get any more picks. The rest of their team does collapse on the Crownfall, and that is a huge team fight win and a good turnaround for the Chosen Ones.
I mean, the only thing that Chosen Ones have put a foot wrong on so far on this map has just been how easily they gave up the point initially, and I think they were still leading the line with eliminations. It was just they weren't positioned well and they weren't able to contest. Now, Crownfall, you at least have something like the Invisible Boundary to actually get into these positions and go for a more aggressive fight, similar to what we saw from the Lions with how they play it. But Chosen Ones sitting on ultimates, they haven't really felt a need to use them, and they're making sure that Lowy just can't create any space on the Captain America and stopping these players perching on the high ground.
This definitely isn't what Crownfall expected going into this too, especially with the aggressive style of play that we're seeing from the Chosen Ones as they go in.
Now it's a brawly fight again as the invisible boundaries, both sides are going to be used off of the objective as Freedom Charge now for Lowy to see if he can out-sustain this fight, really just allowing a Boohoo and Haster on these Devil Dinosaurs to cleave up, but the Beast Rampage was used on the side of Chosen Ones a little bit earlier. Boohoo still has it in hand as Yan Amplify is going to try and put out a bit more of this damage. Seems that Crownfall are just trying to stagger these ultimates. Now that they're getting the eliminations, they may be able to keep that ultimate in hand now that they've flipped it, but Vaudable, it's at 99%. There's not much space to move off of now from this first objective.
A lot of resources burned, but they had to, right, for Crownfall to at least try and bring themselves back from the brink of extinction in this first sub-map. So I'm really looking on how the Rampage is going to come out for a Boohoo specifically. Seeing, you know, the way that they've played in scrims, which is all we really have to go off of. I mean, they did rally behind them pretty well during those matchups, but again, they were against other teams and other stories that they're facing off, and I don't think this resistance that they face themselves in is pushing them to the adversity that they did not expect. And the Boohoo, as I say that, they're getting a double.
That's exactly what he wanted, though. Devil Beast Rampage setting up the kills and the picks. He's able to go for these fights into deep areas. And now for the Chosen Ones, Haster has to go for the portal play. It was used from Crownfall a little bit earlier on, but is there going to be a chance to even touch there? It might have been interrupted enough. It's looking dicey on time, but just in the nick of it, the Chosen Ones are able to get onto this objective. Crownfall still having a hold of it, and a perfectly timed let the devil out whilst this AoE effect could really make this portal an uncomfortable position for the Chosen Ones to actually try to touch and engage on this one. Seems that Crownfall are going to end this first point the same way that they began it, by taking this objective, holding on to it, and Chosen Ones fighting back nicely, 99%, but Crownfall having enough of the Boohoo. Great ultimate on Dino.
I mean, seeing, you know, the difference between these two teams, right? The Chosen Ones, they have that explosiveness, especially with 21K, the one that they're kind of like rallying behind with the Daredevil specifically. And I kind of expected that going into this, right? They're the dive player, the dive duelist for a reason, but Majid on the other side, I mean, they are just electric. The 10 final hits on them against 21K, I feel like that's going to be the duel between those two duelists that we expect to see. Fahad, though, I think them having, you know, the off angle specifically with the Phoenix, able to do that like chip damage against Haster and, you know, build up those sparks, eventually use their ultimate just to zone people away from the objective is a massive play too for Crownfall. So I like the usages of the ultimate for Crownfall, but the neutral games seem to be a little bit stronger for the Chosen Ones. So really this could go any way for the second point here, Ryan.
I would really like to see a lot more of like this Phoenix because like from their perspective, we saw it a lot from Elsa preseason, how much space that they were left up with, and FHD just seemed to be able to do that damage from distance. He doesn't have to rely on the sparks to do the burst damage anymore. Just the left click is going to be enough to be a high form of pressure.
True.
So Chosen Ones need to keep an eye on him. They've done well sort of shutting down some of the flanks and stuff where they had control of the objective. But if there's too many crossfires going on, FHD is free reign in the skies.
Yeah, especially on this sub-map, right? So much verticality, but also just room to see where everyone is on the objective and just snipe them from when they're least suspecting. But you gotta keep an eye specifically on 21K and Majid as they do go in against each other.
And more of a brawl beer at back means that it's going to be a chance for the Chosen Ones to keep on fighting this one. And unlike the first point, they're actually able to contest the objective a little bit more. It is very brawly when you're looking at the Daredevil and Devil Dinosaur combination. But the pick's going in the way of the Chosen Ones again, forcing out that Ensog Inferno to see if they can trade out a pick. And they do get onto Crazy. The copy goes over from the Loki to get this Yarn Amplifier. And we saw this a little bit yesterday, I think, from Lions, just being able to sort of stall them out one at a time. Ianakoji's is going to be used up, so you would imagine a Protoss is going to be next. If he isn't going to be hounded by the Devil Dinosaur, he has to try to disengage and find a safer position. But whilst he's able to get it out, he does lose a Ianakoji on the other side.
All damage all the way. That's what reminds me of this Loki specific play with the Rocket Raccoon, right? So you can just have the double Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, get the extra HP and everything else. And well, Fahad, as we're seeing here, is going to be cleaning up the pieces towards the end with Majid going in as well. So, I mean, Crownfall, I feel like they got humbled a bit on that first sub map, and now they're locking in.
Yeah, Ianakoji actually switching away from the Loki. I feel like whilst he was the only elimination that went down for Crownfall, the play was still the right one, and I think so much of what he could do is still going to be handy. It's not like you have to deal with a Phoenix on the other side, but Yarn Amplify, let the Devil Out combination is going to come in from Chosen Ones. So you want to try and go in for the counter-attack. They managed to get the pick onto the back line. In fact, both strategists are going to go down in the process, and now Crownfall only having a couple more players to try and fight this and stall this out for a bit more time. It's going to be about 35% that they're going to have to settle on. Chosen Ones' aggressive nature, great play with the ults.
Yeah, I mean, Coco and 21K, the coordination that we're seeing from them is electric, but also JDX, right? The flank ability that you have for Starlord. You talked about the team up right with the Rocket Raccoon being able to have that get out of dodge option with the self-teleport back. Also has, you know, iframes in case you're about to go down, so a lot of options for that. Speaking of going in, though, here's Coco.
Push right in is going to force Freedom Charge on the other side as the Daredevils duke it out against each other, but it means that the Chosen Ones, any elimination that goes against them, Vera Backs have found a lot of value from 7 minute here. So now it's FHD. If he can actually get an Ensog Inferno lined up, it's MJD that's going to buy some more time with this Let the Devil Out to go in for this fight, but the point is still in control of the Chosen Ones. They have it, it's Jeff, and it's going to be forced out because of how much pressure the Jeff is under, but the peel is marvelous from Hasta, able to actually get the elimination on to MJD that's actually peeked out a little bit further on. And whilst this is a fight that the Chosen were looking to try and like win out, they had the numbers. Crownfall have flipped the point and now started to win this engagement as Chosen Ones maybe looking to reset.
As close as it can be between these two, right? Neck and neck. And this is a lot more than we expected going into this matchup, especially, you know, one team having that Ignite experience, the other one coming from MRC with a bit of a different look for the roster. But potential portal, like, shenanigans coming here from Majid, just waiting for the right time to see if they can maybe kidnap someone through it. It'll be kind of crazy to see that go through. But either way, Crownfall do recontest and, you know, have the sustain, and they are going to keep that initiative for the extra percentage.
I think that's, you know, a risky one for the Chosen Ones because it was Crownfall flipping the point over pretty cheaply. And this could be a dangerous thing to do as well. Like, you have got the Galactic Legend. It's going to force out the Yarn Amplifier. You get a pick, but it's an instant turnaround. It didn't really feel like the Chosen Ones were ready to go for that play with the Galactic Legend at that point. Crownfall able to sort of turn the point, even go for the portal to keep that contest and that momentum going, despite being players down. And then the Chosen Ones dedicated big ultimates at times where it didn't feel that they were ready. It's a bit of an awkward reset. And now Crownfall 90%. It has to be a portal play, surely, for Chosen Ones to go in and try and touch this. But it feels like the rotations are going to be a little bit slow.
That's the tough part here for Chosen Ones, especially because they need someone to contest. Thankfully, someone is, so they will get the portal play in time to at least get on the objective. But Crownfall, they have things locked down for the most part. No ultimates to work with, though. And 21K, they need to get them out of the play, and they do go down immediately. This is not a good look for Chosen Ones.
The Yarn Amplifier is going to be a little bit more to work. Instantly destroyed, though, from Crownfall. They're still finding these picks. No eliminations come out from the Chosen Ones at all. And the body block of the Dinosaur, perfectly positioned to just block up a portal, means that it is going to be Crownfall taking this first map 2-0. Good moments from the Chosen Ones. But at the end there, I think there was just that little bit of experience really started to win out for Crownfall.
Yeah, I mean, that's the main thing to talk about here, right? Like, this is a great first showing for a team, you know, coming up from MRC, you know, didn't quite expect to play, right? Because Peps were in that spot before, and they just got the call up last minute. It's like, hey, we're going to lock in. We got some friends that can come in and ring for us, and they're doing a pretty good job, all things considered. I don't know if it's necessarily speaking more, you know, about Crownfall in terms of, like, their caliber of play that we saw from preseason, or more about the Chosen Ones. We'll see, you know, as Stage 1 goes, but I'm really excited to see what goes on.
Yeah, we're going to see exactly how this series is going to continue on, see what the Chosen Ones are choosing for their second map. We'll see after this quick break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again.
Well, the crown stays steady here for Crownfall in Map 1, and Daredevil makes his appearance not only in the game, but he's also got a new costume that is dropping. But to at least focus in on, not just looking good, but playing well, Vaudable. We saw Black Cat originally, but then people swapped off of Black Cat, both sides, and went to the Daredevil. What's up with that?
Yeah, I mean, talking about that map that we just saw, Crownfall getting the victory, of course, in the 2-0 fashion, I think it's just a comfortability thing, right? Like, as we go throughout the weeks of the group stage into the playoffs specifically, I think teams will get more familiar with it, right? We didn't see it played during the preseason playoffs because it was still on that Season 7 patch. So, the teams coming from MRC, they will have a little bit more experience with it, of course, but I think, teams are still trying to figure out, okay, where best do they fit into the composition? Do we want to play Daredevil? Do we want to play Black Cat? For some reason, I've seen some teams like in MRC at least running both, but I think it's usually like a feast or famine. If you feel good on the Black Cat, you play that. If you feel good on the Daredevil, you play that as well. Majid, I know they have the Doctor Strange here, but they were the Daredevil connoisseur for the Crownfall team, and they looked really good on it.
I mean, Ryan, the 10 final hits that Majed had on the Daredevil was obviously a huge part of that, and kind of working in tandem with Fahad and just all the damage that he did on the Phoenix as we put it up on y'all's screens. I mean, it was obvious for me at least. Oh, Majed ended up with 16 final hits at the end of the map.
Yeah, and I mean 21k, also 14, so it was a good head-to-head between the two. I think, like you guys mentioned, starting off on Black Cat, I think one of the things is like the pivot over to Daredevil, especially with how much we saw it from the Captain Americas of both Loey and Coco, how much we were seeing them just shut down some of these like flanks of these other paths. if you're a Black Cat and you run into a Daredevil in one of those like hallways, you're gonna have a horrible time. Like Daredevil is very good at putting you down, so it did feel like they all both preemptively worked for it. But I also really like Vaudible's point. Like Crownfall, when you have an even draft like this, you have more experience at this level than the Chosen ones. So like go to stuff that you're more comfortable with and just be the pound for pound team that is better on these characters. So going to something like Daredevil is good instead of just hoping that you have an elite performance on Black Cat if you don't feel as comfortable on it in comparison.
And we'll see what Chosen ones want to choose. I will stop, I swear, with all the Chosen puns, but they want to go to Museum of Contemplation. I will contemplate more jokes, I swear. But, I mean, Vaudable, there were so many swaps in the strategist line to try and deal with all the flanking, whether it's the Captain America, the Daredevil, the Black Cat that started originally. We went from, like, Cloak and Dagger to Loki to going to Rocket to Jeff, and we'll see if they'll be able to escape the upcoming dive on this map number 2. So I'm gonna just leave it into your trusted hands, Vaudable and Ryan.
Ooh, it's a good map for Crownfall. At least it ended a pretty like rough group stages of preseason nicely for Crownfall, as they were able to get the win over Reason Gaming at that point. But it's more like, again, that point was more focused on like Elsa being competing and contesting over against Gambit. I just don't think that, like, some teams are trying to do it, but I just don't think that's worthwhile. It's like how well you can play into Devil Dinosaur and how much you could just make him a non-issue. It really does feel like reps on this meta is going to be the defining thing, and it would be a little bit shocking to see anything change up, other than maybe a little bit more Wolverine for a duelist option.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen, you know, Wolverine be like a decent counter into Devil Dinosaur because of how much damage you're able to do against them. Of course, you can't use your Pharaoh Leap to kidnap them, but it can interrupt some of their abilities. So you could like collide with them in the air as they're jumping and just stop them as they're trying to, you know, take your teammates away for that as well. But I think the big thing here too is, okay, Luna Snow first ban. Okay, second ban. Okay, second ban. I was like, we're going crazy here. No, it's going to be the Gambit first bans. I think both teams and most of the region have realized, hey, we shouldn't allow it to be one-sided Gambit, especially because of how strong they are on the back line. And the Devil Dinosaur is going to still be the Apex Predator, the king here for these teams. But I'm more interested on seeing, you know, what the saves are going to be, right? We saw the Captain America saved from both ends, and this is a great map, I'd say, for Captain America.
Yeah, but there's also been like good moments, like Abu, who's had good like Vanguard Deadpool action. Like, he's still good, certainly up against Devil Dinosaur. Like in both cases, you're going to be playing it. So like, who's good with it? Emma Frost has been up in the play rate as well.
She's been great.
Still being banned out on either side means that it is a little bit more like going to be balanced. The same bans, like these happen at the same time.
I think it's going to be the exact same.
Yeah, it probably is. Which, if you're the chosen ones, I think it makes sense to, like, if you've been practicing that kind of, like, composition as much as you possibly can. I do like the protect onto Emma. Cap is good on domination, but Emma has always been good on, like, convoy maps in particular, but also just is a lot better now because a lot of those nerfs that she hit earlier this year have been reverted, and then some. So she's a little bit stronger than she's ever been.
I'm curious if we see more of like the triple strategy from Crownfall on defense, right? Based on the side that they're playing, like that could be what they're going for too, having this Emma save. Banning out the Phoenix, though, I think is a great option, right? We saw how effective FHD was on that too. You know, they're only going down 3 times, the least casualties that we saw in the entire lobby. So the positioning that we saw from them, the flanking on the off angles was great. And there are some insane points that you can use Phoenix, specifically around that second checkpoint.
I mean, it's also just like the damage it could do from distance, and I think Crownfall, like, it was that MJD was able to get through quite a lot. In those cases, sorry, FHD was able to just sort of put out a lot of churn damage without being contested all that much. As good disengage too. It seems that it's going to be like Emma Frost on the other side too, as like a protect. Is it going to be different here? No, they want to get rid of the White Fox. They want to sort of get rid of some of those like divier options for your backline. And even though you had Luna taken out earlier, I still think the White Fox along the lines of like a Daredevil Black Cat composition really allows that dive, as we saw from Team Heretics and Ken yesterday.
Yeah, so we might see a little bit of that from Crownfall, specifically when they're on the attacking side, you know, just to keep themselves sustained if they are trying to go for more of that dive style. But I'm really curious on what their backline is going to look like here, because like Lemon was saying, we saw, you know, the entire Rolodex of strategists pulled out to see what would work. It was interesting, you know, seeing the Loki rocket, seeing the Cloak and Dagger. I think Cloak and Dagger also is just so good with that Terror Cape, right? Able to use the vulnerability against the other team just to boost you a little bit more in an edge, blind them as well as you're trying to get those eliminations, and could be the difference maker if they do opt for that. But, you know, Luna Snow getting banned out, not too surprised. I mean, they're basically like a duelist at this point with how much damage they can do. If you have a Mantis damage boosting and self-snowflaking your Luna Snow, you're going to have a bad time against that.
Yeah, seeing what the teams are trying to run in the spawn doors as the setup is going to come in from the defensive side of Crownfall first. MJD taking a seat, looking like he's on Punisher. Yeah, we're going to see some Punisher action. So we are going to see a little bit of Dino Ride in action with a team up, but also if you're up against the likes of like Emma Frost, breaking the shield, breaking the buddy barrier from the Dino on the other side, might be a good shout in the end. And yeah, amplifiers are plenty with the damage boost and copy from Iron Koji on the Loki again.
Yeah, Rocket's probably just going to be a mainstay in this meta just based on the damage boost that we have, but also the ult charge, you're able to get it a lot faster too, and also having the extra healing orbs as well, just to sustain your team. So buffs across the board for Rocket. You can see exactly why they're being used as efficiently as they can, but I'm kind of curious on how MJD will do on this. Do they use the team up? We saw it a couple times in scrims, but not to as much effectiveness as they would like.
I mean, it's the fact that, like, yeah, the Phoenix was banned out for Jean Grey. Even Elsa's getting passed up on this one, but he's just able to churn out so much damage and even play close quarters with the shotgun, which often is getting a lot more attention than usual. The CC is great, but the amount of sustain the Devil Dinosaur has available to him is unfounded, and it's really farming up these ultimates on the attacking side of the Chosen Ones. They almost have the Yarn Amplifier as well as the Invisible Boundary, and they're losing players on the side of Crownfall, but the Be Right Back is helping this defense stall out for a bit more time.
Yeah, even with, you know, the Cosmic Iron Amplifier from Crownfall actually not getting taken out by the JDX Endsong Inferno, so did stay up for a decent amount of time just to keep them engaged on this first hallway turnaround. So a great stop potential, but I do like 21k specifically on the Black Cat, using the invisibility, and JDX will also clean things up.
Yeah, JDX has found himself free just with the left click. Sparks be damned, it's not needed. And Crownfall, I think, was setting themselves up really nicely here for a play, Vaudible, where it's like you managed to force out the Endsong Inferno from JDX on one of your Yarn Amplifiers. You will have the copy on another one, and also a Punisher ult. And you have very little to actually contest that when it comes to like damage from distance, right? So could have been iffy. 21k is switching over towards the Black Cat, sees that there's no Daredevil on the other side, so those flanks are not going to be shut down quite as hard. A lot of pressure on him to try and take this space back, and it's an overstep on the defense if you're not careful.
I mean, looking at these ultimates, though, you do have that final judgment available for MJD, but they go down so quickly, and they can't stay alive long enough to even use their ultimates to defend, and this is like the rush composition that we see from the Chosen Ones.
Now, how are they going to fare? Like, 21k has actually built up this ultimate very quickly because of switch around, so now it's still just absolutely plummeting. You've got the Flaming Orb to get some information on where these defenders are going to try and contest from. They want to do it together. They don't want to overstep. You want to make sure that, like, if you're going to go for a copy, you've got something to copy, but instead, you actually lose the Cloak and Dagger, so Iron Koji doesn't have much to work with. The God of Mischief, you can't go for the Eternal Bond to try to platform your way onto this point, and it just seems like they've lost complete control past the objective into third. Crownfall won't be able to actually contest this, it looks like.
21k going pretty deep, but does delay them so long, and as you mentioned, barely any contest towards the end. They need a touchdown before it gets to the checkpoint. They barely do as the Sonic Seduction and all the ultimates get popped.
Final Judgment is going to just carve on through from Crownfall to try to clear this up just in the nick of time. Maybe it was Chosen Ones that overextended. I like the fight to try and make sure that Crownfall can't set up. You're tracking these ultimates. You know that there's stuff to work with, and a Final Judgment is definitely going to be ready from MJD at this point. So now Chosen Ones, not using the calling card, have to give up a lot of the space and respect, just farming up the cash for 21k to see if he can go, make sure that he has the cleanse in hand, catch anybody else out once that calling card combination comes through, but instead it's going to be the Galactic Legend start of the engagement.
I mean, the Phantom Pursuit usages from 21k are great, but here is that Galactic Legend, as you mentioned. It does bait out the Invisible Boundary from 7 minutes, so... Oh, no.
It was looking like such a good hold on the defense, but it's like, wait, nobody's on the point. You have to go and fight this back. What are we doing? You have the bodies as well to just stick on an objective, but it's like Lowy wanted to take a little bit more of this space, but they managed to get the point not capped onto second, but the Chosen Ones trying to use this newfound area that they have control of with this Endsong Inferno, slamming down immediate elimination onto MJD, so that's one of those main pain points of this defense stopped in its tracks, and there's still the contests going in. Chosen Ones have managed to use up a lot of this time on this attack, but it's maybe going to be turned around in the end if it wasn't for this Devil Dinosaur and the switch run. Crownfall are doing a lot of work. Iron Koji, especially on this Loki, done well to try to stall this out, and a portal play is great for Crownfall to actually keep this going.
I like the Mento Fish usage as well, just to slow them down so they can't use any of their escape abilities. And Coco getting a triple there too on the Emma, almost has their ultimate available. They cannot be stopped, and the slicing and dicing of 21K is just so lethal with this Black Cat. They are using it perfectly, zoning them out, slowing them down with the CC abilities, and chasing them down, and eventually they are able to get that second checkpoint. So great look for the Chosen Ones, but hey, Crownfall, that's a good turnaround compared to almost just giving them the point by accident.
Oh, entirely, yeah. So, like, at least Crownfall were able to fight this back. Chosen Ones, it is those fine margins that is going to define a team. Like, these small mistakes could be punished at the highest level, and the Chosen Ones, that brief overextend could have potentially been the difference here. But Chosen Ones not only been able to cap the point, but hold on to a lot of ultimates and force good stuff out in the end from Crownfall, who have, again, switched around this backline, having the invisible boundary from Ayana Koji, moving away from this Yarn Amplifier low-key combo, which is also something that the Chosen Ones have done with 7 Minute moving over to the Invisible Woman to farm up these invisible boundaries and just maintain some control for JDX that is going to have some of this space shut down.
Crownfall actually completely changing up their lineup as well. We don't see the dinosaur at all. Lowy is just going to be on the Captain America instead. The calling card coming out and just going to be slicing through every rank of Crownfall. A tough spot for them to be in, even with the ults that they are using to counter. The Sonic Seduction really just slowed the roll, and you see the Rampage with the calling card just being such a deadly duo combo from our two new heroes in Stage 1 compared to the preseason.
Yeah, 7 Minute is, we're told that he was on sabbatical for today, but he's actually showing up in a major way. And like the Chosen Ones, much like a lot of the other like Saudi teams that we have seen from this action of Ignite, doing better than expected. Like the frankness of it, it's like this team is like looking very competitive and strong and very aggressive, much like a lot of the other Saudi teams like we saw with the Lions yesterday. Crownfall need to try and fight fire with fire. MJD switching over towards that Daredevil, wants to see if he can maybe make sure that 21K can't get much more success out of the Black Cat.
I mean, speaking of that Black Cat, talking about the experience, right? MRC Season 7, you were able to play Black Cat for the first time, so you can see exactly why they are more veteran, I guess, on this hero and know how to use them very effectively, but both strategies ultimates coming through from either side. And Crownfall, they do have a lot in the bank.
Invisible Boundary was potentially used. It wasn't interrupted clearly because it's still in the hands of Ayana Koji, but he goes down, not going to be using it, thankfully, in this case. Still trades out. The Chosen Ones have to reset. There's only a minute left on the clock, and the defenders having 4 ultimates, only using that Eternal Bond from Protoss, means that they have plenty to sit back on. So like now, 21K, JDX, are they going to find these picks in the neutral? It's going to be tricky to farm these ultimates other than the Yarn Amplifier. Is that going to be the difference maker?
Could be the difference maker. It needs to be, specifically for the Chosen Ones, especially looking at the ultimates on the other side. Freedom Charge coming through. Eventually the Devil will be unleashed and the Galactic Legend. That's not the hand you want to face off against.
Now you got Ensong being used, slamming down. It's been very good for JDX to actually confirm eliminations off the back of it. It's not just going to be used for clearing out some of these more deployables, and there's none for Crownfall to worry about in that case. So they have that going for them, but Chosen One's still losing out on plenty of players. You've got Coco that's going to switch over towards the Doctor Strange to go for this play, and I would imagine Crownfall are going to be wise to it. They're going to try and close this distance down. They have the Star-Lord actually just jumping for the portal on the other side. Just, hey guys, how's it going? But the point is going to be touch, and Crownfall doing a very good job to actually be very subtle in how they're playing. It seems that the Chosen Ones are like, where are they? We're seeing like there's the dinosaur at the very least, but where's this Star-Lord with the Galactic Legend? The invisible boundary planted on top as well. The Yarn Amplifier, it was deployed from the Chosen Ones. It's gonna do diddly squat as FHD drops down from his perch, and Crownfall stopped the payload in its track in the second area of the map.
I mean, this goes to show, you know, what we saw from last map, right? Where the Chosen Ones, they had that explosiveness, the dive capabilities from them, and the neutral game was great. And individual ultimates, perfect usages. The problem was when they have to come together as a squad, because they haven't played as long together as most of these Crownfall members have, right? Even with Lowy coming in from the sub spot, of course, they've been scrimming with them in the meantime whenever people were busy, then also getting ready for this Stage 1. So they know, you know, the call-outs, they know the comms that they need to go for. They know, hey, I'm just going to be using the strategist ultimate. That's all we need for this team fight. We saw them bait out so many of the options from the Chosen Ones during that last engagement towards that third checkpoint, which is the hardest to get in the game, I would say, aside from Lower Manhattan from what we've seen. So Groundfall, I mean, they turned things around. The only issue is it going to be enough, especially, you know, being on Museum of Contemplation. We've seen so many, you know, full holds and holds around that second checkpoint, and Crownfall did make such a mistake to allow so much room for the Chosen Ones to get towards that second checkpoint. So that could be their demise towards the end of it, but a great stop, at least at the end of the road there for Crownfall.
There's always that kind of like balance that you need to work with. I think with the Phoenix Jean Grey play as well for JDX, putting out a ton of damage, but luckily and like to the plan, he's getting eliminations final hits. If he's like low on final hits, all it means is that Crownfall are farming up ult charge for their strategists. And when you were running like the Loki and the Rocket Raccoon before, not quite like Loki Gambit levels of strong, but still good, but clearly like hard to execute on if there's too much pressure and more of a struggle. Crownfall not having Phoenix on their side means that they have to be a little bit more prepared, as Protoss is going to be on that Cloak and Dagger over on this attack. It's offensive capabilities as FHD wants to bring out the Punisher over on this side. Abuhu is going to be the first to go down, and because there's no rocket, he's going to walk back all the way from spawn. There is a moment for Chosen Ones to take an advantage.
Speaking of Chosen Ones taking advantage, I mean, this is a great first stop for them, right? So much time wasted. I like this composition from them. And the problem for Crownfall, too, is they were just having the Rolodex again of their strategists, right? They didn't know exactly what they wanted to play on the back line, and I feel like that was to their demise a couple of times. This might be the good lock in the Cloaky, as we've seen touted a couple of times, but Maji going down so early is not what you want to see.
The pocket money's been spent up from 21Ks. He's going to go in and get the cleave onto multiple targets here. They have to sort of respect this space, and it's going to be harder to take care of 21K as he's not going to be as susceptible to critical hit damage. And just the attention that he's taken, whilst he didn't lead into an elimination or really put anybody in that lethal zone, it was that the Chosen Ones were able to get a few more picks in the end and clear up. He's taken so much of the attention away, the rest of the team could fill up that space, and it means that this defense holds on a little bit more, as Crownfall have really not made that much space so far in this attack.
I mean, I think this is also going to show that Crownfall aren't as practiced as they could be against, you know, this Black Cat composition, right? The flanking ability of this hero, the invisible options that you have from the Helm of Hades is such a nuisance to have to deal with, especially because they can use it as much as they want. So now going back to the drawing board again with Loey playing that Devil Dinosaur and Song Inferno from JDX. So many bubbles to try and prevent it, but hey, it's still going to push them back.
And Song was used and stunned out. JDX is actually going to be taken out as Boohoo immediately leaps on to grab him and take him down. You've got the Eternal Bond copied over from Ayana Koji, and then on top of it, the Final Judgment, making this just a bit more of a slippery fight for the Chosen Ones. But in all cases, you've bought up 2 minutes on this first point. You're going to have a chance to actually contest this one if you can at least get into position, or whether Crownfall is going to close that distance, make it so Chosen Ones can't actually touch.
You see the Loki clone just being baited out here, I guess, for a second, just so they could build some ult charge towards the end. But yeah, I like this positioning from the Chosen Ones, but it's all going to come down to these ultimates, right? You already see the engagement from Crownfall. They know that they have to go in first.
Seeing how much they can actually fight this position now, as it's going to be Loey just stomping on through with the Rampage. The Impact Beam is cleaning up, and the Frenzied Beast clawing at whoever's in the way, so that bleed damage is going to be incredibly annoying to deal with on the side now for Crownfall. As we're watching again, MJD still having a calling card in hand, now going to start to clean up and find out the fold. Instead, he gets folded himself. Crownfall still struggling to actually push this over towards this first checkpoint. The reset is going to be good enough. And 21K continues the engagement on.
We need more of a cooldown on the Phantom Pursuit. Just going back-to-back with the iframes is insane against the Shotgun Punisher you'd expect. Yeah, same. You know, that's how I feel right now after watching this from Crownfall. Thank you, observers. But even then, I mean, 21K doing everything for this team. Really masterful performance on the Black Cat. If you want to learn how to play Black Cat, just watch their gameplay in-game with the replays afterwards.
Probably at half speed as well to really get a gauge of what they're doing, because it's at such a pace. You've got the Terror Cape thrown out quite early on, but there's an extra charge to use from Crazy if they want to try to sort of bait out anything more. You've got the Mentor Fish also being used from one of the Black Cats as they're trying to expend some of this money, but FHD does find that pick onto 21K, so it means that it's going to be this defensive Black Cat that's going to be taking up this engagement. Ensong held up, seeing if he could get any of the players that are stacked on top of each other, but the strategists playing a little bit of powder cake take off some of this like AoE healing means that it's not going to be threatening at all. Now is there going to be a chance to actually touch it narrowly on the side of the Chosen Ones, as it's going to be them trying to keep this going as overtime has started to hit. Crownfall, whatever they have available, they're going to want to try to use it, and they managed to take out everybody coming through the portal. The first checkpoint is hit, but 4 minutes of time bought up on this defense from the Chosen Ones.
That's a massive, time bank that they were able to win themselves. Even after giving up that first checkpoint against Crownfall, I feel like they're, as confident as they could be, especially compared to how, the second point on the last map went on domination. Could be a complete turnaround for them to go towards the third map. And every map matters, right? We saw, so many of the games go down to tiebreakers, especially in like OCE, 1 or 2 map differences between, teams making it out of the group stage into the playoffs, especially in Crownfall's group. So they know getting a 2-0 sweep is very effective.
Ooh, we got another Eternal Bond, and all it's doing is setting up FHD to find a little bit more with this Final Judgment combination. It's just setting him up to find some success, but there's not really many eliminations outside of the start of it now, as the Chosen Ones are going to try and contest themselves with the calling card Eternal Bond conversation. 21k, seeing if he could sort of add up the numbers into his favor, playing blackjack with the 21, as the calling card is going to see if he can find any more picks. It's going to force out the Eternal Bond on the other side for Protoss, but the rest of his team goes down, and he's narrowly just holding on and surviving. Eventually he's taken out, and the Chosen Ones get to hold on with a minute left on the clock.
This is the toughest break of a hold, I would say, on Museum of Contemplation, especially, because there's a couple of flank options for the defenders. You have this high ground, too, for JDX, and 21k, of course, is going to be able to go wherever they want, with the teleports, with the invisibility that they have available to them, the Mento Fish just to slow people down as they dive into. But I think, playing this more defensive style with this Emma Frost is just a good look for the Chosen Ones on this point specifically. Having that Psionic Seduction, too, is going to be a big windfall for them as well.
It's how much they can actually hold on in these engagements, as the one-sided Phoenix has been doing a lot. JDX actually just doing it straight from the ground. Very little fly down, but it is allowing 21k to find those final hits, as the rest of the team from the Chosen Ones is making his defense look a little bit like it's going to bring us to a third map, if I'm honest. Crownfall will have a lot more to do, and it seems that MJD wanted to sort of put it in his back pocket, but unfortunately the Black Cat is able to escape with very little. 10 seconds now for Crownfall to touch, and I think the portal play was used up as they hit first, so I don't think it's going to be available for them here.
Now they have to find some way to rush in time, and maybe using the portal specifically of the Black Cat to carry their team forward, but instead it's going to be Lowy actually on the Captain America just to keep the cart moving for this one last ditch effort of overtime, and they need a win here.
So now FHD is so close to having a final judgment, but he goes down. He gets eliminated from JDX. His ultimates now, as Coco was just using up the Psionic Seduction, has allowed his team to set up quite a lot with the lack of barriers to deal with. But now Lowy's springing in on Captain America, mostly to try to touch and dive onto this fight if they can get there. But there's enough bodies. There's not like panic switches. There's no Spider-Man flying out on the side of Crownfall, because the portal is available just in time. I'd imagine it's FHD that has to switch over. So it does mean that we're not going to see that final judgment in use for this final fight. Coco's going to do it on the other side, but there's no touch right at the end.
The portal block just so that they're not touching the objective there, Ryan. This is insane. Like, what? The Chosen Ones having the 200 IQ play just to block them off from the line of sight of the actual cart so that they actually technically are C9'd from it.
I mean, it was Coco, would have been holding on there. It looked like it was just one of those attempts of, both teams just going for the portal play at the same time. But a great read to get it on the timing as well, because like I mentioned, it was previously used up from Crownfall to try to actually confirm that first checkpoint. It means that we're going to a map 3 Vodable, so we're not going to waste any time. We're going to see exactly what convergence map we're going to end on, as it's the choice of Crownfall after this.
First match of the day, and we're going to game 3. What a turnaround from the Chosen Ones. Emerging from MRC is really the big wild cards, Vaudable, but they impressed us on Museum.
Yeah, I mean, seeing, the way that the Chosen Ones were able to rally behind, the Duelist lineup, right? We saw JDX specifically, going in with the Phoenix really well on the off angles. The one-sided Phoenix, I think, in this meta, Ryan, is just so good in comparison to what we've seen in the past, right? It's kind of similar to where you would have, like, that one-sided Elsa, just because you have free aerial superiority and all of the hit scan damage prowess that you could ask for.
Yeah, I think it's the kind of like target that you want as well, of like, whilst this is just another performance that really shows Black Cat how strong she is when she has the freedom to work with, even into like dino compositions, like Black Cat could just find so many picks, get in and out, and just have so many ways to like disengage that it's hard to like pin her down in the same vein as some other like melee characters that you could be playing in that duelist role. But I think the main thing too is like, it's not just taking out Phoenix on the other side because of how good MJD was in that case, or FHD, sorry. It's that like outside of like Elsa, it was like Adam Warlock that was mostly played, not only just on this map, but just full stop.
True.
From like FHD. So it's like less of a comfort pick. I think he had like 8 minutes of Punisher time on last time. And because Elsa's just not a high priority anymore, I think Punisher's better in these kind of engagements. It was just a switch around, but it was like made them so flat-footed, and it was hard for them to actually contest. Both 21K was diving in, and also JDX that was just soaring around in the sky. Both were flying around like server admins.
I kind of felt like Black Cat had wings at that point because it's 21K, but that had 41K, 41 eliminations, I guess. But wow, a game 3 and a big experience difference as well of one team coming from the Ignite preseason, the other one coming from MRC. Vaudable, do you think that that's that extra boon of being more familiar, more practice, and having more recent matches being in MRC? Because we weren't sure what to expect out of Chosen Ones.
Yeah, I think that a boon here for Chosen One specifically. Like, they're the scrappier team, they have less on the line for them, right? And I think that allows them to experiment a bit more with compositions leading into this event, and also having that more experience on Black Cat and their verticality and just mobility and utility. I mean, so many different things that they have in their tool belt that they could pull out on a dime and just say, hey, I'm going to use this. I'm going to reveal where everyone is, just like we can with a Daredevil as well. But I can also teleport. I can also use a Mento Fish to slow you down and make it so that you're grounded and can't do anything. I could also use my own CC cleanse that I have as well. I can turn it visible multiple times as long as I have enough like money. It's just crazy the utility that there is for this hero. So, I mean, we just got to see on full display how good Black Cat is. And we saw a lot of that yesterday too.
And Ryan, this is Group B. This is a very important match to win in terms of not only setting the tone, but also the opponent that you're facing, wanting to maybe win against the teams that are expected to be at the bottom half of things. But also, you just want to kick off your group stage on a good foot, and especially on Hall of Jalia coming up.
It's been a lot of Halls of Jalia, but it's not too surprising for like Crownfall. Like, they only picked a Convergence map once in preseason, and it was Jalia. The problem is that they haven't won on either the Halls of Jalia that they picked and played there, or Shin Shibuya, which Vision forced out in a third map against them. So we have seen like Crownfall have these kind of like moments where they have been able to basically like go to a full free mapper, especially against some of the other Saudi teams with like the now Lion squad. So like the Chosen Ones have like a good chance here to just pile on the pain. And also, like, both these teams are going to be keenly looking at the fixture after this, because that's Firestray's reason. The other two teams, I think those 4 squads are the ones that are competing for those 2 final playoff spots behind Shikigami and Heretics.
Well, Game 3 gets decided on the Hall of Jalia, the choice of Crownfall. We'll see which team will kick off their group stage 1-0 as we head into the game.
So now I'm curious on whether it's going to be more like of a change-up in draft, if there's going to be anything like going on with basically anything else, right? It was basically the same draft that we saw in both of those 2 games. Yeah, but then you sort of lose out on one of the vanguards. But I feel like with some of this experience, like looking at like a Boohoo and stuff, like it's going to be like the Protect over onto Lunar Snow. It's going to be double bans on Gamut to begin with. So yeah, it's not the Devil Dinosaur Protect to begin with. They want to go for the Lunar Snow, maybe to sort of set up some like White Fox play, whether they want to go for like more Emma Frost, because those team ups do help. But it just means that your backline can be a little bit more like CC centric and make sure that the 21K like Black Cat can't do as much.
Well, seeing the one-sided Devil Dinosaur makes me worry for Crownfall here specifically, right? Like, usually when we've seen a one-sided Devil Dinosaur, the other team's been able to like lock in Gambit, right? Instead of the ban coming out initially from that, and it's worked out because they have Gambit. But because you're focusing on the Luna Snow, likely going to lead to the other team, you know, banning the White Fox because they don't want to worry about that team up right, because of how effective the charm specifically is with that, and like the chain that you can do with it too. So especially because of the dive composition that we've witnessed from the Chosen Ones, they would be, I don't know, it wouldn't be the smartest if they didn't ban out the White Fox specifically, because I think that's going to be the prioritization for the backline here, because the backline's been the biggest struggle, right, for Crownfall, is they haven't known exactly where to look specifically for what they can play. And banning the Black Cat, I respect that though from their end, because we saw how good 21K was on that.
I mean, I'm just curious on like where Crownfall want to go for like the pivot here, because both teams have been trying to go for this like Rocket Loki, like just copy the Yarn amplifiers and just send it kind of strategy. But both have pulled away from it so often. So it is going to be a protect onto Luna Snow here, but it means it's going to be one-sided Dino right at the start. There's a chance here for maybe Crownfall to protect their own Black Cat here, like potentially
could do
at
that
the end, because there's not going to be that final ban. But I also do like the Ultron ban on the side of like the Chosen Ones, because this is a very like strong map for the likes of Ultron. You've already gone for a protect onto the strategist of Luna Snow. You want to build around it. But yeah, the Jean Grey ban at the end means that they are very much tagged in the duelist of the Chosen Ones.
Yeah, I mean, making sure that the Chosen Ones do not have that much priority. And there's the Phoenix Protect that I was talking about before. So having the Luna Snow, I think, is a good thing for them too. We haven't seen a Mantis ban from Chosen One. So Luna, Mantis, and potentially Rocket, who knows what they want to do. I mean, White Fox as well is still available because that hasn't been banned either. And I think because they focused on the Phoenix for the save, that makes it a little bit more difficult for the Chosen Ones at exactly what they want to prioritize in terms of banning, if it is the backline that they focus on here. And yeah, I think you have to get rid of that Mantis, because that damage boost on both Luna Snow and Phoenix, especially with how much damage Luna Snow can do and heals, would be too much to overcome, and on Phoenix as well.
I feel like if you're the Chosen Ones, you're quite happy with how this draft has gone for like some of the key areas, but it really is now like a test of like how the duelists are under this pressure, right? Like 21K, you'd still have access to stuff like Daredevil, for example, but you don't have like the Phoenix to sort of play here. You've still got access to like Star-Lord and the Rocket combinations. There's stuff to work with, but it feels like just some of these like win conditions that the Chosen Ones are going to be happy about from Museum and in play. So it's whether they can actually go to plan B and have something planned up there.
Well, we do see the Rocket here from 7 Minute, and I don't believe it is just to give them the armor packs. They've been rocking it pretty well so far for their team. I mean, JDX, when the Phoenix isn't available, as you mentioned, has been playing that Star-Lord, and the composition's been working out great for them, especially having, you know, the team up with the teleport here. Crownfall, I'm very interested to see if this is the option that they are going for, or if they're just, you know, having fun with potential mines that they might throw to see if they can catch anyone off guard from that. And yeah, I know Koji will be rocking the Luna Snow. I'm actually more surprised that we don't see a White Fox on their end of things either for Crownfall specifically, because, you know, that team up's so good against dive with the charm being available to both the Luna Snow and the White Fox, and you can cycle it pretty well with that and the freeze. But they're opting for the Rocket themselves with the Star-Lord, and I respect it.
Yeah, I think it's good chance to like change things around, as the Chosen Ones have tried to build around this Devil Dinosaur composition, even protecting the Captain America earlier in the series to make this the Vanguard line that you want to be consistently running. But triple strategists is the main key factor. You'll have some dive to work with like Crazy being able to be on the White Fox, or at least deal with any dives that are coming in from Crownfall with this pressure. But MJD having a bit of support from the Luna, able to put like the Be Right Back teleport into a position that is going to be threatening for the Chosen Ones. They have to try to fight this. They're even going to drop down to the low ground to go in onto these engages, and it's perfect from Coco as he finds two of the strategists in the back line, and a reset is going to be required from Crownfall.
That's a huge defensive effort for Chosen Ones so far. I think the, you know, big windfall for them is having that triple strategist lineup, right? They do have the Ultron available to them for the extra damage and speed boost as they you know, use the defense matrix as properly as they can. And, you know, 21K not being, you know, known as the hit scan player for this team, but doing a pretty good job of it just positioning wise against, you know, the flanks that we've seen from Crownfall, specifically the Star-Lord with MJD. So I like this look from the Chosen Ones so far. The biggest question is, you know, where Crownfall will answer them.
Stomping around now. Chosen Ones just keeping somebody on the objective to not give away any thirds for free. As Crownfall trying to go for an attack on the high ground. It's going to be flanked behind from JDX. Well, the reset tried to use the low ground as a little bit of cover, but he's got all of that threat looming in above him. Ensog is going to fly down from FHD. He was able to get an elimination just beforehand onto one of the strategists in the backline. Is Crazy on the White Fox is the one to be eliminated. He's going to have to try and leap back into the engagement, but there is a window to work with, and Abuhu wants to carve this out to be a grand opening onto this objective. Progression has been made, and Yan Amplifier is going to be forced out now as the attackers want to really put their heel down onto the throats of the Chosen Ones. Galactic Legend following a little bit afterwards, not quite lined up perfectly for Protoss, but it's forced out quite a lot of that sustain from the Chosen Ones, then holding on to what other ultimates they have available still to them, and expecting that this first point is going to be handed over to Crownfall with just like 4 minutes on the clock now.
Yeah, not many resources having to be used by Crownfall either in that team fight is a big thing, and I think it was just a positional error from the Chosen Ones, especially because they got sectioned off from the objective and couldn't get back in time to even contest, and might have been a better option for Chosen Ones just to go full in if they could. I think the problem was because the strategist lineup was separated from them, they didn't feel as confident contesting, even though they should have known that Crownfall had, you know, most of the ultimates still available to at least waste a little bit more time. So a big win for Crownfall, and especially Abu continuing to push here.
Leap down, though. FHD is able to find a pick, and he's actually found a little bit more as Crazy goes down. I think just trying to jump in and leap in to help. Tries to go for the Sanctuary, but it's not going to quite work out in the end, which means that Crownfall actually have this momentum working very much to their favor. This Chosen One's not really using up too many of the ultimates. 21k over on the Daredevil is going to find that focus over onto Abuhu, but he's not really too deterred. Even with the Silent Seduction used up, he is going to give up this sort of space. Galactic Legend is going to be used up, and immediately the EMEA try to catch him out of the sky to CC him. It narrowly misses, and that narrow margin is going to allow JDX to find that elimination over onto the rocket. Nowhere near having the Iron Amplifier, but Freedom Charge is going to act as another strategist ult in its own right, but unfortunately, it's not enough to sustain this engagement as has to find to pick onto Ayanokoji.
I like the swap here for 21k specifically, right? Back onto the Daredevil, what they're comfortable with. I didn't really like the performance towards the end of that with the Ultron specifically, so now looks a lot more confident on one of their more comfort heroes, and already almost has the Let the Devil Out ultimate available to them. But this backline too, the Charm duos, or the Snow White combo as you could call it too, between these two, I think is going to be a good counter to specifically Majid going in, but they got to take them down before they can use Galactic Legend like here.
There's a leap in. No, you got Fate Both Worlds and Let the Devil Out used together. Yan Amplifier is going to take a lot of the main brunt from 21k. In fact, it's bought so much like focus that the time duration hasn't really amounted to too much in the end. Crownfall, lots of players, multiple are low. They have to respect this space somewhat, especially Abuhu that's so close to a Silent Seduction. Doesn't want to go down in this fight now. MJD, after using the ultimate, able to finally confirm that pick onto Coco that tried to escape to find a little bit of respite as a nomad in the ground, but Kamiho is going to be used from Crazy to try and push this in. FHD on the other side is allowed a pick and actually allowed MJD to find a couple more eliminations outside of this ultimate window. Abuhu going down with a Silent Seduction means that you don't have this front line to allow this cart to be pushed forward a little bit more. Chosen One's feeling like they're the ones that are sort of lighting up the elimination feed and going down, but just having enough bodies to keep this stalled out. The Crownfall actually might have to go for a portal play. Hasta's going to try and combine it too. This is where this engagement could happen. Is it going to be touched in time? No, which means the Chosen Ones are not going to have the portal play for the end of this map. They're going to have to wait a few minutes.
Oh, that's a rough spot for the Chosen Ones, especially because I feel like they were trying to go for like a counter play to position it a little bit better, and just taking that extra second is what allowed the point to be pushed forward. So not the best spot to be in for Chosen Ones. I do like the change-ups that we have seen from them, right? 21k also allowing them to have vision on exactly where the flanks are coming out from Loey and MJD specifically, but even then it hasn't really been enough to change the pace too much, right? They still got the second checkpoint. They have enough, and the cancel on the JDX, the freeze came out, no!
Yan Amplifier and the Galactic Legend to just turn this wound into a fatal hit, potentially on Chosen One's defense. So much space has been bought up, so like even though the eliminations outside of the picks onto Devil Dinosaur and Daredevil 21k, it's just bought so much of that freedom to actually allow the rest of the team to sort of position, especially Loey having the freedom charge, can be a little bit more offensive, run back to his team and light up the way to fight on this final area of the map. It's the duel between the Star-Lord and the Captain America that's trying to go in for these flank plays, but so much damage has been done to Coco, it's forced out the ultimate on the defensive side first, so Crownfall going to try to wait this out, disengage, kite the fight back towards them. but unfortunately, the elimination's coming in thick and fast.
Yeah, Coco just doing a great job with that Freedom Charge too, shutting things down with just a single ultimate. Haster almost has the Rampage available to them as well. As long as they use these properly is the big caveat here for the Chosen Ones. They should be able to lock things down, but the problem is Crownfall, I feel like the way that they've been using their ultimates just in the perfect tandem and time and order of operations. They've done their map homework and it's worked out so far, and almost getting that pick on Coco would have been a huge get for them on this next engagement. But 21K ulting the backline.
I stopped Diamond, not quite catching on to the target, but there's the offense for Crownfall. It's pretty much all go time with Freedom Charge and Ensoul being used, and now the Silent Seduction alongside the Fate of Both Worlds. It's going to be mirrored from 7 Minute, and now Galactic Legend from JDX. It's the front line that's gone down first, though. Devil Dinosaur means it's one Vanguard in play for the Chosen Ones as JDX trying to go for a flank play to catch these like backline players, find the strategists, but everybody's leaped forward from Crownfall. They've gone for a more offensive option, and it's only now that the Star-Lord is starting to find eliminations. One has been brought back from the Be Right Back, but everything else is covering in blue. Chosen Ones looking to end the map here. The play was used up from Ayanakoji as the portal is actually going to have to come in. It was used up. I don't know if there's going to be that much time, really, but overtime at least was triggered. You have to imagine it's going to be set up, but no, Ayanakoji switching over towards the Jeff. Seems that it's not going to be enough in the end. Crownfall making good progress here, but we've already seen that it's not really enough, as Chosen Ones could have a great attack inside here to finish out.
Yeah, we've seen so many chances on this map go down to the final hour, and as long as you get to that third checkpoint, you're pretty much safe for the win. So this is going to be a huge defensive stop needing to happen for Crownfall specifically, and I feel like that's been a bit of their struggle, right? We saw it on Museum of Contemplation where they couldn't stop the other team until like the final hour, but I think that was also more to mistakes that we saw in, composition on the back line and the positioning that we saw from them, the usages of the ultimate too, where they've improved tenfold since that last map, at least in that case. And I liked the way that they were kiting, the ultimates that we saw from Chosen Ones, right? JDX had to go towards the back line, trying to use the Galactic Legend and didn't really get anyone. And I think because so much time was wasted on that, they got more meterage than they likely should have if the Chosen Ones used their ultimates as efficiently as they could have. So Crownfall, they got a lot of, room that they had to grow in between the last map and this one, and they have done spectacularly, but the question is, will it be enough?
Yeah, this is what I'm worried about. You sort of look at the damage at MJD, 19k, 5 final hits, 24k from FHD, only 7. 33k healing that came in from 7 Minute on the Lunar Snow. Like, that Protector's done quite a lot. And it means, like, it's sort of like the eliminations, not really that many onto Chosen Ones on this defense, but so much damage churned out from Crownfall isn't quite going into, like, lethal products.
Yeah, it's been spread across the board, I would say, for, the Vanguards on either team and the Duelists as well. It's not necessarily like one or the other popping off for both squads, and just kind of goes to show how even both of these teams are. This is a battle to stay alive, right, in Ignite. If you get in the bottom half of the standings, and that's not just group stages, but also, from the entire overall standings themselves, then you're going to get relegated potentially. So a lot of teams worrying about that. Every single series matters.
I mean, especially at this point, because these are two teams that have to really fight for 2 open spots. They're not in the group of death by any stretch, but it doesn't mean that it's going to be an easy ride, especially for the Chosen Ones, who are the newest introductions. I wouldn't say it's quite been a baptism of fire so far this game, because it has been relatively even, but this heartbreak could definitely sour the taste of stage 1. And if you can't get it quite together in these next couple of round robin games, it could be a bottom finish and you're fighting for relegation. So Chosen Ones have the line drawn in front of them, and now they're actually finding the picks to maybe take this into a very quick first point.
Massive for them. There'll likely be a portal coming through. They just need someone to continue to contest, but unfortunately, I feel like Lowy went in a bit too soon. Would have been better for them to stay alive than stall out the point for the portal to come through, and I think the portal's going to be too late here as well, as it goes the last second, and no, it's not going to happen in time, so a bit of a waste there. They just go to the second checkpoint instead and have to hang their heads in shame, and that's been a bit of a struggle here for Crownfall. The recontests have not been as strong as we would like them to be.
Well, it's just because everybody got eliminated in such a tight window.
Yeah.
There wasn't really any chance to sort of switch around for anybody. Awkward, and it means that any ultimate charge that FHG built up on reset back to 50% because he had to be the one to switch. Whereas JDX is very close to having a Galactic Legend that could really make the salt into the wound, really put the pressure on. And you could already see that Crownfall quite expecting it, looming up into the sky as they absolutely count through. Nobody from Crownfall was in position. I imagine the comms are going to be very quiet and silent right now as the Chosen Ones have taken a very quick point into an excellent first engagement with these ultimates.
Koji's going to be wanting that phrase back every single time they replay this in VOD review because they used it too early. They thought the Galactic Legend was coming out post-haste, and unfortunately it was baited out ahead of time, so they didn't have to worry about the interrupt and perfectly were able to just wipe the floor of Crownfall and make so much momentum towards the second checkpoint.
He's still finding picks, though, the healing output, but also the damage from 7 Minute is actually setting up the Chosen Ones to be picking up their first win in Stage 1 if they can keep this momentum going. Crownfall, however, have ideas in other areas as it's going to be fate of both worlds to sustain this fight as the brawl is going to happen on both sides. Sonic Seduction going to pull in the lack of barriers as Hasta is actually fine to close the distance when he has the Frenzied Feast to try to chew up on a Boohoo, but instead it's a Boohoo that gets the crunch onto him, sends his bags packing, and the Chosen Ones finally forced to reset on this attacking side. Crownfall holding on.
I don't know if I necessarily agree with using the Jeff here, right? I understand the reasoning behind it, right? So you can position, you know, use the bubbles for the extra speed for your divers to go in on the back line and everything else, but I think in terms of sustain, it just wasn't enough in that team fight. If they had a Cosmic Iron Amplifier, could have been a different story in terms of using that instead of the It's Jeff, who just has a small, you know, AoE heal that comes from their ultimate. And then, you know, we saw what happened with Majid going in with the Galactic Legend. So awkward usages of ultimates from Chosen Ones and a lot of resources wasted. So this is a good boon for Crownfall if they can keep this hold going.
I would imagine that because it's a lot of the duelists being taken out, that this is a very unique ban line, so some of the coordination with the ultimates is pretty much as you go along, but let the devil out. If you're just around the enemies and you can sort of push and take this fight you're going to, as 21k has led to a lot of eliminations in the other side. Watching Crownfall, it was just a little bit disconnected. It was almost like they were playing a different server at that point. But 21k able to find a lot, is trying to block some of this damage coming in. He's actually going to go for the riposte. MJD, don't even try it, Sunshine. And never mind, Koji gets the pick and then jumps off of the map. So anticlimactic, but Crownfall having to reset because it is onto that second checkpoint now.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great usage of the ultimate, right? I think it was a bit of an overextension from Crownfall too. You mentioned they're playing like a different map, a different game, and I think they don't want to be in this game anymore because they are having a tough time against the Chosen Ones, which they might have expected, you know, with this team coming into the last moment together and, you know, maybe not having as much synergy to struggle against them. But it's been no smooth sailing for them. It's been rough waters and a hurricane's coming in, especially Legends.
Oh, interrupted, no. Perfectly placed from Crownfall to make sure that that ultimate wasn't going to come in, but it's 50% easy to charge it when you just leap into the fray with a barrage like that. He's pretty much almost got it again. There's so many characters from Crownfall to farm up, but it forces the Iron Amplifier. Rocket has a go at Star-Lord and says, I'm the real, like, leader of this ragtag group. And Crownfall now bought enough time to actually go in for this engagement, but it's still 3 minutes, Vodable. There's so much that they have to do to try and hold this, and Chosen Ones, if they're clever, banking up these ultimates, they're just letting it go through forward.
Oh man, like they got so much windfall in their favor, but they didn't even touch the cart the entire time. They're finally contesting for the first time in a minute, so they gave them all the meterage necessary. And with all these ultimates coming through, eventually something has to give for Crownfall.
Oh, that might be an opening, though, as MJD is going to bring the end song to find a pick and immediately gets onto Hasta as well. The Galactic Legend, if there's a chance for Crownfall to survive this, it might be enough to win out this defense, even if you've got so much time to hold, and they hold on, even with the Freedom Charge, to see if they could sustain out the Star-Lord a little bit longer. He's shot out the sky from MJD that has saved Crownfall on this defense for the time being.
JDX is having a rough time of it. Canceled ult multiple times, getting shot out of the sky by MJD. They're just not having the best chances that they can to enable their team, but the rest of their squad does need to, you know, bounce and rally forward, especially with the Let the Devil Out from 21k, if they can use that effectively towards the back line. I think Crownfall know that that is online, so they'll have to protect themselves as best as possible.
Yeah, Let the Devil Out now used from Chosen Ones. It's almost throwing whatever you have at the wall to see what sticks, but JDX is able to actually team up with the duelist, find those eliminations, but it's still trading out on either side. It's looking like a 4 versus 2 now for Crownfall. Not enough bodies to try and touch onto the point, and because the spawn doors are so close to where this payload needs to go, portal play is coming in from Protoss. I imagine if it's Chosen Ones, if they get the actual weight of this, they're going to try to contest it, but instead they just want to get the bodies on the point. They have a Devil Dinosaur there, for God's sake. take. He was charged off of it, but he's still able to touch. You've still got to get past his dinosaur to actually keep up with where Protoss is for the rest of his team, as they're currently just down to these two strategists. As FHD has to switch over towards the White Fox.
What an interesting portal play it was to section off the, dinosaur from the rest of them, but I thought they could have interrupted something there for a second with the dino grab. Unfortunately, for Aster didn't quite work as well as they would have liked it to. So Crownfall doing everything necessary to stop this with one last full hold opportunity. The winner of this map could be decided here.
Now Crownfall have it all to fight for. MJD's built up another Endsong Inferno. He was the one that saved this defense last time. Is he able to do the same thing again? He goes onto the Jeff that goes for the eat, but 21k on the Daredevil has found himself two. Coco now taking a few swings, but MJD, he seems to be the server admin in on himself. Like, there's so many people to deal with. The 1 versus 11 isn't going to quite be enough, as Chosen Ones have managed to push it towards the end and get a shock win against Crownfall in their first game of Ignite.
I feel like if they would have at least contested the point earlier on in that whole minute push that we saw towards the third checkpoint, we would have had a different story and it would have been stopped before it even got to the end of the road here. But the Chosen Ones turn things around, reverse sweeping the series and get their first ever debut victory in Ignite. And what a victory this was, Ryan. I mean, seeing the way that they are able to, pull themselves back after a bit of a rough domination and now, turning things into such a monumental victory for them, where even myself, in my predictions, I had them last in the group, and well, now they're proving me wrong and probably a lot of people and breaking their brackets. 11. That was
Vaudable,
crazy.
you're a little too honest today. We're not supposed to leak our predictions. I also did not expect this to go this way. What an absolute banger. And we talked about this MRC team emerging as this exciting new talent, and we weren't sure if they were gonna be punching up Ryan. But man, Chosen Ones certainly locked in after that map one.
It was fantastic, really. And I think obviously the mechanics and the way that this team is played together, I really like their drafts. I really like the way that they wanted to play around this. And it was two very different styles, right? Make sure that we get like a one-sided Phoenix. Okay, we feel that like Crownfall maybe will overcorrect and make sure that like our duelists are going to be taken out. We just make sure that we have the Devil Dinosaur. We play around Triple Strategist. We stop them from getting Ultron, which basically shuts down one of their major options. They wanted to run Triple Strategist, and they were able to sort of sit it through. Really, really good performances, and for Crownfall, just a lot of like unforced errors. Certainly with like portal plays, it looked uncomfortable. But 21k, whether it's the Black Cat or the Daredevil right at the end, was a huge help to his team.
And these are the type of brawlers or assassins that you need on your team, Vaudable, more than ever. It feels right now that it's the race to who can master Black Cat or who can have a strong secondary if that doesn't work out.
Yeah, even though we saw, some great looks from the Black Cat and the Daredevil, I do have to give a nod to JDX, right? They were having to get countered time and time again by the backline of Crownfall and going in against them and using those Galactic Ledges perfectly. And it really just goes to show, like, this 10 ammo buff that we see for Star-Lord is super monumental in the neutral and building up that ultimate even faster. The amount of Galactic Ledges we saw from them, has to be a record on this map or something.
It has to be, and it was cool to see just how much fluctuation happened more in the strategist line. That's where all of the changes kept happening, Ryan, of how do you deal with the dive, whether it's a Daredevil, a Black Cat, maybe just a Captain America running you down, and everyone is trying to come up with their own solution to it, whether it's Loki, Luna, Jeff. Like, what have you seen has really worked out?
Ooh, I think it's the fact that they're able to be a bit more flexible. Like, immediately you could sort of see, like, okay, we want to go for like Rocket Loki, go for these Yarn Amplify copies, but it wasn't working. And you still are able to incorporate bits of that. Like, Rocket is still very good. Crazy had a great performance. But it was like, when 7 Minute is able to churn out so much like physical healing, it shows like he's able to be consistently in the fight, like very little in eliminations against him. But it also sort of shows like how many final hits was the side of Crownfall able to get in the end. 10 to 12, and then you're comparing it with the likes of like 15 for both duelists. And then Coco, he didn't really do a lot of damage in the end. Like 15k was like pretty middling. It was 7k at the half. But still 12 final hits means that he is in on the characters that he needs to be. And that's why Crownfall was sent back to spawn so often.
I don't want to freak out, Bod. It is just the first match for these guys when it comes to stage 1. Oh my god, I really don't want to be doom and gloom, but I felt like Crownfall made the roster upgrades, bringing in Protoss and like still just kind of honing in on their strengths. But I feel like that identity is still lacking of maybe just not really mastering a couple of things, but trying to be the jack of all trades. And I wonder if that hurt, that kind of being overly flexible could be hurtful to them.
Definitely. Yeah, I feel like because of that, new roster energy that we see from them with, Loey coming into the fold and then Protoss also joining the team, I feel like they just didn't know exactly the strategy they want to do in terms of like the bans and protects. I don't know if it was necessarily lost there. I would just say like not having an answer to this composition, this rush that we see from the Chosen Ones, and specifically, the Star-Lord or the Phoenix, it didn't matter what they banned out because the Duelist lineup just was unleashed every time regardless of what was available to them because they had at least another option. If the Black Cat's banned, 21K could play the Daredevil. If the Phoenix is banned, JDX could play the Star-Lord for good reason. You don't even need the the team up there that, well, not the team up, but the ultimates that you can use, with the Rage and Royal Flush and Galactic Legend. It's just good in its own right, as we saw there. So even with the freezes and all the counters from Ayakoji, it just was not enough. And that's a former teammate to a lot of these members on the Chosen Ones. And I'm sure they're, getting some smack talking DMs amongst each other and having good fun, because they know each other from their region. But yeah, for Crownfall, this is a wake-up call, I would say, for them. I mean, even stage 1 of preseason was for them, but they must win more matches from here on out, and they have even tougher opponents.
Well, looks like our interview is ready, and Ryan will get to check in with someone from the Chosen Ones after this win. Congratulations, bud. I mean, what a banger of a game 3. JDX, you pulled it off. How was the prep like getting into this match? Did you expect to see so much success this early?
Yeah, actually, we expected that because we're playing too good as a mechanics, but we have no time for scrims. But we still beat them.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, short and sweet, like to hear it. I mean, in terms of, the preparation for you guys, a couple of you have played together on different rosters. You've played against some of these players before. Did you kind of know what the strategy was going to be for Crownfall going into this matchup, or was it more just like improvising since you didn't have that scrim experience against them?
Yeah. Actually, we know that they prefer to play front-to-back comps. They're not good on dive. That's why we was trying to force cap every game. Like, we have the best cap in the world, I guess. So we was trying to force cap as much as we can, and we beat them.
I'm curious on because it's the first time that we've seen a lot of you guys playing in Ignite. Kogo's a really good example, the impact of Captain America and stuff there. What other players would you say are worth highlighting from what they bring to the team? Whether it's the strategy, the drafts, the vibes, who are the players on your team that you think keep an eye on this guy because he's going to be a massive deal in the future for Marvel Rivals?
I think, to be honest, all of them these guys are too good. They don't play scrims that much. I mean, we didn't scrim only just 1 week before the tourney, and as a mechanics, they are too good, too fucking good. They play everything, and they are so good at everything.
Well, before we let you go, you surprised us all. We are so impressed by you, especially and everyone on the team. Do you have a message to all the other teams in Group B as Chosen Ones start off 1-0?
I think just bank up, or we're gonna 3-0 you.
Yeah. All right. Drop the mic. Well, it's a headset, but thank you so much for joining us, JDX. Best of luck in your next match. Congratulations again.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm already a Chosen Ones fan. All right, put me in the church of Chosen Ones. These guys are hilarious. Vod, the vibes are amazing over there.
Yeah, I mean, seeing the confidence from them, they talked about the mechanics, and that was really what stood out to me on the domination map from the get-go. I was like, okay, they got some good things going for them, and maybe they can turn things around. Domination isn't for everyone, and we saw, during the preseason for Crownfall, Ryan, that, domination was a bit of their struggle. They got the one win on that, but then they gave up everything else.
I mean, that seems to be the way to go forward, but it's Crownfall again, like, just losing out on a grueling best of 3 against another, like, Saudi team. So it's going to maybe be bad to worse. They have to get their groups in order when it comes to this, or they're playing for Pro Morello and not playing for playoffs.
Well, we will continue to see what Group B is cooking over there. Up next, we have Fire Strays versus Reason, a rematch from the preseason group stage, and who will come out on top? Well, I guess you'll find out after this.
A minute.
Well, the shop's always got something for you, and this time Penny Parker will get some love, and of course she looks good doing it, but maybe don't play her in my game, but at least you'll look good in my games, at the very least. But we have another amazing match around the corner, everybody. It's Fire Strays versus Reason Gaming, and Vaudable, this is going to be exciting because we've already seen these two teams, and we've seen them against each other.
Yeah, I mean, Fire Strays, they want revenge, right, against Reason. This was one of the, like, marks against their grade card that they had in the group stage specifically, and they might have had a easier run in the playoffs if they could have gotten that victory. So, you know, Reason, they've had some roster changes and some woes. They had some, like, loans come out before, so I'm really interested to see what they can do. But Fire Strays, Ryan, I mean, they have, you know, a lot going for them.
Yeah, I think this is the interesting case of, like, for Fire Strays, they hadn't made many changes coming out of, like, previous MRCs where they were, like, footballist and stuff like that. They were able to play foot esports, and then they were able to go in and play it under a different name. And then for Fire Strays, I'm sort of expecting them to sort of continue on like this middling run of form, but they're able to get through to playoffs and have a decently good run, despite the fact that they weren't playing Gambit. Like, they were really keen on avoiding him, not because they couldn't, but it was just like they would prefer to play around some of the other options. And this team is just very relaxed, I suppose, in their approach compared to like Reason Gaming Vaudable, where it's been a rocket change of roster moves.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have the loans from DRP and Ballas anymore from that Lunex roster. They're now on a different team, but they do have, you know, Nocta, Simba still here, Rosa joining the fold as well for this team, and Rashed also joining the strategist lineup for them as well. So like there's a couple of changes that have happened, like 3 of them at least, for this Reason Gaming roster. So I'm expecting, you know, a different appearance from them. They actually have had more time to practice and scrim together, which I think is a good thing for this squad. But I mean, looking at the difference here, Lemon, I mean, what would you say is the main things between these two teams?
It's just the fact that Reason Gaming completely shut them out when they encountered each other in the group stage initially. And the fact that they're in the same group again, like, this is a mini little rivalry that's happening, but a very different looking Reason Gaming. But man, Firestrees, like you guys said, looked so competitive. We were not expecting that level of performance, whether it's making playoffs, taking a map off Na'Vi, defeating Peps, going to game 5 against Shikigami, which finished in the top 4. But Ryan, we'll have to see what Firestrees can do on map 1 Krakoa.
Yeah, Krakoa, I think for Firestrees, one of the iffy things from like preseason was your amount of domination that you had to play, where you've like 33% win rate, 3 wins, 6 losses. For Krakoa in particular, it was pretty even. They didn't play it half as much as, say, like Celestial Husk, which we sort of expect. We always see Celestial Husk, so Krakoa is like a nice change of pace. But I'm curious of just like, it feels very different in their approach. Like, one team is like a little bit more reserved, just trying to build on it slowly, whereas Reason Gaming change it up a lot, whether it's going to be enough or not.
We'll see if Reason will get the win over Firestrees again, or will Firestrees have enough firepower this time? Let's go to map 1 Krakoa with your casters, Vaudable and Ryan.
I'm wondering what kind of teams these are both going to be, whether they are like dinosaur connoisseurs or whether they want to like, it really is like, is there anybody that's actually like insane enough to go and ban like Dino first and have the Gambit be left open on the other side? It doesn't feel like it, not with the amount of experience that these teams have had with Gambit. I feel like the dinosaur focus could be a bit of an overcorrect if they're not careful.
I think a lot of it too is like some teams, if they don't want to play the Dino specifically, they'll be able to, you know, focus on some other strategies that they can go for, right? We saw a little bit of that between Crownfall and Chosen Ones in that last series, so maybe we could see a bit of a different story if you're not wanting to run that Dino, depending on the map though. I feel like Domination is like the Dino domain for most teams out there. Then, you know, that kind of peters off a little bit for Convoy and Convergence depending on which map we get there specifically. But for Krakoa, I feel like it's got a lot of usages, especially depending on the sub map, right? I feel like the more open areas maybe not as effective because you could just get hit by a Phoenix from any angle so often. So we could see some differences there. But we are seeing the Gambit double ban. I'm not too surprised by that. Devil Dino save for Reason. So we'll probably see Firestrees also saving the Dino as we were expecting for Domination.
Yeah, I think for Firestrees, you're happy with sort of how the meta's gone of just the Gambit bans being out, because there was that change in EMEA where like teams would maybe go for like Elsa priority. And then I think the reason why Firestrees went out in playoffs when they did is that teams went, these guys don't play Gambit. Like, we can leave it open. Like, we can ban out Elsa, leave it open. They're not going to protect it. They're not going to prioritize it. Even if it's open, they're not going to play it because it's just not really the focus of what they want to do compositionally. So the first part of this draft, the first phase, as it were, pretty much standard, like making sure that you take out the Gambit because he synergizes with quite literally everybody, and then Mantis to shut down some of the options for triple strategists. But I imagine that Ultron is also going to be high up on that list.
Oh yeah, I mean Ultron is specifically, you know, pretty decent on like the open-ended areas of this map as well. But Luna Snow, I think, has been the most banned recently in terms of strategists, just because of that output of healing, as we saw. But also, if you're going to be playing the White Fox, the team up is really good there as well. So, you know, having that White Fox priority for Firestrees is not too surprising. We saw a little bit of that in the last map, but I think both teams weren't as practiced as they could have been on White Fox. And you really need to know White Fox in this meta, in my mind.
Yeah, if you're looking at like the backline now, like Close and Zenost have been played together quite literally since All Business, where they were one of the teams to climb through MSC. One of the real like MRC teams that nobody really knew much about because they were like either console players or from like previous esports. It just felt like they sort of, and it continues, right? Even if it's a couple of different changes, you got Firestray still continuing on that. But the Jean Grey ban at the end, I think this is clever because we saw just how much damage she can do when she's left her own devices. The problem is it is going to be one-sided for Reason.
Yeah, I love the one-sided Phoenix, especially in this meta, right? It's basically the Elsa of last meta, just based on, you know, how powerful they are. Yes, you don't do as much AoE damage with the sparks. It doesn't matter because the overall damage that you can do, you can just two-shot a 275 HP target just with the one spark explosion if you hit both headshots with it. So the White Fox one-sided, you can see the prioritizations between these two teams, more backline focus for Firestrees, more duelist, I guess, in the end of Reason Gaming. But it's more going to come down to what we see from the rest of the composition, right? Do we see the Black Cat? Do we see the Devil? Do we see the Daredevil specifically here as well? And we saw how effective that was in the last series from either team. So more curious on what the priority will be there.
This series was the weird one of preseason. Whilst Fire Strays went on a good run into playoffs and beyond, Reason Gaming just changing up their roster a lot with various players coming in and out. Looked inconsistent up until they played Fire Strays, where they absolutely dumpstered them in groups. Is that going to be the same here, or is Fire going to show some of that continued form? It's a pause to begin with, but at least we get to see a brief glimpse. I don't think Demon's going to be playing in the Black Panther, but it does strike a point. Like, Demon or melee characters on Black Cat, I could definitely see him doing quite a lot of work. But his duelist pool has increased more than just Wolverine, for example. He has grown a lot as a duelist.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of, the different versions of Deadpool, I'm curious when we'll see the strategist Deadpool come into play with like a rush composition, right? We saw some of that in Americas towards the end as well. And we've seen, I think, some of it in OCE on their side, more in like ranked, I know I've seen people on like social media just raging because they have just double strategists with like a Rocket and a strategist Deadpool, but they're almost there. They just need one more support or one more strategist and they'll be a little bit better on their end, and maybe we'll see something like that crazy composition wise thrown in. I know Coach Cuffy now on Reason Gaming, they've been cooking up some stuff for the back line specifically, so I'm excited to see what they come out there with their team. And I do like that, for Reason Gaming, talking about last preseason into now, they did have some great players who joined their roster, but the problem was that they didn't have enough time to like figure out the momentum that they needed. They looked a little bit better towards the end, apart from, the Crownfall series that unfortunately they lost their chances to make it into the playoffs. But I think with time, this Reason Gaming team can be great. This is just going to be their first test. If they can beat this Fire Strays team, then they'll look much better than they did during, I think confidently at least, during the preseason. But Fire Strays, because they've had so much time together, I think it's going to be even more difficult than it was last time.
Yeah, it's always hard, I suppose, for these teams to actually get it together. I think that's what I'm worried about with Reason Gaming. Like for Fire Strays, they could lose this series and still just have the demeanor to turn it around, but not panic about it too much. For Reason, because it was a whiplash constantly, the roster changes and stuff. I was really excited to see Simba join this team. He seemed to be one of the standout new players to potentially keep an eye out on. But then he was pretty much put to the side because Ballas came in as a substitute player for Lunix. And then it was just this kind of weird in and out, not using him too much, trying to build off something. And then the team has been gutted again. So I do hope that we get to see more like Simba. I almost don't want to count it as a debut in preseason because it was just weird games that he was involved in. Like a map now and again. So I really just want to see what this guy can actually do up against a tough team when it comes to their line of Sloppo and Demon, who are very experienced in Ignited the stages duelists.
I mean, looking specifically at the groups, right? This is still a tough group. It's not the group of death necessarily, like Group A, as we say, or the group of chaos, I guess you could call it more than anything else. But Fire Strays, Chosen Ones now showing their fangs in that first series makes me worry for both these teams a little bit more so. I think it's even more competitive than we saw in the last preseason, which is great, right? You see teams evolve from preseason into stage one as some rosters stay together and some change throughout it and try to consolidate the power as much as they can. But sounds like we're getting into the game momentarily here as well. Just had some issues for some tech issues on one of the teams that they're getting resolved. But even then, I mean, this is a must win in my mind, Ryan. Just as much so as the last series was for, Chosen Ones and Crownfall. Both these teams need to start off on the right foot. There's not going to be as many second chances as they had in the preseason.
Ooh, do we get to see some Elsa from Nocta? Genuinely, I would be down for it because... No, never mind. Oh, no, wait, it is. It's just changing the observer changes where people are in the UI, which I actually...
We just want to see the sprites,
Yeah. It was just bait. I was like, wait, he's a dinosaur now. It's nope, Nocta's still there. And he is going to be sticking over onto that Elsa. So it's the more things change, the more they stay the same. Simba's going to be over on that Jean Grey one-sided, but Fire Strays instead going to play for the more 2-2-2 setup with Demon on the Daredevil.
Yeah, more of kind of the brawl style for Fire, I guess you could say, and some flanking ability too, with Sloppo, Closar also just being able to go in with Damon for, I guess, the dive, more specific focus there, and then Reason just trying to have all the hit scan possible just to shoot them out of the sky as they can.
I mean, when you've got, we've already sort of highlighted Loki Rocket combinations, Jan Amplify, you've got an Elsa and a Phoenix to put that damage into, but it does require you to get those ultimates farmed up before you maybe to come through. Simba goes down, but the be right back means that it is going to be instantly into the fray. Firestrays not having the rocket on their side means that they are sending these players one at a time, Daredevil and then Devil Dinosaur, one after the other before this fight is over. Reason Gaming looking to take the point first. Now it's just a case of getting Rashed and Relaxing Sky all set up with these ults.
Yeah, I mean, already showing how quickly you can build up that ult charge with the Rocket Raccoon because of the changes in like how much damage they can do, how much healing they can output as well, just based on the amount of orbs that they have available. The big question is, will these dives be coordinated well enough for Firestrays? And we have yet to see it be successful. I think there's a lot of good flanking options on this submap specifically for the Grove, but even then we haven't seen it come to fruition just yet. So they just need one good pick on the backline, then they can really go in and decimate Reason.
Now Simba, I mean, I wanted to see the POV of more Phoenixes because of that. Like, he hasn't got anything going on in and around him, which means that he could just fight from range. But close in the distance is Rosa, bulldozing his way through that sort of front line to make sure that Firestrays can't group up in this case. But it means that, like, Demon is going to struggle to sort of get set up, like, with these flanks. You can see just how grouped up Reason are in these sort of setups. And, yeah, you're playing around these ultimates, but having a low-key Rocket and then a Phoenix just sat on top of each other means that, like, the Daredevil is going to get more than he bargained for, even with some support from Zenost and the White Fox.
Yeah, I like the Zenost, like, White Fox support, as you mentioned, like, able to use that teleport just to bail their team out, but I'm really curious on how Sloppo will be positioning themselves for this Galactic Legend, right? I think that's going to be a big boon for them if they can at least get a pick on the backline, but the problem is Cosmic Amplifier is available to damage boost the ultimates of Reason specifically, so if they can't take out that rocket fast, it's going to be a dire straight for them in this team fight.
It's a Galactic Legend, nothing to be used in tandem. It is just in isolation, but the response is just that Yarn Amplifier, allowing the rest of the team to just output a little bit more damage, maybe taking some of the focus away from Sloppo, and Simba's able to get a pick without expending any form of ultimates. Reason are comfortable right now, as Firestrays have been tiptoeing around the objective and a team fight for quite some time, and now that they don't have that main go button of the Galactic Legend, how are they going to approach it? They want to try and perch up on top of the high ground, but even Sloppo's a bit split on his focus. Ensog Inferno might slam down right in between these players from Firestrays, just in and out of this hokey-cokey fight. Black Cell's going to be taken out at a really impactful time, as it's going to be the Seduction used on the other side. Yam Amplifier to increase that damage, and its range from fall-off is a little bit stronger too. It's Jeff going to try to eat to pull people away from this engagement, and Kamiho now seeing if the Fox could brawl up against the Dinosaur, but unfortunately it's just basic prey for the Apex Predator that is Rosa. The cleanup is nice, and Firestrays just didn't show up enough in the middle of those fights.
Oh man, this is deja vu, unfortunately, for Firestrays against Reason, right? And I feel like because Reason have had time to cook, they have, you know, their new coach and coordination that they have for their staff as well, just to practice as best they can. I mean, they've been screaming their hearts out leading up to this too, and figuring out exactly the meta. And I think that's the big difference here, right, between, you know, preseason into stage one and the last weeks of preseason as well, is that whichever team are able to find out the meta the fastest are going to be the ones that do the best in group stage, specifically because we've had so much little time in comparison to the preseason specifically to learn, you know, the new changes with the, you know, heroes, specifically with the Rocket Raccoon, and as we talked about with the Star-Lord there as well, but also just how good Elsa still is even after the nerfs, and so many teams just like not relying on it, which is still crazy to me.
I've been saying that, like, I sort of, like, you know, like, Elsa was one of the main characters. I would have been shocked if she sort of fell out of the top 5. Her percentage played so far across all of Ignite is in the single digits. She is not even involved in the conversation, so it is nice to see a bit of vindication for a character that is objectively worse, and also switched away from, I think, as Nocta's going to switch over towards a Doctor Strange to go for some triple Vanguard action, immediately taking out Black Sao, who just could not get going so far in this game.
It's tough for Black Sal, especially because they had their ultimate available and they kind of knew where to position so they could take out one member who has their ult available. But the Devil does get unleashed by Damon, and this is going to be a tough spot to be in for Reason if they can't stay alive. But they actually do manage to sustain themselves, relaxing. It doesn't matter because they got res, and that rocket res beacon has been a monumental boon for them.
It's been a little bit more to bargain and deal with than you would have wanted. You have got Binary going over towards the Devil Dinosaur too. I think Black Cell came out on it first and then switched over to the Emma Frost. So there was that period of Fire Strays, despite protecting Dinosaur, was not really using him. So now they're at least a Binary over on it instead of the Captain America. You get Nocta now on the Star-Lord. So it's looking very like standard. But Reason Gaming like sticking to this, looking a lot more like banded prepared for this whole like outright strategy as Fire Strays just looking for an in and an opening constantly in these fights.
Fire Strays seem a lot more scrappy in terms of their compositions and just going with the flow on whatever they feel works at the time, whereas Reason are more calm and collected and calculated. But, you know, we still see the explosiveness of Fire Strays, and if Damon can get a pick, that'd be massive. But unfortunately, Simba is just being the server admin, keeping them at bay.
Seeing how much they can actually hold on to this objective, as it's been Fire Strays unable to actually cap the point once. Binary losing out in this Dinosaur butting of heads. So now we're sort of watching Nocta switching over. Had an unfortunate moment on this character in the last time that they played. So it was a bit problematic when he ulted in spawn, and I will continue to bring that up to the point that he's fine with it. He's used to it. But Simba finding more kills means that he's not going to be too fussed about it. Simba sitting on ultimates, that's the main thing, I think, Vodable, right? Is just that Reason are winning these fights and have so many ultimates just saved in the bank that they just don't need.
Agreed, observers. Agreed. That's my thought process on Fire Strays right now as well. I appreciate you illustrating that as best as you can there. But, you know, Fire Strays, they have ultimates in the bank. They have a lot working for them. The problem is they haven't been able to coordinate as a team so far against Reason Gaming, and they need a win in this next team fight, or else they're going to get 2-0 swept in domination.
There's the Galactic Legend used for Reason to maybe make this a very quick Krakoa domination map to begin with, and you've got the Rampage now starting in from both sides, but Binary, whilst he was going for the Stomp, he gets clapped himself, CC'd and eliminated. Galactic Legend out from Sloppo, looking a little bit more scared than anything, but he's able to find himself a lovely pick onto Nocta, in and out, but it's not going to matter too much because the Beer back means that it's an out and in case for Nocta to come back onto the Star-Lord. Ensong is going to be used now for Simba to keep sustaining and holding on to this engagement. Fire Strays having enough numbers to keep this fight going on. Hard to know, but there's really a case of stalling it out. You've got Black Cell switching over towards the Strange to see if he can actually portal in as players dipping. It's just now a case of the Captain America of Binary holding on to make sure that this wick is still burning on this defense. Black Cell trying to go in for the retake just in time, immediately having Demon leap in and let the Devil out is going to provide some breathing room for Fire Strays. Now looking to try to cap the point themselves. If you're Reason, though, bank up these ultimates. You have all of this map pressure to play for.
Yeah, I mean, they're partway through to their ultimates. The problem is that they had to use so many resources to try and hold on to the objective and try to close out this win as well. And the portal coming through at the last moment for Demon to ult was the perfect timing for Fire Strays to get their own windfall that they've been waiting for. They were dead in the water themselves and just had no paddle, and we're hoping for a life raft to come through and save the day for them. And well, that portal was just that. But the problem is, will they be able to sustain on the objective? I mean, this is the first team fight that they've actually gotten percentage, and they need a large comeback here.
And Demon now looking to see if he can find a good opportunity. He's forced the lamps, the regeneration domain from the Lokis on the other side, and it means that Sloppo actually gets a nice pick onto Rosa because the focus wasn't quite on the front line to keep them sustained. Nocta now is going to bring out this Galactic Legend as the lamps are going to be reintroduced to try and hold on for Fire Strays, as Nost is going to keep his team going, or at least attempt to, because there's too many players gone down. Sloppo now seeing if he could be the hero in this player disadvantage. He at least is able to find one, trying to get the pick onto the other Star-Lord on the other side, able to, but it buys a lot of time. And immediately Rosa comes in and slams down onto Sloppo and gets the Nost in the same vein. Reason now having control of the objective to go for the portal play themselves. Not really much for Fire Strays to rely on to get back into this engagement. Demon. It's just him alone. He tries to deflect the damage, hops off the point for a moment, and Reason Gaming eke it forward as a 2-0 win on Krakoa.
What a win that is, too, for Reason Gaming, right? This is a different look for them, of course. You know, they have their wits about them. They've had time to prepare. And I think, you know, it's similar to Eddie's stories, like, which heroes are the best with preparation time. And we see that here, you know, similar to like an Iron Man. But for Reason Gaming, they get the map 1 victory, looking for a similar performance to the preseason. We'll figure out if they can do that after this break.
숨길 신비롭게 누군 내릴 거야
I feel bad for Fire Strays, but this is like exactly what I saw from the scrims.
끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 다툼을 쳐봐 하도 믿어 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠 있다 날 때까지 세계 운명 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 나라 탑을 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 뭐든 나널 지킬 나란 걸 또 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 분명한 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으며 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 다툼을 쳐봐 어둠 있다 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리
Well, group stage has been a journey, but the adventures continue with these Savage Adventures skins that have just come out for Luna, Snow, Hela, and Ultron. At least we are seeing a ton of Luna and Ultron, but more specifically, Rocket Raccoon, Invis, and Loki, at least in this matchup in particular. We zoom back in now to Fire Strays versus Reason, where Ryan, I mean, the more things change, the more the things stay the same. As you guys said, Reason take game one, just like the last time they met up.
And so much of it too is like Reason Gaming didn't do it like it's much faster meta than we're sort of seeing from preseason already. But it's like the Reason did it like we've seen so much of teams try to go for strategies and go, it's not working, we're going to pivot. But like Reason Gaming stuck to it with such discipline. They were in full control of that. It was only towards the end of Fire Stray started to really bite back. But at that point, Reason Gaming had all of the resources and win conditions they needed. They could just sit the rest of this domination map out pretty and look the better team like they did in the preseason matchup with these two.
And Bod, we're just really looking forward to Reason settling in with a roster and a core that's going to last throughout the group stage and try to make that big push for the playoffs. Like, surely this is the stage for them.
I had faith in the preseason and I was let down, but hey, we'll see if they can not let me down again this time because, I mean, we've seen some great performances in that map one, but that's only map one, right? We did have a really good MVP too. We were talking about it, Ryan. I mean, Simba did such a good job during that last map as well. We didn't get to see them too much in the preseason, but the Phoenix play was insane.
It was pretty much it's a whole talking point on Phoenix, I think, as well, of like she can't keep getting away with this, and you get glimpses of watching the Phoenix's POV, and it's just so much room to breathe. Here, for Reason, they had people just in and around him, like just as protection to go in from those points, and whilst again it's leaping over onto the Doctor Strange at this point right at the end of the map, it was mostly that Phoenix. And it's nice to see, like, with all of the chaos not happening in the server, whether he's playing a map or not, whether he's playing against Virtus Pro or not, he's still able to do quite a lot, and this is why he was picked up in the first place.
And that was the thing, right? Vaudable, that when we looked at Simba last in the preseason, he didn't come with like this huge resume of competitive esports experience. It was like a lot of this ranked stuff, and we weren't sure what to expect out of Reason. They had a strong start, but then teams like Fire Strays really started to flourish near the end. Do you think this is the roster for Reason Gaming to really pull off a strong group stage consistently?
I think it is. I think this is the roster for them, and specifically, you know, talking to Minty, their manager, they're saying that their backline feels a lot stronger than it did before, and there's more cohesion, at least between this roster, than we saw last time, as I mentioned, because they've had more time together. But Museum of Contemplation, I'm really interested to see this be a change-up. Last time they went to Yggdrasil Path, and it was a 3-0 for the victory for Reason Games, so I like this change-up for Fire Strays.
I'm looking forward to seeing if Fire Strays have something up their sleeve. Of course, they have one of the best Star Lords out there. The talent is there, but it's how it comes together that really matters. Series point for Reason Gaming. Let's get into the map.
I'm wondering, like, how much, like, Fire Strays just seem to be the kind of team that just starts off slow. I'm not panicked about them in this group. I would consider, like, even with the Chosen Ones definitely impressing, I would still put these two teams that we're watching over the other two to qualify for playoffs alongside Heretics and Shikigami. That's expected, but already predictions might be broken because of the Chosen Ones. It might be broken here because I would have assumed that Fire Strays would be able to continue that form on, but maybe a new meta means that they're just a bit slow to adapt.
Okay, see, this is what I'm talking about. You know, some teams aren't feeling as confident on like the Devil Dinosaur composition, so they're going for different prioritizations. And it's not necessarily like, you know, the Gambit sided in terms of what you could play outside of Devil Dinosaur. I love the Mantis save, especially because of damage boost. You can focus more around your duelists, keeping them, you know, as damage boosted as possible to see if that'll be enough to outduel the other team. And it felt like because of the explosive power of the hit scan that we saw from Reason Gaming was just too much to overcome. So Rosa, of course, is going to continue to play the Devil Dinosaur, but I'm curious if we see more bans targeting that duelist lineup from Fire Strays after that last map.
I'm going to ban out the Luna here. I imagine that there would be a Mantis ban at this point because it's just consistent. Like Fed ban Mantis seems to be the way that this has been played out in the end, but just making sure that you get rid of the Luna before another Protect can come in from Reason Gaming is probably the direction that Fire Strays were thinking with that. But yeah, I think you're right. Like, it's going to be the Loki ban out. Like, okay, so you've got like Mantis protected. You want to make sure that Loki's not taken out. But it's also like, again, the Loki being able to copy onto the likes of Rocket found a lot of success from Reason Gaming, and they know it. And certainly going onto a convoy map, they don't want to set up any more potency from a Rocket composition.
It also shuts down the Loki Cloak and Dagger that we saw in the previous series between Chosen Ones and Crownfall, right? So both of them are going to be leaning towards the Mantis, which means that I think these last bans are going to be prioritized actually towards the backline entirely. Interesting there for Fire Stray. So they're probably going to focus on locking down. Okay, what are we doing here? They can just ban the Phoenix and make it so that you can't enable your Phoenix here. I guess we'll see what they take down here. The Visible Woman, I guess, in terms of like dive, if they're going to be playing dive, they don't want to have to worry about the boops specifically, or if the Doctor Strange as well. And having, you know, some of the effectiveness of that ultimate too. Groot ban here. Yeah, Groot does get enabled from the Vibrance Vitality team up from the Mantis, and Groot does do really well, especially on that first point. So I understand it. I just don't know if I agree with it.
Yeah, I mean, it's also like if you can't go for the EMEA, she would have been probably like the more common Vanguard option to ban out right at the end here. Certainly when it's like you've got one-sided Devil Dinosaur, EMEA is like decent into it. So maybe it's like Fire Strays wanting to play it around like a solo duelist in this approach and go for triple strategist. In which case, it sort of sets up Sloppo to maybe just go on to stuff like the Phoenix, whether it's the Star-Lord, but you don't have Loki, you don't have Gambit. You're going to have Rocket no matter what. You can try and go in onto this point.
And shout out Lemon in the background as well, giving us a good insight too. Black Style is actually a really good group player. We saw a ton of that during the group stage, especially when they were playing the Doctor Strange when it wasn't available too with the team up, but it's kind of fallen out of favor based on the compositions we've seen so far. So right now, I think that is a good ban. And I'd say Groot's a decent counter to Devil Dinosaur, especially because you can section them off from the heals that they desperately need to stay alive in these team fights. So not having to worry about that is good for the side of Reason. I believe we got to get those bans swapped around.
Yeah, it is Fire Strays that wanting to claw back on their map choice to see if they can quite survive it, but Black Cell protecting that Ember Frost was probably the thing that they wanted to leap forward and go on to anyway. Triple strategists on both sides, but a Phoenix versus a Moon Knight, which we haven't seen that much of so far in EMEA. It's expected with the fact that he's very good, certainly the ultimate against the Devil Dinosaur.
I misspoke on that one. The bans are correct. I'm just blind, but it's okay. We got glasses for a reason here, Ryan. Either way, though, Reason Gaming knocked it going down initially. We didn't even see the Adam Warlock work so well in the last time we saw it showcased on this map. I mean, you were mentioning, you know, it's been played a decent amount on Museum of Contemplation, but this just full hold comp strategy hasn't been as effective as it was recently because of how much damage is able to be unleashed by this Moon Knight.
And Pasuo has actually moved over towards the Venom because he feels that this could be a very quick first point take, so wants to try to like dive in and sustain this fight a little bit more. Rosa going over towards Magneto. I mean, you aren't worrying about the Devil Dinosaur on the other side, so I guess it's just like an attempt to mitigate some of the damage coming through. Certainly when you got like Moon Knight on an obvious other side, you're not just going to get snowballed by the giant lizard, but you're not able to touch the point either. Reason Gaming looking a little bit flustered on this defense as Fire Strays buckle them under the pressure, and the Moon Knight especially, even without ultimate, farmed up this defense.
Yeah, this just goes to show, you know, the bunker like break composition that you see, the spawn hold break from Fire Strays is just so lethal, especially being able to get that ultimate so fast, but just the burst damage that you have available after you use the Ankh and then just use your Crescent Moons to bounce off of it back and forth, and nobody can really escape it, especially based on the comp we see from Reason. So rough spot to be in. Some swaps coming in. Nocta actually moving off of the Adam Warlock onto the Ultron might be a better bet for just the double damage boost on the Simba.
And Reason not changing up their composition at all on the first map of Krakoa, changed it up 7-8 times now, as it's going to be the Ultron now in play. Rosa still dedicating to the Magneto as Freedom Charge from Fire Strays, seeing if they can keep this attacking side fleeting forward. A record pace on this bus as the payload is started to grind to a halt now. Nocta's actually found the pick onto the other side with a little bit of help from the Yarn Amplifier as a damage boost. Range of Ultron not going to be needed, but that extra little bit of damage has allowed Simba to get the pick into the neutral, and Fire Strays subdued for the time being.
For now, but there's a lot of time in the bank for them is the big thing here. I mean, this is the fastest, at least in today on Museum of Contemplation, we've seen a team get towards the second checkpoint. And yes, it takes a while to get around this one cylinder, and this corner is the one of doom, I would say, on this map. But even then, there's a lot of ultimates available, and this is a good counter for Fire Strays, using the Soul Resurgence to ban away, I guess, this Rage of Ultron from Nocta.
So Resurgence now, Reason, seeing if they can keep this defense, at least everything down for the time being. Sign of Seduction, no, counterattack is in play. Demon is trying to farm up this final judgment as quick as he can, like 4/5 of the way, having available as it's now at 80%. But there's a little bit of a lull, a quiet moment as Binary is going down. You can see him consistently on these flanks trying to go for picks. Might have overextended and overstayed as Rosa finds pick. Meteor M would be the first one that we've seen for EMEA from Magneto, because we've seen very little of one of the more common Vanguard options. But it makes sense when you've got some of the other changes being made here. But now it's just Reason actually having a good hold on here. The pivot and composition seems to be working out wonders for them. Binary now leaping in as Venom tries to take in some of the damage and is able to disengage. Demon set up. It's a great diamond wall actually to try to isolate where this Magneto's playing from, but there's enough of a gap. It's just now a case of whether Demon is going to use this final judgment now or seeing if he can bait out some more ultimates on the side of Reason.
Well, you know, it's just the bait game between Rosa and Demon, but the Meteor M coming out so quickly, getting a double onto Demon and Closar is massive.
It was just in an instant, right? Yarn Amplifier gets used, Meteor M, it can generate that damage a lot faster, and it travels a lot faster after, like, buffs earlier this year.
True.
Slams straight onto the ground, instant delete from some of these characters, and even with the triple strategist in play from Fire, there's just not enough sustain to survive. It's certainly not when there's not an invisible woman, like, in the server to actually sort of play off. Fire Strays have to try again, and the dive has to become a bit more deep with how they're playing.
Out to production on the instant replay for this one too. I love it. Yeah, just getting them caught off guard as they were turning around the corner for that one as well. It's a great look from Rosa, and we saw Necrez kind of do the same thing on SSG before, but Simba going out with the End Song Inferno, they try to get something, but they're not going to be any ultimates out from Fire Strays is the big thing.
It's Jeff now used, placed down some healing in area for Fire Strays and seeing what it can grab, but a Rage of Ultron from Nocta means that he's not going to be going too far, but there's the final judgment. Better late than never from Demon, but better the devil that you know. He's able to try and get a few more picks, and it's a Scarp route for Reason. If they want to try and reset, maybe go for one final fight on this checkpoint.
Yeah, tough spot to be for Fire Strays specifically because they wanted to hold on to that ultimate as long as they could. But hey, I think it was a perfect time to use it against Reason to at least force the issue towards the third checkpoint. But an early usage of the Soul Resurgence from Relaxing, I guess, to push them a little bit further away from this objective.
Ooh, the grab onto Nocta. He was pulled in, lulled in by the sweet tones of Emma Frost, and then grabbed on the throat, and his chip was ripped straight off of the CPU. Fire Strays are still, like, eking themselves forward. It's not quite going at the same pace as this first, like, objective did, but they're managing to buy a lot of time on the side of Reason. It's not as clean as it was on Krakoa, but you're still gonna take it. There's now 45 seconds left, and a fate of both worlds is the attempt to try to get across. But Yan Amplify Meteor M, it's a capital M as this defense from Reason has found its absolute footing, and these ult combinations, even without a Loki to get these Yan Amplifiers working, they're finding so much.
Uh-oh, but the problem is the re-engage from Fire Strays. Yes, they sectioned off, you know, Xenos, but they were just the bait and switch that was here as well, and the rest of them can get a portal through.
Now, there's the portal for Fire Strays. Cutting off these, like, actual entryways for Reason Gaming, but this is more of like a brawly attempt as Ensong is going to allow Simba to jump onto multiple targets and find the picks on afterwards. He's consistently finding him with just a neutral damage from the left click now. The buffs have done him a great service as he's looking like the king in this server. Pasuo over on Venom, though, has managed to stall up these fights for such a good amount of time. The Demon has to bring out the namesake. He's built up a last stand at a very quick pace and leaping Rosa out of the line of sight from the strategists. It means that Soul Resurgence has to be used up and expended, and it's a great time as overtime is in play. The Wick is still pretty chunky with how much Fire has to work with, but it's now Reason having to like make sure that they don't jump off the point too much. There's so much flowing movement. Everybody's hopping in and out of these separate fights and points, and the Eye of Agamotto is trying to cut off the supports of the team as they're trying to get onto this objective. They're off of it long enough. A great play from Reason with the Eye of Agamotto right at the end, and it stalls this point just shy of the second checkpoint.
Shout out to Nocta. I mean, playing the Doctor Strange is better, as best as anyone could hope for in that moment. So, not their strong suit, you could say, but they pulled it out when it mattered most. And Rosa hovering their namesake, the Groot we've seen time and time again. Would love to see that potential played. Shout out to Lemon again, too, saying, you know, another reason why we saw the group ban specifically onto Fire Strays is because they don't want to play up against the group Moon Knight composition. And we could see that from Reason if they want to opt for it, but it doesn't look like they're going for it.
No, it doesn't look like it. It was very panicky for like Reason with how that first point went. And then you see immediate like changes to various like players not only just changing hero once, but twice in some cases, but then sort of landing on like Rosa being able to play the Magneto. You think Magneto's really tough in this meta, and then you realize, oh, they don't actually have to worry about Devil Dinosaur on the other side that is just going to bulldoze right through you. So you have got that like bit of freedom, but then also the Meteor M combination with like Yan Amplifier. It's like really, it's how much they can play it around these strategists. And also, whilst we've been glazing over Simba, you've got Rashed coming in onto this roster as well, and it's a perfect hero for him. The two newbies, I suppose, for Reason Gaming and Ignite on signature heroes that are very strong in this meta.
Well, we'll see which heroes are stronger here, specifically for Reason against Fire Strays, and that's what I was talking about for Nocta. The group Moon Knight composition, you can see exactly how effective it will be, but Fire Strays, I mean, this is do or die for them, right? If they drop here, Ryan, they drop their first series, and again, it's to Reason, who they want their revenge against.
And like Demon having the Ultron in the sky a little bit more. He was on it briefly, but very, very briefly with how we saw from the defense of the attacking side of like Fire Strays. Even actually, it was Nocta who's gone back over towards this Elsa. So you have got this like setup still working with the duelists, and Simba finds another pick onto Blacksow. In the neutral, like Blacksow's been taking so much damage in a lot of these early fights. He's often like a first elimination against him, but at least Pasuo is able to trade out a couple of picks. It's just not amounting to too much. Feels that Fire Strays having to reset, immediately watching like a Demon and the rest of the backline running away as Sloppo just, not wanting to really fight on this one.
The portal might be a last-ditch effort as well for Fire Strays, right? There was a decent amount of time wasted, but not as much as they would have liked, and the Cosmere Amplifier is just going to shut them down completely. A rough spot to be in, but they need to build up that ult quickly for the Unsung Inferno.
Yeah, an Amplifier might be enough to sort of push this and eke this over the edge. Nothing else really needed. You've got a Strangling Prison and an End Song combination to work with, and then that Meteor M. So, like, this one-sided Groot, you can sort of focus it on Black's out. You can focus it on, like, that Moon Knight combination, but it is, like, Reason have a great, straightforward, very easy win condition to try to go forward with this one. And Fire Strays having to hold on this point for almost 5 minutes.
Yeah, not the best position that Fire Strays want to find themselves in, specifically against Reason, who have turned things around. Rosa being a bit more comfortable on the Groots working out, and then we also have the combination with Simba. Oh my goodness, they're all deleted.
Oh no, there's not much of a chance now for Fire Strays. It's just reset as quick as you can. Luckily, those ultimates were used in combination quite early on in that engagement. That does mean that Reason do get to push this towards the end of this checkpoint and maybe make this a very quick series like last time that we saw these two teams play in pre-season. You've even got the Apex Predator used from Noct to see if it can CC some characters out as they're trying to regroup, but it is going to force that Soul Resurgence, and Fire Strays sort of like ants running onto the objective as quick as they can. It's a bit unearthed, and Simba's looking to rock the ground beneath them as Ensong has allowed Relaxing Sky to set up his team for clearer views. Fire Strays on this defense pretty much bricked out into a corner as Rage of Ultron now floating in from Demon to see if he can save his team. Meteor M is going to soak up a lot of that damage, but it's not leading to any more eliminations from Password this time. Reason Gaming on the ground, having to sort of give up some of this engagement, but Fire Strays losing out on numbers, grouping up front to back over on this objective.
Reason, I think their idea was to just try and build up their ultimates as quickly as they can. That's why they wanted to sustain instead of just go for a full reset. So I do like the usage of that Meteor M from Passimo just to relieve some of that pressure too. Now have the Cosmere Amplifier and sectioning off the front line. This is huge for Rosa.
A Terra Cape is great as well, which means a Black Soul Binary even's going to find so much more problem. He's forced to dash out, and luckily Slopper is able to get a pick whilst all of this chaos is happening to this front line. For Reason Gaming, you don't have too far to push. Just 20 more meters, and you have some easy ultimates to build off of. But these strikes that are coming in from the Sparks CC'd a moment that could have made Reason regroup a little bit more time-consuming and a lot more costly. Fire Strays biting up 2 minutes of the time, but still have 3 minutes to go to hold on. Ensong now seeing if it can put a full stop at the end of Museum of Contemplation with a loud racket. Rosa, however, using the Strangling Prison, almost goes down. No eliminations forced out, and no ultimates handy for Fire Strays, which means that they survive off of their own accord. Demon has built up another Rage of Ultron, so you might want to use it as the Psionic Seduction is going to come out from Binary. Another Eternal Bond from Relaxing Sky is going to be used before Ultron puts his reign over on the end of this map. More time is being wasted. Nocta trying to see if he can find other opportunities with these flanks, as the Yan Amplifier is going to allow a little bit more of this neutral fight to go their way. But these ultimates stacked on from the strategists force it all the way back. Reason have used a lot, but they got two strategist ultimates out at the same time. That's major.
Oh, this is tough though for Reason. I mean, they're having to full reset and time is ticking down. Yes, they do have 2 minutes available to them, but Fire Strays, I think, I really like the usages of those strategist ultimates, right? They were able to push them all the way back to their spawn, have more of a forward positioning with their defensive style now. And yes, they don't have as strong of a front lane as they could have hoped for in terms of like the shield vanguards that we're used to seeing from like a Doctor Strange, or even having the walls for Groot because that was banned outright. I think there's still potential. If Black Soul can use this effectively, take out the back line for this next push, I mean, that could be all that they need to even things out, but it's going to come down to how Passimo uses his as well.
Apex Predator, we haven't seen as many Glortrox moments, naturally, because we haven't seen as much Glortrox full stop. Meteor M off the back of this Terra Cable, it doesn't find an elimination for Reason, but it's going to be used on the other side, broken just in time, so Black Soul's not going to get much either. Nocta finds that pick, and that's really been the difference maker. Reason Gaming, outside of the ultimates, have found key eliminations, and they found 3 in quick succession. Nocta showing that Elsa is not to be ignored. She was the queen of the meta in preseason. She might have a claim to the crown again this time. Fire Strays just get the portal out in time for Zenost, and Demon forced to jump through and contest this with the Rage of Ultron. Finds the pick onto Rosa and finds some space for the rest of his team to work with, but the end song Inferno from Simba might be enough to try to clear this out. Members from Fire Strays are fighting this on, and 5 minutes is brought down to 30 seconds. It might not matter in the end, though. It's eked on to the end. Fire Strays having a great hold on the second point, but it's just not enough. Reason Gaming, it's that lightning in a bottle again from preseason, the 2-0 win over Fire Strays.
A lot closer map too than we saw in the previous battle between these two rosters, but even then I like the changes that we've seen from Reason Gaming. Fire Strays, they have evolved and proven that they have some wits about them, at least, that it's not going to take them the entire week, I would say, to adjust and eventually in week 2 turn around their run in the group stages. But they have some things to go home for and work on. I think the big thing is like not panicking in a lot of those moments in the team fights, right? We saw a lot of that before. And Lemon, I mean, coming back into this, I kind of was predicting a win for Reason, but not in the 2-0 fashion like this.
Yeah, I mean, that was competitive, but also Reason Gaming to come out swinging like that in the very first match. It really shows the level of preparation and just the synergy. You guys kept talking about that coordination, Ryan, and it was very apparent. I'd love to see these Reason Gaming players, this talent, stick as a core and actually still kind of bring that same firepower from the preseason.
I mean, that's what you would want to see, right? I think Rose has come into this team phenomenally as well. Like, he had a good showing of, like, Crownfall. He was, like, Alter Esports as well. Like, it's had to basically hop between teams from every single tournament we had in EMEA. Here, he feels like he's the pinnacle, and I think him switching it over towards the Magneto to find some of those key moments, certainly with the combination with Rocket, you could sort of see that, like, that's where this team really wants their bread buttered. Honestly, that's what they want to go for, and they're able to double down, and the team's all in on the strategy, which makes them look phenomenal.
And yeah, speaking of that strategy, Audible, you guys talked about the ban phase and how strong that was for Reason, and just mostly not just banning what's strong in the meta, but what was strong for Fire Strays. And Simba, back-to-back MVP, of course, on the Phoenix. He was roaring all over on Museum. But going back to what I was saying, I really like the Reason Gaming bans against Fire Strays. They forced them on these secondary and tertiary choices that made them look uncomfortable.
Yeah, I'm just so curious on like the prioritization of like the backline focus for Fire Strays and bans, right? I feel like it would have been better served for them to target Simba specifically because they were unleashed on the Phoenix yet again, and that seemed to be a big difference maker with, you know, how they're comboing that with the strangling prisons that we saw from Rosa there as well, and then, you know, the meter M's that also came out that you were seeing towards the end there too. Also, like Passivo also swapping to the Magneto. It just seems like going to what you're comfortable with is the difference for a lot of these matchups, and, you know, playing what's meta isn't necessarily always the right answer, I think, is the thing both these teams can take from this matchup, and probably some viewers at home as well.
Yeah. And going to a map like this was chosen by Fire Strays, but Ryan, it felt like it was so open, and it really lends to playing a more front-to-back style.
Hey, for sure, yeah. I think it's also for, like, Reason. They're going to be feeling really good about this one, too, because it's like, yeah, if you don't want to deal with a dino, you can just ban it out. They protected it. They didn't really need to use it, frankly. Like, they could just go into a draft and ban out Devil Dinosaur, and then if it gets banned out, like, mirrored, they're not going to mind, because they've shown that they can make some of these other Vanguards work when a character like that is taken out. And even with the likes of, like, Black Cat and Daredevil being available, we only saw, like, bits and pieces of it from Demon with the Daredevil over on Krakoa. On a map like Museum of Contemplation, really was just this like front to back style, the triple strategist. You've got like the Ultron focus that came in from Demon, and like the Mantis protects for Reason Gaming to sort of play around with it. They've just had so many options to work with that like it's going to be hard to deal with drafts going forward without just relying on like Dino.
Yeah, and just the strategy. We were wondering if we were ever going to see Elsa again, and Vaudable Nocta came out, and especially with how chunky the Vanguards are these days, Elsa has to be on the menu more.
I mean, the flanks that we saw from Nocta is part of the main reason why they were able to win at the end there too. But it sounds like we have an interview here, Lemon, a good old friend of mine, Minty, so I'm excited for this one.
I'm excited too, because it's not every day we get to say hello to the back room. So congratulations, Minty. What a banger for your first match. And you know, that revenge match still goes your way against Fire Strays. You know, how proud are you as a manager for this team?
Extremely. We've been working so hard. We had it's no secret, we had a really disappointing pre-season. But it didn't go the way we wanted to. We've made a few roster changes and we've swapped some things around, and here we are. We're really, really pleased. And I'm super proud of my team. We've got players making their Ignite debuts today. Rashid especially. This is his first ever Ignite game, and if you look at the predictions, I mean, if I was watching the stream, 80% of the viewers at home voted for Fire Strays to win this. Just because these players aren't necessarily the most known people of all time, that definitely doesn't mean that they're bad and can't compete. And I'm super pleased my players got to show that today.
I mean, talking about that specifically, a lot of people not expecting too much from Reason Gaming after seeing the performance in the preseason. What is the goal, the kind of bar that you guys are trying to reach during stage 1?
We want to win. I'm not turning up to get last place or something like that. We want to win. What's the point of turning up if you don't intend to win? What is a Shikigami anyway? We're going to win everything. It's going to be, we're going to be sitting at the top afterwards. It's going to be so good. What does that even mean, right? It's no, I love those guys. I'm only kidding. But we're here to win. We're not here, we've tried our best today. We're playing some stuff that maybe other teams don't expect. But a lot of the players on our team we've come from all over the place. And, we've all turned up with that one goal, to win. It's going to be really good, and we're doing our absolute best to do that. Everyone's giving it 100%. We're trying super, super hard. We're reviewing and putting plans into action literally every day. I've never been this is the most locked in a team I've been with has ever been to win, and I'm really glad we got to show that today.
Can you talk a little bit, you've got the sort of proper debuts, I think, of Simba and Rashid, but also Relaxing Sky and Rosa coming into the team? What have they brought in from Crownfall, and then it's been a while since we've seen Relaxing play too, so what have they brought?
Rosa Vedoza has brought a lot of very valuable things to our team. Rosa's a really experienced player, and he's one of the better tank players in the region. Rosa's come over from Crownfall alongside our new coach, Coach Cuffy. They both come from Crownfall. Relaxing Sky was actually set to join Crownfall as well before he tried for Recent Gaming and decided this is where he wanted to go. So these players have joined our team, and they brought just a wealth of knowledge and experience. And one of the reasons we really wanted to play with Rosa is because he's never been on a team with any of our players before. And it sounds like such a small thing to look at, but Rivals is a game with all these different experiences that kind of bleed into each other and lend together. And having a player that has all these different opinions because of that helped to expose us to all sorts of different ways to play the game. And when we're taking advantage of opportunities to review fixtures as regularly as we are, having these different experiences is so helpful in the learning process. And I think we've shown that, some of these players that you've just seen win today were some of the lower rated players individually at the end of the preseason. They've all had the opportunity to compete, having the knowledge that they've gained from this. And we've been together for 2 weeks with this roster. We've got at least another 2 of stage 1, right? And it's only going to keep getting better and better and better for us.
And I mean, it starts off pretty damn well. What a result. And it's so incredible what you were able to do with this team with all the different levels of experience. And thank you so much for your time, Minty. Congratulations again. We cannot wait to see Reason Gaming very soon.
Yeah, thank you so much. And you'll see us a lot more. Oh, okay.
It's like the Oscar music. We need to play Minty off sometimes, I swear.
Our bad with a bit of a delay there, but we're not going to delay anymore because we have more matches around the corner. But I just got to say, Vod, I know, now I understand why you love Minty so much.
He's great.
He has done so much with that team.
Yeah, I mean, shout out Rosa the Doza. I forgot to call him that during the series, but I mean, a great job and so much insight too from Minty on the roster. But I mean, Lemon, it's been great. Ryan, it's been great to have you here and cast of you as well. And I'll be taking over the host role in just a sec as well.
Yeah, and we're going to get Leg Day on the mic. We have 2 more matches to go. Up next, Virtus Pro versus Pulsar, their first match of their group. And we'll see how things shake up after this.
Welcome back, everyone. We have the Lemon Leg Day duo to close out the show, and we had some very entertaining first two rounds to start off the day strong. But we have 4 matches that we'll be playing, 2 more remaining, and we have a pretty good one coming up here too. Virtus Pro facing off against Pulsar. I mean, Leg Day. There's a lot to overcome, I would say, for this Virtus Pro roster for the first time in a while.
Yeah, like the main thing we're going to have to overcome here is definitely going to be the Pulsar rebuild, which is very different coming through from what we saw in the preseason. It seems like in preseason, Pulsar couldn't quite find their footing. They're a little bit more of a newer introduction into the scene, and putting together their roster was a little bit difficult. But speaking about Virtus Pro, Lemon, you see a lot of champs here, right?
Well, you know, I think we recognize a few of these names, guys. What do we think? I think, well, Virtus Pro looked almost perfect, pretty much flawless in the group stage, in the preseason. What was most important is they are meta-proof. They were unbeatable. You just couldn't ban against them. And then we heard from Nevix during the playoffs, once kind of Virtus Pro fell off a little bit, that they felt like they lost touch with the meta and really perfecting their ban phase. That is what's most important to these players. And they're usually able to secure the comfort picks for their duelists, and that's going to be the highlight for Virtus Pro.
And when it comes to comfort picks on the other side, like, Crisis might be out of their comfort zone here on Pulsar, because Crisis has made a role swap here, Vaudable, which has been very interesting. It was all about premier hit scans in probably the entire world, as we saw at World Finals when he was playing for Na'Vi in that Punisher/Winter Soldier role. A little bit of a Phoenix play as well. But coming up as a strategist on Pulsar wasn't on my bingo card, but is incredibly interesting as a potential ace in the hole.
Yeah, I mean, they have experience against this Virtus Pro roster. They're the main reason they were able to actually get a map against them in those grand finals. So I'm excited to see how they do. Blur also coming over across from Space Station, DRP, and Valis, technically from the Reason Gaming roster, but they were on Lunex together with Crisis before. And Twisty was a sub, but also kind of a ringer for scrims from Shikigami. And I've heard some great things about them. And Sapatic and Lapis Pistolis also coming back too. So, you know, this is going to be a really grudge match, I would say, between these two squads. And this first map is going to go down to the wire, because I feel like Domination Leg Day has been the map that Virtus Pro have struggled the most recently on.
Like, not just recently, but historically as well. Virtus Pro, their weakest map type was always Domination. Like, all the maps they lost in, like, the first half of 2025 were Domination maps, it felt like, apart from one Spider Islands, which we will not talk about again. T'Challa is going to be randomly chosen as our first Domination map here, so all's fair in love and war. There's a lot of different geographies here to try and allow for both dive compositions and some heavy poke.
Well, we are getting into our first debut matchup of Stage 1 for Virtus Pro, the current world champions, but not the winners for the preseason, looking for a rebound themselves. And so are Pulsar, last in their group, but needed to turn things around. And what a win it would be against the world champs themselves. We'll see if Crisis in his new role and the rest of the roster can turn things around for themselves as we get into this matchup.
Fanfare should be coming up soon between VP and Pulsar. The question is, Lemon, as we look in towards the debut for both of these rosters in like a newly minted season, where the preferences are going to be. Because, like, for me, when it comes to Virtus Pro, they do like taking their Vanguard versus Vanguard matchups, and it feels like that's what Devil Dinosaur was born and bred for. So maybe that needs to be targeted early. And indeed, Virtus Pro are going to be taking Devil Dinosaur into a one-sided matchup here.
And with how, I mean, Captain America was so strong already in the preseason, and it's very much the Vanguard du jour to go with the Dyna, whether it's the EMEA, the Captain America, there's some Mag, there's so many different team identities that are beginning now that are going to develop even more as the Stage 1 goes on. So I think this is going to be such a great time for someone like Finzi, but does it warrant the ban? That's why I said Virtus Pro are meta-proof. When you ban the Vanguards, then you can't just let Sparker run Star-Lord, Elsa, whatever he wants, and Fi is ever so flexible. flexible. He'll learn anything you ask him to. So Pulsar have a lot on their plate in terms of the homework, and right now it's a one-sided Dino affair.
Yeah, the one-sided Dino, the Black Cat being taken away here. That's probably a respect band towards Phi, who we would assume to be the flex who goes over the different melee duelists on Virtus Pro, often plays the Wolverine and the Daredevil as well. White Fox being taken out as well. It's probably good that they got the simultaneous ban here on the Black Cat, and that means that Daredevil now has to be the pivot, knowing that, hey, Black Cat's out, we can't let them take away both of our premier melee duelists. We've got to make sure that this is protected for Phi. And this means that Virtus Pro might be turning up the tempo a little bit here. I wouldn't be surprised to see something like a Jeff or a Venom or even a Cat ban. Oh, Ultron, interesting.
Yeah. I've just seen a lot more success from teams that target the Virtus Pro duelists. And I very much agree with the Black Cat, because what was unique about Virtus Pro is how good they were at Psylocke. Well, a lot of things, but especially the Psylocke. And I feel like that's very transferable to the Black Cat playstyle of dashing around, being elusive, being invisible, being annoying. And Sparker was so amazing at being annoying and winning at that. So I think that could have been a really strong hero for Sparker at that time. And we still don't know what is going to be the Virtus Pro strengths going into this, because Elsa is very much fallen out of the meta, and that was Sparker was #1 in the world at that.
Okay, Captain America going to be the last ban taken away here from Pulsar. So we might see a Venom come out. Equally likely to see the Emma Frost. Emma Frost definitely has been resurgent after her buffs in Season 8, after, taking a long cat nap for a couple of seasons, after being essentially Thanos for a while and receiving nerf after nerf after nerf until eventually she was buried under the ground. But now it does seem that, especially with the prevalence of Devil Dinosaur, who can struggle into the large amount of damage a fully charged Emma can push out, that things do get a little bit more difficult.
Kick off on Burn into T'Challa here on the Imperial Institute of Science, where it has that giant pillar in the middle, but it's very, very open. So this can be a little bit of suffrage for the Vanguard players as a Vanguard main myself, but really who could suffer is Pulsar, depending on how much time they put into really practicing with this newly retooled roster. Virtus Pro, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And some people may have said that they looked a little broken and not in a good way in playoffs, but VP went flawless in the group stage of preseason. And I feel like we're all forgetting that. So let's see Virtus Pro back on the hype train.
All right, Virtus Pro looking to start strong as our reigning champions of the world, although not currently in EMEA. And they've got the speed up as well coming through, courtesy of the Jeff Bubbles.
It's one-sided Dino, and man, is he ever. Has his own sustain. It's really going to act as an anchor. You're going to have a kind of a hybrid style of the Captain America is going to be on off angles and harassing the backline, as you can see that Finzy's already trying to do, but the Venom has already marked him, and VP are looking to cap first. Pulsar have to step up.
Also under a lot of pressure here. That corrosive detonation is going to make sure the Crisis One's on the other side with the Ice Arch just cleaving through both heal and damage. It's going to be the next to fall, and Pulsar, hello, welcome back.
Yeah, what a big fight win. Pulsar playing very reactively, making sure that they just don't really rush things, especially with an Elsa. You're going to do that percentage health damage, so focus on, well, warding away the Captain America of Finzy, and then see if you can chunk down Nevix, because again, this point is very exposed. Not a lot of cover to play around or corners to do, so Pulsar will be front and center at the choke point, looking to make as much space for Ballast as possible. But now Sparker has made his way around and also is getting harassed himself by a Venom.
Oh, I need assist.
And we'll see what happens as Pulsar. I'll get leg day back in a second. My bad, guys. But I don't know. We'll see the Feast of the Abyss here very soon for Blur, who's just been constantly on top of VP, marking Sparker, who has the Galactic Legend, but Fire's already missing. So Pulsar, 6v5, are giving it to the world champs of VP. Having a bit of a slow start, but it's how you finish that matters. At this point, it's looking like it might just be a 0 to 100 comeback. Galactic Legend now in the sky from Sparker, and Pulsar are out in the open. There is no shelter from the storm, and Sparker just finishes off everything that is served to him on a silver platter. And for the first time here on the Imperial Institute of Science, Pulsar will fall to their knees and VP will claim the point. Still think there's quite a gap in the score to catch up on, but fairly economical if it only takes a Galactic Legend to win that. Now imagine when you throw a Feast of the Abyss into the mix, and Nevix on the Venom was so suffocating to watch in that preseason. So all eyes are on Ballast on how you can be as threatening as possible as basically the main Vanguard shredder, if you will. A lot of straddles though for Pulsar to mitigate some of the issues that could come out of VP. And now here's the Feast of the Abyss, but the Soul Resurgence gives enough of a cushion to Pulsar, who not only live but thrive even. Look at these punishes onto Virtus Pro. They drop 2 as soon as they dive, and the poke at a distance takes care of Sparker, who's now on the Phoenix. And now 40% and accumulating. VP will have to give this up. Nevix is trying to squeeze out everything he can, and now you have the invisible boundary.
That's crazy. Invisible boundary there just to try and save Nevix. Saipe inside might be control, but the healing inside of the invisible boundary should be enough to keep them content for now. Going under the map, Tridro tries their best to grab up some both allies and enemies. It's Jeff towards the edge. Ballast knows they can't quite finish that one off for now, and DRP is going to be falling towards Terra Firma as punishment for that. The Pulsar are still in control, and Fincy dreams of keeping this one contested. There's so much damage that they have to deal with. Nevix taps in to try and deal with it for now as Tridro plays from far away. The joyful stream healing up multiple members of Virtus Pro as Pulsar pop out their Fate of Both Worlds. Crisis makes sure everyone has all the healing and damage boosts they need to try and secure the objective.
Now Pulsar exhausted of ults, and now the final portals do come in. Overtime in favor of Pulsar. Sparker exposed, and you see Nevix trying to bail him out, but there's only so much he can do. Fi is also on the Strange, but he's finding himself behind the portal. It's just stall tactics, but now you got the Apex Predator claiming Finzi.
Oh, the Apex Predator is a big pull here from Ballast. Still, Saipe has plenty of space to work with, falling low. Here's the Venom, and that means Sparks are easy to build up. DRP isolated, could be taken out here, but Spark seemingly has most of her damage avoided, and Druidra's fallen down to the back. It's all coming down to Saipe now. Fincy's out of LOS, needs to retreat back towards the Invisible Woman, but Twitzy is quick on the trigger when it comes to chasing them down. Nevix gone as well, so there's no one to contest, and VP lose their debut domination round in our season.
That is insane. Talk about a snowball. I mean, first Pulsar just played reactively. They played so far back, they knew that they had to just mark where the Captain America was, and if you deny those off angles, you're gonna see Finzi coming. And if it's not him, then it's Nevix. Pulsar have the Elsa, who's just gonna be a Vanguard shredder, as I said. And not only that, you have a brawler like Fi, and if he's not perfectly synced up with his Vanguards, then he's also gonna be very exposed and paid attention to, and not in the ways that Fi would have appreciated. So Fi being one that fell early, Pulsar got exactly what they wanted in these early fights and then reclaimed the space and basically owned it up until 80% plus. So, VP, it's time to wake up and smell the coffee. We're on Stellar Spaceport. We better see them fly.
4, 3.
All right, the roasting of beans in the nostrils, and the caffeine do be flowing. Virtus Pro, once again, looking out with the Devil Dinosaur here. They prioritized it heavily in their draft. It's time to get some use out of it.
Sparker found something other than the Star-Lord, wanting to just play that distance battle and contest someone like Ballast. Pulsar switching it up too with the Emma, and the poke phase so strong, especially when you have Fi on the Mantis. But is it enough for them to start stepping forward? You have the divers of Pulsar right behind VP.
Already having forced that rejuvenation domains as well from Silas. Almost has the God of Mischief ready to go. Ballast notes the approach of Fincy, getting onto that catwalk straight away to make sure that he doesn't feel any freedom getting onto that back line. A quick chomp there coming through from Avena as well. Gives over a little bit of additional overhealth survivability, but doesn't need to be given over by the strategist. Redro looking for an eat towards the ground. It's dead! Gross! It's a fully stocked dinner, including 2 Manti, by the way. I don't know if that's a plural of Mantises, but Lapsis Sotilas and the other bugs will be squished under the foot of VP.
Incredible. And sort of a different strat line. I guess I'm not used to seeing Fi on the third strategist. This was a team that relied so much on the double duelist. And how can you blame them? Now you have the damage boost onto Sparker so we can get better headshots going. And Tridro run an ultimate. It didn't even come down to any damage. It just came down to a hungry shark. And VP hungry to force the round 3. Now you gotta be careful of cover though, because the Psionic Seduction from DRP could lose a lot of value just based on the walls and the structure of this point, as all eyes are on Blur on how he puts pressure on Sparker.
Oh, Blur feeling the pressure himself right now from Sparker. The damage boost constantly applied to this Phoenix really is making him a tricky customer, as of course every direct hit has been buffed in Season 8, and well, Pulse is starting feeling that brave right now when faced with this damage. Never just wars them away. A little bit of prehistoric pounding that was given over, but Pulsar's safe disengagement means that now they have an opportunity to move forward.
A lot more safety for Nevix on the Dino, going unprotected. The Psionic Seduction from DRP is trying to drag the strategist in, forcing Sparker to end Song Inferno. Crisis with the fate of both worlds just in time to bail out the team. Blur needs those resources, and Pulsar Surge to try and flip the point while Nevix isn't there, but he steps forward. He needs the healing. He'll get it. VP will stall.
Back and forth exchanges, one after the other, but now Ballas has to TP away from point as fast as possible. Nevix holding it down on the corner. Out goes the Glass Stripes, but will anyone be caught within? It's more is the question. Seems like maybe two are dragged elsewhere, but Sparker's still standing on business. Nevix has been taken down. Blur finally gets the Dark Depredations exactly where they need to be, and Pulsar flip points.
So far, so good, but Pulsar feels like Mount Everest that you have to overcome when it just takes so many ultimates, strategist ultimates at that, and that's the advantage that VP have. We'll see what Saipe will want to copy. There's a lot of options there, and Twitzy also making sure to just keep as far away as possible. You don't want to be run down by Finzi. I really have liked Pulsar's spacing. Well, let's see if I liked him in this fight. Nevix has claimed one.
Oh, Ballas on the off angle could be in some danger. The shield throws coming out for Sentinel Strike. Strikes true with Sparker there as the second Saipe has made it onto a point now. Taking over the Mantis duties from Phi temporarily off the back of that God of Mischief. But now Blur is just having so much troubles. Caught within the jaws of the dinosaur, and he chews through symbiote and flesh alike. Those teeth tear through everything. VP now one fight away from claiming the spaceport.
And that means Pulsar are going to have to fight on the point soon. And guess who has an ultimate? Guess who could win it all? It's Dredro with the It's Jeff. At least you have Diamond form. You maybe can be CC immune with the Groot. This is a Hail Mary play for Pulsar, hoping that someone is going to have to touch it a few seconds. They tried to rely on picks, but you just have to focus down this Dino, who's going to be the ultimate anchor for VP in this potential final fight.
Just giving Ballas time, building up towards the Ensong Inferno, but Sparker's going to be able to match it, and the prehistoric danger of Nevix is approaching. A lot of healing cut off, courtesy of that Ironwood wall, but now Blur's going to be isolated. There's nothing to stop him from being CC-able, as you see Dredro go for some of these eats, and attempt to try and shut it down straight away off the back of the Ensong Inferno, and DRP's there as well with the Carbon Crush. Blur isolated from the rest of their team. Up comes the Ironwood wall to try and cut off any follow-up that might be coming through on the other side. Down goes the Ensong Inferno, but it's taken down. Sparker can't hit Terra Firma, and Vinci still thinks it's winnable. Out comes the Freedom Charge. Democracy reigns over this point, but will they get to choose to survive? Pulsar seems to be off into it so far. What a save from Phi. The follow-up's there as well. It's Spark around the outside, and soon the Groot will be falling down. He's weak to fire damage. These grass types, they can't stick around in a fire jump for long. Vinci disengages, moving back to the remainder of their team for a momentary pickup of HP off the back of Saipe, ready to go with the God of Mischief.
Oh, no touch from Pulsar at the very end. The portal not getting there in time. What an absolute bloodbath. From, like you said, shutting down, killing, or eliminating Sparker in the middle of that Ensong Inferno, but then you deny the Apex Predator from Pulsar's side. And Nevix has been so good at absorbing all the pressure. That is exactly what Dino is designed to do. Eating the Psionic Seduction from DRP, kind of commanding a lot of the attention. And Nevix is able to just live forever. I don't even think Nevix had a single casualty on Stellar Spaceport, and that's going to be the beauty of having a one-sided Dino. All eyes are going to be on how you can kind of cut off the resources of the Dino. At least in the initial stages, that's how people are figuring out how to counter a Dino, and at least in a situation where it's a one-sided Dino. But only one warrior will stand above here on map 1. We go to Warrior Falls to decide who goes to Series Point. And when VP have cover, when Nevix can play with spacing a bit better, VP look like the better team. But we'll see how Pulsar Pulsar will pull this off.
Saipe. Over on the Loki, this has definitely been a big swap. We know that Saipe has been a great Loki player and also got some buffs in Season 8, really focusing on the healing rather than the damage, but does mean that Nevix, who is greedy for that healing on the Devil Dinosaur, has a great time surviving.
Oh, with the damage boost from Twitzy 2 onto Ballas, you can see that Nevix has to be a little bit more careful with how he plays around safety. He's already been brought down to half health, but I'm never really sensing too much danger from VP, and this is where things ramp up with the Soul Resurgence.
Soul Resurgence ready to go, and the Ironwood Wall's down as well. Big strike towards the back coming from Spark with the Endsong Inferno. Isolation here onto DRP, surrounded and eviscerated, torn limb from limb, and the remainder of Pulsar are not having any better luck as Sparker just watches Ballas and Lapsi Sotilas think that, you know what, sometimes it's better to run away.
Well, Pulsar will be on the retreat, at least for now, and just these early ults have been huge for VP, but now that's off the table. Now the ball is in Pulsar's court, the Strangling Prison. There's not any real shields except maybe the Nevix Dino bubble at this point, as Sparker's already marking where Pulsar are coming from, as Crisis, ever so patient now, stepping up as the strategist instead of the duelist for the team. He has to make the call for when the dance will begin.
Fate of both worlds and fate of both teams to be decided here at the hands of Crisis, as you mentioned. And already Blush is taking so much damage, continuously hit with that bleed, looking for a quick grab, gets their own Devil Dinosaur, and the Endsong Inferno seemingly avoided for now. A nice body block coming through onto the Carbon Crush from Nevix to make sure that DRP cannot stop the Jeff in their tracks. Blur is on, but Vinci traded on the other side, and so VP, even Stevens for now, but enough high ground control, that's all in the hands of Ballas, and this is such a power position from which to play, forcing Sparker into this more submitted position, and it's down to Nevix to just try and keep this one contested, momentarily sedated by the Mantis, but surrounded on so many sides.
Just DRP just can't walk up like that, but enough damage goes into Nevix that the solo Vanguard anchor will fall. And Fincy, he's been trying to put pressure on the Pulsar strategist who still remain up, and now he needs to peel against Pulsar, getting into the VP backline. Still 80%, despite Nevix not being here, VP are still kicking as Sparker kicks Pulsar down with the Endsong Inferno, but here comes Crisis.
Has to be an emergency pop there from Crisis with the fate of both worlds just to survive the incoming Endsong Inferno. And now Nevix is back to just keep this one contested on the other side. Still Pulsar managed to flip in the midst of all of this chaos. DRP thinks that it still needs securing power, and so Veron Seduction is sent down the lane, but Sparker is unbothered knowing that Rejuvenation Domain is behind them. And VP say, hey, you know what? We got one out, we're out.
Pulsar will have to be flawless from here on out, and maybe we'll have enough time to pull off a portal. All depend on what Lapsus can do here with the dupe. Usually it's been a Soul Resurgence to be able to have that speed so he could really run down VP, but the biggest issue has been removing Nevix, who's actually sitting on the high ground. So VP are just not accessible. They're actually wrapping behind Pulsar.
Oh, how do you get rid of a Devil Dinosaur up here? The question is, do you even want to? Out comes the ultimate from a Devil Dinosaur. Can't be kicked back for now. Instead, they just give up a little bit of space. Needs to pop their shield into Regeneration Domains. Saipe coming through with the God of Mischief. Likely has access now to the Soul Resurgence, copied over from 5. That's extra movement speed as well. And this is where the Dinosaur gets real scary. Dredro looking for an eat, manages to grab DRP. Needs to let go of their own Phoenix for now and send DRP off the map. It's well managed, and Pulsar are falling apart at the seams. Twitzy starts to cook with a portal to return as the Pentagram of Ferala opens.
And Dredro saved his team from the Feast of the Abyss, and also himself, if you think about it. VP, though, will have to ward away against the reinforcements. The portal's getting body blocked by a big old dino, and Finzy pitching on the other side. Pulsar need to get in this point.
Yeah, now they're not going to be able to have it to come back up. Out comes the Glass Rocks from Ballas, an attempt to try and break it down with the Endsong Inferno. And this is Lapsi Sotilas, who's broken under the cosmic power of the Phoenix. The approach of Crisis stopped by Fincy. Fist after fist flies furiously from the hands of the Icelandic Titan. Off goes the Hulk. It was a brave attempt from DRP, but unfortunately you need more than bravery to turn this one around. And despite an ignominious start from Virtus Pro, Pulsar pulse their last. And that's going to be domination going the way of the Bears.
And Finzi with the lawful good backhand of the day with a 3K in that last fight. Who also, big congratulations to him winning an Esports Player of the Year over in Iceland. And you can tell that glory and that kind of extra buff has definitely helped Virtus Pro get back into this map.
I don't know what it is about Icelandic players and hero shooters, but they breed some mean vanguards over there. It's kind of like the UK in hero shooters as well. We do some mean vanguard creation here in the UK. And honestly, for Virtus Pro, a little bit of a shaky start. Maybe like they lost faith in the Devil Dinosaur early. Maybe they were like, I don't know if this was the right draft for us, but they doubled down. Nevix gets the additional healing from having Saipe on the Loki, which is a lot of sustainability compared to the Invisible Woman, who's still a strong healer as a strategist, but not quite as much as Saipe is on their magical Loki. We will see to see if Pulsar can clap back after this break.
Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up in your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Ready to unleash it all. Wake up, open your eyes, raising the distance, smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. 한껏 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄
Virtus Pro back in the saddle like they never left it, getting the victory here, but went down to the wire. I mean, Pulsar, how are you feeling they look so far like that?
I'm cautiously optimistic about Pulsar. Obviously, this is the first we're seeing of their new roster, and they're going up against VP, which is a tough first draw.
Wow,
like
they
I feel
cook you.
like DRP's looking good. I think on the EMEA. Ballas is looking strong, and obviously Crisis, the role swap, has been very impressive, but you're going up against the GOAT, Lemon, so...
Yeah, let's say, Sparker MVP duelist again. First, the Star-Lord, I think he was able to win a pretty important fight on the Imperial Science center. It's a really long.
Yeah,
name.
Imperial
And
Institute of
then
Science.
That's the one. I have the rap god through my. But then he swapped to the Phoenix, which I think allowed him to play even further back and be less accessible to people like an Elsa or anything like that. And it gave him more survivability to play off the Ensong Inferno than a Galactic Legend, where I feel like you have to invest something into it, whether it's a damage boost of some sort, and maybe if you're lucky, a Raging Royal Flush, which wasn't in this game. But Sparker is still on top in the stats. Dropping 40k is amazing.
Yeah, I mean, seeing, you know, the way that they're able to perform in that one's massive. And looking at the overall stats here for Burn and T'Challa, right? I mean, Saipe, I like the swap over to the Loki. I feel like some teams have been hesitant to play Loki too much in this specific meta, but it's just such a good pick specifically into, you know, having some more sustain with the lamps, right? So that you have the regeneration domain keeping you up whenever there's some dive coming in from the other team. And I mean, seeing, you know, DRP playing on that Hulk's a kind of crazy thing as well. So seeing, you know, the specifics here for Virtus Pro, I mean, Nevix did a great job on the Dino. I'm expecting big things from that in the future as well. For Convoy, though, Museum of Contemplation, I'm not too surprised, Lemon, that this is what we're going into.
Yeah, this is going to be good for Pulsar. I still think they're very competitive, but also the domination game type has been historically one of the weakest for Virtus Pro, and even then it just took them, I feel like, a round to warm up and get to the composition that they knew how to counter Pulsar against. But Leg Day, we know historically that this is a very good front-to-back map.
Yeah, this is a map where Vanguards clash, and honestly, like, maybe Pulsar are feeling pretty good about their Vanguard clash right now. If they ban the Devil Dinosaur, which definitely seemed like a big ace in the hole for Virtus Pro, they seem pretty strong in their initial Vanguard versus Vanguard matchup that we saw on Imperial Institute of Science when we were going up against both the Captain America and the Venom. Only the Devil Dinosaur made it a little bit too difficult to try and take that without your own dinosaur.
And speaking of dinos, we'll see who will get meteored out of this map too, and who will actually get to play. And I think Dino is really the strongest on domination, because you just want to be able to stay in one place. It's not the most mobile guy in the world, but Dino is just incredibly sustainable because it's one of the few Vanguards that can actually heal itself, and it allows you to play that hybrid style, like I said, especially when we highlighted Finzi and his ability to be anywhere but the objective in a great way. There's so much you can do off the point, and that's why I think VP were very successful.
Okay, so first save's going to be going the way of Devil Dinosaur for both teams this time, which, well, if you can't beat them, join them, I suppose. For Pulsar, Mantis is going to be taken off the board. The Respect coming the way of Phi this time, after it did manage to slip through the entirety of a draft last time, because like, oh, we don't need to ban Mantis because they've protected the Daredevil, but now we might see even more squeeze on the Phi hero port. I wouldn't be surprised to see VP once again protect the Daredevil here.
Yeah, I really like continuing to ban the Black Cat, because I just know Phi was probably told to learn that, and then, or Sparker really, but Phi was probably told go learn Black Cat, and now he's probably rank 1 Black Cat. So continuing to get rid of that, because it's so difficult to counter. And like Vod was alluding to, the strategist is the way that you're trying to counter dive right now, which is a lot around the Lokis. You just, well, make it a fun little mini game for any divers coming your way of which one's the real Loki, and then you throw in a Luna or even a White Fox team up to have the double charms. It's a lot of pressure on the strategist to live in this meta.
Yeah, like, you're living through hell in many cases if you're a strategist. I wouldn't mind seeing a White Fox ban here from Virtus Pro, actually, given they do have access to the Daredevil. The White Fox seems to be the most survivable strategist when it comes to dealing with these melee dives, and we know that that's a big part of Phi's pull at the moment, and just dive in general is incredibly strong. As maybe you want to try and skip that front to back, we're actually going to get rid of the Loki, which we did see Lapsis Ortilas picking up over on being as T'Challa, so this is very much a part of the Pulsar game plan, which could now be somewhat scuppered.
And this is also homework that VP has done, because even in map 1, they have not banned the Black Hat that was available to Pulsar, and they just really didn't play it. So again, if you're able to conserve some of these bans to focus on things like the strategist, you know that a very threatening person on the Pulsar side has been Crisis, and making sure his options are limited, just really Elapsis and Crisis options are limited, is going to be key here for VP. Kind of surprised to see a Protect on the Invisible Woman. She's pretty weak again in the Dino meta right now because the bleed gets her out of Invis, but clearly is still very capable despite the nerfs on her push.
Yeah, like the push also not really interacting with the dinosaur as well as another downside to your Invisible Woman. but maybe just looking in towards Crysis's hero pool here. We don't know how deep Crysis's strategist pool goes. We know that Crysis is a good Gambit. That's never going to show. We know that Crysis is a good Luna. Could show, but has been banned. So now we get to see Crysis with a brand new look on Sue Storm.
It's going to be fun. And we'll focus more on the defensive composition right now. And Fi has been hovering over kind of being the utility bot, whether it's the Mantis that we saw in Stellar Spaceport to now the Ultron, when you have more verticality to play with, and especially the buffs on the Ultron Ultimate. Fi could be just as much of a duelist threat, if you will, on the strategist. And Finzy's on the Vanpool, so this is going to be a fun double bubble composition with the Dino and the Deadpool trying to section off what could be a Dino on the other side, and Blur will be on that.
Yep, Blur just going to be able to match when it comes Devil Dinosaur versus Devil Dinosaur. And we are seeing these rare returns of a Vanguard Deadpool, especially when it comes to a matchup against Devil Dinosaur, just because it's so easy to hit crits onto the Devil Dino. It does mean you can farm your XP incredibly quickly.
So far, so good. The Moon Knight special comes out with the Groove. This is just going to be a guaranteed win condition if DRP can get a big strangling prison. There is some flank, though, from VP, and even Finzy's back there causing trouble. Pulsar's attention is a little split, but still focused on pushing off this Dino, which right now Nevix is not unhealthy, but he is giving up a lot of space, and you need to see Finzy kind of achieve something back here, pull these strategists away, or VP are just going to get bulldozed. They're stuck at the choke point now, and you can't have that happen against a Groot.
Yeah, Finzy needs to drag in some attention here. I believe has used for ultimate to try and make that one happen. Fire's already fallen down to the damage of the Insong Inferno, detonating sparks as well. So the healing for VP is going to be lacking, as too is the remainder of their HP. As for Cosmic Yarn, Amplifier from Lapsus Atilas is perfectly timed to push through the ender first.
That's the thing. It's VP tried to do so much, and while that was being set up, Pulsar pushed, and I like that tempo shift, and especially when you utilize a Groot, it's going to be good for these sections of the map through these doorways, and DRP is strangling prison, and of course you have the Moon Knight ready to pull that trigger. If VP are too grouped up, they will get team wiped, so they need to be ult tracking this.
Ballas is not overly worried about taking a 1 versus 1 against Sparker here. It's a little bit more difficult to be accurate with the Moon Knight without the assistance of the Ankh compared to the raw hit scan power that is brought forth from the side of the Phoenix. But you do got to be careful around those corners. Big Groot ultimate coming through. Twister going to try and follow up here with the hands of Khonshu, but it was up on the wall, and so we're a little bit far away from the detonations of the claws.
It just was slightly mistimed, and it was only on Sparker, who just simply flew away out of the storm. 2 ultimates for no eliminations. Absolutely sucks, if I'm honest, for Pulsar, but they'll try to stabilize off the invisible boundary, and that is enough to catch Nevix with the slow. We'll see if VP can turn it around.
Attempt to try and turn it around once again. Caught in the corner. Where can you go, Treedra? But into the jaws of Blur, who's simply taking an unfortunate 1 versus 1 for the White Fox. And Treedra just has to try and get out of here, extricate himself the safest way possible.
Twitty is also staying on the Moon Knight, and you have that kind of same match here from Sparker along with Finzy, and they should be grouped up for that kind of same combo. Now VP are stuck at these choke points, so Nevix needs to step up, and Saipe, ever so patient with the Fate of Both Worlds. Pulsar have the damage boost.
Alright, Saipe going to try and rebuff this one using the Fate of Both Worlds. Can't break through the group walls easily though, and so drags the remainder of VP forward once they are broken. Finzy looking to try and isolate some players here. Up come the walls, down come the will of Khonshu as Ballas falls down in his own right. Sparker managing to get around close towards the Devil Dinosaur. Not the ideal place you want to be on the Moon Knight, but it is easy headshots and he can work as an Ankh himself. Down come the hands of Khonshu. Up comes the Dinosaur. Crisis has fallen down now, and Twitsy's going to be joining them in a similar fate as Sparker just does their best to brawl on out when faced with these Pulsar aggressors. So we're now down to 3 minutes worth of attacking time.
The Moon of Khonshu comes out without a strangling prison from both sides, so that'll be the big win condition for DRP and Finzy. I need VP, though, to be very careful how much space they give out and also how they break back in. I think that's why Fi is on the Punisher. This is going to be not only a Groot Shredder, but a Wall Shredder, and they need to have quicker ways to get around DRP's isolation. Now they need to also protect themselves, and you don't have an easy shield without an invisible woman. Maybe Dreedro can help, but you don't have a straddled against the strangling prison. We'll see if DRP can get more value out of it this time.
All Bloods have to use all of their defensive engagement tools here, which means that they won't be able to frontline for a while. Out comes the massive strangling prison. Down go the walls behind it as Fire just focuses in their damage on survivability, but it's not enough to try and save Sparker. Fizzy wants to turn around in their own right. A pair of Vanguards inside of a strangling prison, but follow-up's not really going to be there. It's just going to be Saipe with the raw mechanic to take down Ballas. The Battle Recall Beacon does its job. Nevik tries to isolate DRP and keep them away from the health pack. Looks towards the back. Where can Crisis go? But into the jaws of fate itself. In comes the Ensong Inferno. Nevix falls down. Yeah, the push doesn't do much to the dinosaur, but the raw damage can still get something done on the other side. VP have cashed in all of their resources right now to try and turn this one around when Pulsar saw a lick of momentum, and still Blur believes it's winnable. Out comes the Fox form, tries to turn it around. Dredro into the melee, and Saipe behind them with a Fate of Both Worlds.
Yeah, Twitzy with the Star-Lord has been really mobile and hard to lock down. As soon as VP step out in the open, their Vanguards have really been punished. Nevix has to be more conservative with how he goes for these kidnaps, and Twitzy is, well, very aggressive.
Say goodbye to Sparker. A quick sanctuary erected there by the White Fox after a TP, just gives a momentary little bit of safety for VP to try and work with. Sparker's going to be able to come back with their own ultimate here, but it's going to take a moment to try and commute, and so Nevix has to step onto the cart and put their body on the line to keep this one from moving forward. Blur isolates the strategist for about a second to try and keep all of that healing away from the remainder of VP. Sparker takes to the skies. DRP going to be one of the primary targets here. But look at that, the evasion of a Star-Lord is good enough. Good movement from Peter Quill to avoid their doppelganger from the time stream. And Sparker now looks once again towards Crisis. Soul grabbed by Emma. Quick flip comes through. Invisible boundary drawn up now by Crisis. For slow and for survivability. Could be all that Pulsar need to try and turn this one around once again. Ballas comes in close. Vincey's fallen down. The element guns are getting it done as Twitzy moves away. Needs to try and get away from Nevix. The dinosaur's scary, but you know what's scary? It's all element guns that are amplified by the cosmic yarn itself. Virtus Pro are taken off of second, and Pulsar earn themselves a bit more time.
This is where the Vanguard swaps may need to happen. Finzi didn't, I don't think, locked anyone down with the Strangling Prison, or just fell like pretty much immediately. VP were so good at retakes and taking so much time off this clock, but now they want to rob this Emma Frost. DRP will activate the Diamond form to have that damage reduction to get towards the Strategist. So kind of a nice approach for VP, but they won't have that portal for later on. Here is now the Psionic Seduction.
Attempt to try and get that seduction in. So Dr. Strange will kneel beyond the might of Emma Frost. Saipo's there with the rescue, and fires come out on the Daredevil. VP want to get up close and personal, and they are going to have the double charms off the back of both the White Fox and the Lunar Snow to try and make that one happen. Nevix has access to their own ultimate, but Twitzy has an excellent angle here to try and make something work with the Galactic Legend. First is to try and burrow through all of his shields, and now has eyes towards the back line. Once Saipe, out comes the White Fox. The Kumiho form is unleashed, and that's a lot of HP that needs to be chewed through.
And I think Dredro is happy popping that. They really wanted to take the fight anyway, so you will trade that with the Galactic Legend as Finzi tries to jump out and block the Ensong Inferno. And now both Vanguards of VP are victims. Pulsar need every ounce of momentum they can get, but VP absolutely shredded Pulsar's time bank. But it's about how far you can get and where this finish will be, which Pulsar are already halfway to the end of the map. But it will be an overtime, which means you need to take the fight basically on top of the float, which will be very tricky. But this is where vertical heroes like a Star-Lord can really thrive, along with the Rocket Raccoon. VP are going to have Fi now with the Daredevil ultimate, trying to really access someone like Crisis or Lapses. If you deny those straddles, VP could just win out right here.
Dreams of letting the devil out, but it's got to be the Galactic Legend that's woven first towards the back. Lipsy Sotilos lets loose with a Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, and now Spark is taking risks, continuing to peek into this one, going up against their counterpart. Where can Twitzy go? A quick stellar shift here and there as Fire begins to unleash the devil onto the back line of Pulsar, but it's been a little turnaround. It's the invisible boundary from Crisis that turns it again. Fincy's gone too far. It needs to be now or never. They've put it all on the line to make a backline dive work, and it seems like they've come up a natural 20 on their strike. A critical hit onto the back of Pulsar, and VP stopped the advancement on third.
Man, Pulsar had the plot armor for a while. Still a very valiant push to go almost to the end of this map. A lot of teams sometimes even just straight up get caught on the first point. So Pulsar almost made it to the end with the different swaps, and having both strategist ultimates at the end made that a good tug of war. But if there's anything about VP is that the P stands for patience. And yeah, the Galactic Legend and the Let the Devil Out forced out the straddles. But once those had expired, so did Crisis and so did Lapsus. VP will set up camp on top of your backline, and if you don't trade backlines or do something about it, the fight will eventually go VP's way. But that's still, like I said, a very good pace for Pulsar to set, and VP have to match that or we're going to map 3.
I'd agree here, Lemon. This is an incredibly defensively favored map. We see so many holds on first and second. Like, I'd say we see a lot of holds on third, but we rarely get to third. So I think Pulsar are pretty happy with how things are going. Have a look at the stats screen here. Like, does this look like a defensive victory for VP? I dare say no.
Yeah, I mean, jeez. The 22,000 from Sparker. I love the different choices that he's brought out, including from, what, the Moon Knight? I mean, there was Moon Knight originally from both sides, but the Sparker Punisher has been huge to deal with the Groot, which is forcing Pulsar to now other levels of strategy off the Groot to the EMEA and the Dino, which has really been what's defining the meta right now, especially against other Dinos. Putting that EMEA shield on the other side of the Dino, those seconds where the Dino goes unwatched is critical and could define this first fight. But now Phi is not going to be on any kind of Moon Knight, but rather on the Phoenix, and you need a really good line of sight to go for picks.
Ballast at range doesn't need the elephant gun. The shotgun will do exactly what they need going up against Sparker, and so VP, they're going to just disengage back to the drawing board. Remember, there's going to be additional damage boost coming through here from Twitzy off the back of those drones placed on Ballast.
And that's the tricky part, right? Moon Knight doesn't necessarily need line of sight to do damage. You kind of just throw the frisbee of death and hope for the best. But as soon as Phi turns the corner, Pulsar paid attention. It is going to be Phi versus Ballast. Again, Pulsar rely on the Elsa. That has been around their identity to try and chunk through these Vanguards of VP.
Raw hit scan talent. That's what Sparker says he has, and here he's going to be able to prove it. Just headshot after headshot. It's a big hitbox that means for Nevix and Blur just having to constantly rotate away from each other. Out comes the Glatrox. Is the damage going to be done? It seems like for now everyone's been pretty well-minded. Crisis temporarily stunned inside of the invisible boundary, and you're just seeing clear of them for now. 5-4 to take to the skies. The Ensong Inferno has a long way to go before it hits Terra Firma, and so is likely going to be easily destroyed on the descent, but still manages to impact. Twitzy tries to turn it around. For Rage of Ultron now to be unleashed. He's angry, and it's going to make it your problem. And indeed, Fincy is seeing many a problem here as VP are too split up to deliver the heals onto their Vanguard. Still Sparker and Saipe. I think the dynamic duo can do it. Rolling on forward. Everyone's just managed to back away. DRP gets isolated. Doesn't want to use their own ultimate, but can be resurrected here by the Battle Recall Beacon. And so when you trade two ultimates for one piece of utility, it's now time for the Cosmic Yard Amplifier. Ballast begins to feel the pressure and begins to crush VP under it. And they're not becoming diamonds, they're becoming coal.
And the spacing from Pulsar has been fantastic. I know Emma Frost is distracting, guys, but we really Punisher ulted at Emma, who was kind of in cover. I mean, huge play for someone like DRP to sacrifice themselves, allow the rest of Pulsar to get to safety after initially maybe not having the best invisible boundary just to stabilize, but that was enough to draw VP to their last 90 seconds. We may not even get to see the rest of this map if VP don't lock in.
A Jurassic Rampage here from Nevix, trying to get all of his damage over onto Blur. The question is, will the Battle Recall Beacon be up in time? Seems like it still hasn't come off of cooldown, so it's going to be a long return here for Blur. May decide to go over onto the Doctor Strange instead to try and teleport back as Fire tries to get stuck in here on Matthew Murdoch. Justice is certainly blind as it gives out a huge amount of damage. Ballast taken down before the Glatrox can really get anything done, but is resurrected just in time. Blur returns into the invisible boundary. We did not see the Emma Frost lying in wait, and oh, it's a surprising Emma Frost that does all the much more damage. Devil's Chains and Devil's Flicks. Phi just finishes them off in style.
Yeah, I'm pretty down to be greeted by an Emma Frost like that.
You
but
don't want me to, bestie.
You know what? You know what? Dap me up. But anyway,
True.
VP are really suffering in the time bank. Like, this really needs to be a perfect push from here on out. And Finzi, you don't get to see him every day on the Emma Frost, but they really just are going for the mirrors against Pulsar. And again, Emma is very strong into the Dino, but also alongside the Dino. So now with the triple strategist, you're investing everything into Ballast, where the Apex Predators are still trying to claim enough bodies, and now Finzi will drag them in.
Sonic Seduction, but will any mines be grabbed inside of the invisible boundary? There's relative safety here for Pulsar to try and work with. So Crisis rebuffs the incoming damage, but now what do you have to try and deal with the final judgment of Sparker? The Rage of Ultron can't dare to peek into this, but it can just hide around the corner, give out all the healing that it needs to. Got to be conscientious of Ballast on the off angle. Yeah, there's no glass rocks available, but else is that dangerous in her own right. DRP on the other side, looking for any victims, but the walls of a Museum of Contemplation for now seem to be doing more than enough to try and get rid of the cunning wiles of the Emma. Frost stuck in place momentarily by a smoke demon. A lot of damage taken here by DRP, but it's well managed to just give over extra charge for the strategists.
I just love a flanking Emma playstyle. DRP, I could watch this all day, and this Apex Predator falls again. VP will not be prey this time, but Sparker will be the first victim. Invisible Boundary first from Dredro, and of course Pulsar very accessible, but now the Rocket Raccoon ultimate is still up despite the Ensong Inferno raining down, and now more strategist ultimates come out of VP to sustain this.
Nevix let loose with the Rampage, yet another return from Sparky, yet another new character. Star-Lord going to be the one that tries to make something happen here, but with Finzi down, VP do not have the meat that they need to stay on the point, and both Vanguards are down.
Down for now, and only basically a minute to go for VP, and losing a fight after using both strategists ult, it may just be the nail in the coffin for this map. I mean, Crisis is going to be able to maybe win this with a good invisible boundary, and you've got to mark where DRP is. This flanking style of Emma is very uncommon, and last time he used his ultimate, DRP was behind VP, but right now they will focus on what is ahead of them, and this is this Dino.
Yet another swap as VP scramble for answers. The Ultron now unveiled. Can the players disengage after a space has been claimed? Seems like for now it's going to be a re-aggression coming through instantly. Nice bubble off the back of the dinosaur. Instantly tries to save the Ultron. Indeed, that is enough time. Crisis forced to use the invisible boundary, but for now Pulsar are sticking strong to the end of second. One fight worth of room remains, and they open it up with their own Sonic Seduction, but that's a lot of damage for DRP to take back there.
And VP needs to think about touching soon. You survived the first wave of Pulsar. Will you survive the Apex Predator? It's the Vanguard's claimed here from VP as Sparker pressures back against Pulsar.
The damage is good. Instantly the bubble gets popped. The ice wall is erected behind the Devil Dinosaur, but the healing can still be given over by the more vertical members of that support core. Down to the floor. Fi gets hit. The Ensong Inferno cannot last, and neither two can Virtus Pro. They've run out of time. They've run out of members. They've run out of second chances, and they've run out of answers. Pulsar once again flash out their signal across the stars, and it's one of vengeance and ambition as they're 1-1.
From a flawless group stage in the preseason to dropping their first map in the very first match, Virtus Pro, you could tell this new meta is really shaking them, and I think especially that ban onto the Captain America. We've seen a lot of Vanguard changes from the VP side, and ultimately not able to match ban for ban no matter how much they tried to mirror Pulsar. What a performance from this retooled and revitalized roster. We go to map 3, and it's Virtus Pro's choice. We'll see what happens after this.
And when you wake up, revenge your rise, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, revenge your mind. Hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, spark to you. Ready to unleash it all. Wake up, open your fries, raising fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. Then rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
The journey to Virtus Pro getting back to their championship performance is going to be a long one, especially after dropping Museum of Contemplation to Pulsar Esports in their first series of Stage 1. I mean, seeing the difference between these two teams, Jen, I mean, I feel like it was a bit of an EMEA diff.
Yeah, and as an EMEA enjoyer myself, it's been really cool to see her back into the meta. She's kind of been sprinkled in, but this really is such a different meta than the preseason when it comes to the Vanguards, mostly, obviously, and kind of the strategists here and there. But really the incorporation of EMEA and how you're utilizing the EMEA, how you're scaling off the energy, and where you're positioning. And it's how you set up these duelists for success, and our MVP being Ballast, because to be able to sit back and crank 46,000 damage on Elsa is insane.
I'm gobsmacked.
Yeah.
Like, 46? Like, that wasn't even a full game, bro. That was like 5 points.
That's insanity, honestly, from Ballast on that end. But I think it just goes to show like how good Elsa still is here leg day. We were talking about it with Ryan in the previous, half of the show, and I feel like a lot of teams still hesitant to play that duelist, even though they still have so much lethality.
Yeah, like, it definitely feels like, especially when you're looking at such a big health bar like Devil Dinosaur, you are able to interact with that very well as the Elsa, because not only are you getting headshots with your primary fire, but also obviously your Monster Piercer can really take advantage of a tightly knit, very front-to-back team by doing that percentage HP damage and piercing through the Devil Dino, who's often going to be inadvertently body blocking for the remainder of their team as well.
I mean, Jen, I think you have some thoughts about Virtus Pro going to Central Park here.
Yeah, and it's Central Park has that choke point. So many teams just can't even cap the point, let alone see the rest of Central Park. But for me, it's going to be about the Vanguard bans. You saw how much that Captain America ban affected Virtus Pro. That was their bread and butter.
Well, going into Convergence Central Park, a last-ditch effort for the world champions in Virtus Pro. Can they turn it around and get their first series win? Or will Pulsar Esports get our biggest upset to date of Stage 1? We'll find out on Central Park.
Indeed we will, Audible. This is going to be a very telling ban phase. Will Virtus Pro once again bend the knee and try and get that first ban on Devil Dino? Of course, both of our teams are prioritizing the Gambit to start off with, as he's still Thanos. Like, there's no other way to put it. Like, he's still the best strategist in the game, probably the best character in the game by a wide margin. But we're often seeing this move towards, Is that it? Okay, yeah, it's going to be Devil Dinosaur Protect coming through from Virtus Pro, and so Pulsar Esports to say front to back. Yeah, we're down, bro. We're cool with that.
Yeah, and it's tough to play front to back against a Dino unless you have something that can do kind of health percentage damage, like an Emma, like an Elsa. But I think VP's name of the game has been so much of the flanks, whether it's the Daredevil from Fi and the Captain America from Finzi. That was generated a lot of success for them on Burn and T'Challa. But Black Cat still is the name of the game for Pulsar to just get that out of the way. Virtus Pro don't have to waste it on that like they have, or they just are focusing on the strategist. And right now I'm wondering, is there going to be a ban on that Captain America? Because Pulsar have to protect first, but that's got to be a consideration.
Okay, Invisible Woman once again grabbed from the Ether. The question is, Virtus Pro here, would they get rid of a Rocket Raccoon? Would they get rid of the Ultron? I'd say Ultron's probably the more powerful of the two, but we know that Twitzy is more than capable of swapping over to a secondary duelist like a Star-Lord. We don't know if Twitzy's got like that melee pool on them. Like maybe they've got like a Black Cat or a Daredevil, which thus far hasn't received any ban attention. Loki going to be taken off the field here as Virtus Pro once again. They are just all in on getting rid of these strategists and trying to constrain the options of Pulsar, but Pulsar still have all of the strategists that they won with on Museum of Contemplation.
Yeah, Loki was used on Burn and T'Challa, and it just makes it a giant time waster for Virtus Pro, who are going to protect that Captain America, and I'm very glad to see that. That is a huge strength of theirs, and people have been trying to figure out what can you ban against Virtus Pro, and now I think Pulsar have their finger on the pulse on what that is. So yeah, the Loki means that, well, Finzi doesn't have to waste time playing this minigame of, like, where's Waldo and where is Loki, and now can just focus on if he can dodge the Luna Freeze, if he can live through the multiple charms, if the White Fox comes out again, then Finzi can have more staying power in this backline.
Yeah, like, also maybe force out the White Fox as well. Like, the White Fox to try and answer your dives could mean that maybe there's a little bit more room for Devil Dinosaur to try and make something happen, or your poke heroes to try and make something happen, because, like, White Fox does have a little bit weaker neutral healing off the back of those beads, where you are able to, like, heal multiple players at once, but the triage is a little bit less strong.
Yeah, and with that Luna being banned from VP's side, so now you don't have that double charm team up, but that means that Pulsar have been protecting this Invisible Woman, and it kind of was getting dove on a little bit. Obviously, they win Museum of Contemplation, but Crisis looked like he was having a hard time getting chased by Fi's Daredevil on Museum, or kind of suffering through the bleeds of the Dino from Nevix. But Crisis has still been able to generate such a good invisible boundary field that kind of owns the real estate through a lot of that. And if you're not running a Doctor Strange or something that can easily burst through the Invisible Woman, it's still a very powerful strategist ultimate, but the neutral is much weaker for Invisible Woman.
Yeah, that neutral Invisible Woman can show a little bit. Here, VP's comp is interesting. They do not have a lot of anti-Vanguard damage. So Nevix is going to be in a weird position as a Devil Dinosaur, where they might just try and feed in towards the back. This might be like a catch a bunch of poke with Devil Dinosaur until we get Loki ultimate kind of vibe. But really, they want to be attacking the backline with this.
And it's cool how Sparker and Fi are trading out who is going to be on these third strategists. As soon as the bleed is applied, though, you are submissive and kidnappable, so watch out for how Nevix and Blur are going to take each other away.
All right, Sepo's managed to claim quite a bit of space here, brings out the regeneration domain, and that's a great grab onto Blur. The question is the follow-up going to be there? No, counter-kidnap coming on through, and you can see that Finzi needs attention, isn't able to get it in time. The bleed gets it done. Get exsanguinated, idiot, as Pulsar forced back VP. Where did that one come from?
Your ranked comms are coming out. I'm usually on the other side of that. But hey, Pulsar win the first wave, and they are playing a more front-to-back composition and running the Emma, obviously, instead of a Captain America, as Fi will linger as soon as the approach happens. He's looking to jump right on top of Crisis, while Twitzy in the air will be more difficult to actually access, as you can tell.
Fi's approach is noticed. Twitch has already used the Imperative Firewall here to give over that additional HP and damage boost as well. And now Fi's finding themselves alone. Sparky going to try and make something happen though. The Rage of Ultron is drawn on up, and Crisis answers readily. All of those clones of the Loki quickly taken down. The doppelgangers are broken through, but Twitzy and Lapsis Satilas have already fallen. All three of the strategists have just been dismantled at once. Finally, VP found their calling. There could be time for a recontest here, and yes, Crisis is going to start opening the pentagram of Ferala.
Yeah, I'm worried about the Dredro invisible boundary there. It was a nice slow to make sure Polestar could not escape, but no portal. That's been canceled. Crisis is going to abandon that, and the rest of Polestar will just play for the long game. So fantastic job by VP. I don't know if there was actually canceled. They just felt like they didn't have time, but now VP have banked so many ultimates, and namely you have a Saipe dupe. That will be the big one to watch against. Well, you got the Amplifier from Lapsus. You have a Psionic Seduction from DRP, but it's the Apex Predator first.
Oh, Glatrox does grab the Devil Dinosaur, and there's so much damage coming through from Twitzy's Rage of Ultron try and make that one happen. For VP, though, they haven't actually gained that much space, so they're happy to just back off in the aftermath of that fight.
This is good stalling, and this is going to be the job of the Dino to really own this corner. But how much attention do you want to commit to someone like Finzi, who is now behind the Elsa? Ballas gets pulled off by the Invisible Woman, so we'll lose that power position, and now the trigger's pulled.
The Devil being led out, but Fi a little bit nervous about going much deeper when faced with 2 counter ultimate. Oh, well, sorry, Matt Murdoch. Didn't see that one coming.
Oh, boy. Kind of good economy here from Pulsar, and now it'll be all eyes on Blur, while VP, they still have their own strategist ultimate. This could be the fight that never ends, and I think Pulsar need to take a lot of minutes off this VP claw, because it's looking quite healthy.
All right, in comes the Freedom Charge. Fincy drags everyone forward here, and Fi certainly needs the overhelp. So much damage coming through. The Rampage of Nivix is now going to be well known. An attempt to try and kidnap DRP. The Tenacity is proc, yes, but I don't think it does too much here. Fincy gets momentarily stunned, and we need to try and put in even more damage. So Sparker lets loose with the Rage of Ultron, and anger management didn't work for the young droid. It seems like maybe Carnage is going to do the job. Twitzy falls down, and VP gets some space.
Yeah, just a really good run it down from VP off of the Rage of Ultron, of course, the Dino Rampage, and Pulsar didn't disengage into cover. That small lapse will cost them so much space, and of course you have 2 Strat ultimates. The sustain is in VP's favor, but they still have to get some card push going, so Pulsar have time, and this is an aggressive invisible boundary.
Yeah, the slow being applied to so many members of Pulsar here. Saipe is ready with a second one with the God of Mischief if necessary, but for now, just go allow Twitzy to spend most of this. Out comes the Glatrox, who did it grab the only a low-key doppelganger, and Ballas has paid for it with a lot of HP, and now has to be drawn forward by Crisis with her own invisible boundary, looking for a target. Fire is going to be the primary one, taking to the skies the Monster Piercer. What can it get done? Pulled on into the midst of a strategist, but maybe they've bitten off more than they could chew on the side of VP, as they find themselves temporarily cornered by Blur. Nevix looking for her own kidnap, but unable to really connect as Pulsar seem to have found some stability here.
Yeah, Pulsar living through that wave. I don't know if I agree with the invisible boundary. Now it's like the strategist is now the shot caller at that moment, but Finzi gets checked at the door. Good punish from the Elsa. Now VP really in trouble with only 1 Vanguard. Now no Vanguards.
Bye. A lot of trouble to try and deal with here. Gets stepped on by the White Fox. That so Tilas easily stops the aggression.
Good enough for VP, but you still have to get to that second point. And when you had 2 strategist ultimates, you had Finzi on the flank. It's just not coming together as the way that VP envisioned it. Now Apex Predator, Rage of Ultron, these are all things on the menu, and Blur is exploring that menu.
Dude, Blur just took Fi's lunch money. Whatever is on the menu, bro cannot afford it. Spark of an extra fall on down, a telekinetic beam. He doesn't even have a brain, and yet Emma Frost still gets it done.
Yeah, Pulsar able to win these early fights is big, and now only 30 seconds, and VP will have to find a way to touch the cart very soon. Finzi is on his own adventures, and Ballas is staring him down. VP need any kind of space, and their Vanguards are just struggling to do just that. Now the strategists are accessible. Saipe can't die here.
Devil unleashed here by Fi. Healing should be good coming through from Twitzy. Grabbed in place by Blur. And while they get chomped on down upon the rest of the team, we're able to sink in their teeth. The Glatrox ready to go, and Apex Predator potentially could send Nevix off the map. But for now, Fincy's demanding all of that attention. A very aggressive usage here of the invisible boundary. Ballas is going to try and drag them forth from it. And the healing can't be delivered onto Nevix. And now VP start to see their lives flash before their eyes as Ballas is going to be taking the role of Undertaker inside of the the overtime. Someone needs to be on the point at all times. Grab from the sky. It's the ambitious attempt to try and turn around the titular meteor that came through from Blur. An unleashing of the pentagram of Farala. Nevic's going to try and grab back multiple players via the teleporter, but you're going to be debuffing yourself straight into an invisible boundary, brought off both by Crisis and by Saipe. A momentary stalemate, and this means that there's no more dinosaur to play with after Nevix has had to swap on over. It's too difficult to try and stay on this point. Fies tries to make something work around the outside, but Fincy's already been charmed up by the White Fox. They're running low on time, healing and options. VP has stopped midway through second.
Man, Blur is looking crispy on the Dino. I can't lie. Bubbling off Saipe and the rest of VP's strategists from the double Vanguard anchor of Virtus Pro, who are still trying to contest. I mean, it was an uphill battle, but Blur's ability to walk on this backline has to be studied. Like, I mean, Saipe, there's like 4 of him, and he still like needs an army to try and take down this Dino. And then the heals are not being able to get to people like Nevix and Finzi, who have sustained options of their own, but Pulsar are breaking up the very ironclad structure that VP is known for. I still think, though, that this is a good push out of VP. Almost getting to second is massive. We've talked about so many people barely even capped the point, and despite Saipe getting walked like a dog, he hasn't actually suffered any casualties. He's really just wasting this Dino's time, and they could have their own dance, but Saipe's not able to heal the rest of the team, and you could tell by the numbers.
Homie hit the joke flashbang so hard you woke up vulnerable. I'm not gonna lie, Lemon. I kind of hated that comp from VP. Like, I think the solo DPS Daredevil, when you're trying to play this kind of front-to-back approach, unideal. I much prefer the Elsa here, which lets you play your front-to-back a lot better, because it was just so hard for the remainder of VP to get in onto that backline. Fincy and Fi kind of just couldn't get a dive together, going up against 3 strategists.
Oh, this front to back, I think, could really favor Pulsar. So Nevix has to really communicate with his team if he gets shielded off by the EMEA. And Nevix is not someone who goes too crazy. He's not insanely aggressive on the Dino anyway, and he has to be measured, as now the Diamond form from DRP. He's got the mitts out, but no one wants to tango with the EMEA.
All right, DRP now having that on cooldown does mean they're a potential prime kidnap target here. Question is, has Blur made it happen already? Nevix gets grabbed on in. Up come the shields to try and block off some of that healing. And Twitzy just forced to watch from afar for now. Can't really do the burst damage just needed to get rid of any of their opponents. But it's all about balance building. Already 69% of the way towards a nice ult.
Yeah, Finzy also back on the EMEA. Wasn't a comfort pick on Museum, but it's going to be a lot simpler to do it on a map like this. But Pulsar have really crept their way in, but Blur is looking less and less healthy, and Nevix tackles him to the ground.
Oh, what is DRP doing back there? Homie is in Narnia. Needs to be rescued off the back of the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, and this is where you get the value. That's going to be a huge kidnap, and it means that Spark is not going to be around. Has their sentient seas laying down on the ground temporarily. The Emma Frost has to be rescued here. Rashrujo brings up the invisible boundary. DRP too far out. The damage is good. Twitzy lays down their own with the Rage of Ultron, and it's an exchange of fire between the erstwhile robotic overlords, but it feels like Pulsar have ran out of momentum.
And Pulsar not winning that Apex Predator fight is pretty massive, because now Sparker has his, and in a tight choke point like this, in a very long lane, Sparker dragging attackers into the defender's base is going to be really hard for Pulsar to get the resources to those claimed members, especially against an Emma Frost Shield.
Oh, Blur, yeah, it's... It's not looking good for Blur. Gets kidnapped, gets seduced by the pretty lady. What more can a dinosaur get before it gets turned into oil?
VP have brought this time bank down to half, and now it's time for VP to put on a show against the Psionic Seduction, and DRP is dragging the strategist out, but now he's becoming lunch!
The Rampage is strong here from Nevix, gets a shorter cooldown on their F for even more burst damage, and Pulsar, they've lost half their time bank here, but they do have a couple of ultimates to work with to try and turn it around.
And again, the exchanges of Apex Predators. And I think it's going to be easy for VP to play the perimeter of this base and be hard to claim, while Pulsar are going to have to look directly into the sun, directly into this Apex Predator. And VP have been good at, you know, taking care of that ultimate and eliminating it in the past, but Sparker is getting checked. You got to help him.
All right, Ballas can jump inside of Invisible Boundary now, but still wants to try and challenge Saipe. Uses both of their dashes to try and make this one work, and so is going to be in a pretty difficult position. Still, Fincy and Nevix both fall on down. The Moon Knight has changed everything here. Twitzy with a quick identification of an opening means that now it's going to be Nevix forced to TP back, means no access to the dinosaur.
And damage boost from Pulsar, but VP way more tools in the bank, including an Invisible Boundary, which could just stabilize them and the field, make it so Pulsar can't move, but Pulsar have the damage.
Lapsus the Fearless and Blur about to do so much damage. The Glass Rock's going to drag players inside of Invisible Boundary. Spark has got both of them! The Vanguards! Oh no! They've been absolutely decimated. There's no way for the heals to reach them inside the Invisible Boundary. What a recontest from VP.
And there's no way that Pulsar has 20 seconds and they're not pulling this off. VP as ironclad as ever. Ultimates expended. The Hail Mary Moon Knight. Pulsar have to touch and there's no one portaling. Emergency crew close to the Strangling Prison is, well, that combo with the Moon Knight's the only thing they have.
When you come for the King, you best not miss, and it's got to be DRP who's going to try and take the shot right now, but it's taking so much damage. Almost has the Strangling Prison. Is ready to let it rip at a moment's notice. Out comes the Moon Knight combo. Season 1.5 seems to have done nothing. There's no one inside it. VP spread out. They knew the threats and they identified them. DRP is taken down, and now Sparker is free to just let loose with shot after shot. Watch the dinosaur go around and watch Pulsar scatter from the point. VP saving it was nice of you to come here to the throne room, but I'm afraid we got no room for challenges.
On the edge of defeat and on the edge of the point. That is a heartbreaking way to end the series for Pulsar, but also a rude awakening for Virtus.pro into the upcoming competition that awaits them in Group A. I mean, what a showing from Pulsar, but Virtus.pro, even off their main picks, still ended up winning the series. It was just a best of 3, but man, Vaudable, if this is what's in store for the rest of Stage 1, I'm excited.
Yeah, I mean, that's as much of a thriller of a series as we could have asked for, right, between VP and Pulsar. And I think this put a lot of teams on notice against Pulsar in their group specifically with how close they played the world champions themselves. But I think the big thing also just goes to show that it's Virtus.pro. At the end of the day, you know, you can take a shot at the crown, but you better not miss. And that's exactly what we saw happen here. You know, yet again, shout out Flats on that one. But even then, I mean, talking specifically about the stars of Virtus.pro, right? I think Saipe really locked in specifically on this last map. I mean, you know, going into that second half, didn't have a single casualty against them specifically, and really just being exactly where they need to be for their team, knowing how to kite perfectly, how to stay alive and keep them sustained is so massive in this meta where, you know, these strategists are just getting deleted left and right. And I think that's the issue that we saw specifically for Pulsars. They just struggled to keep their team alive towards the end there, Jen.
Absolutely. And I mean, just getting through Central Park choke point, I thought the front to back would have been enough, but once Finzy went to the EMEA, you really are matching that mirror and that shield. As soon as you walk in on the attackers, if the strategists don't follow along, that EMEA shield is going to deny so many sight lines, whether it's the duelists and also the strategists. And despite, you know, speaking of staying alive, Saipe had 0 casualties in that first half, so it was really impressive.
Yeah, great look from them, specifically looking at Sparker. Again, another MVP performance. Not as much damage as last time, but some great accuracy, as we could see their leg day.
Yeah, maybe not as much damage, but that's because they were spending half their time on Ultron. And honestly, if I'm VP, like, it was a victory, but we gotta go cook a little bit harder on that composition, because I don't really vibe with it. I'm not sure what it was trying to achieve. I felt like Fincy and Fi could never get on a target together, but the second that Sparker swapped over onto the Elster and they were a little bit more focused in on their front to back, like, we saw like the change for Blur's reality in real time, right? Like, there was so much more damage going Blur's way. Could not play this audacious, like, as Lemon was pointing out during the cast, like, there was so little, like, Vanguard damage coming out of VP to start with. Blur was just sitting in their backline. He was just eating Saipe the entire time. It's like, oh man, my favorite flavor, Asgardian, yum! Frost Giant, if we're being pedantic about it. But I think that Virtus.pro made a good adjustment to put Sparker onto the Elsa, and they definitely recognized from that previous Museum of Contemplation, this Elsa character's still pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, seeing Elsa the Monster Hunter slaying a monster, it makes sense that it works, right? So that's what we saw happen with the damage boost from Vi. I like that combination. We saw it from preseason. If it ain't broke, you don't need to fix it here. I mean, in terms of like improvements we need to see from Pulsar to close it out next time here, Lemon, what was like the main thing you thought was like lacking from them?
Oh, sometimes the lack of impact of ultimates. It's not the first time or the last time we saw a Strangling Prison Moon of Khonshu kind of be comboed, and it either only got Sparker on Museum of Contemplation or it got nobody at the end of Central Park, or at least pretty much unaffected. And that's a big investment, and it's tough because there is a lot of things that can block it away, whether it's Invisible Woman Barrier, the bubble from the Dino, Diamond Form unaffects the EMEA, so there's a lot of things that could stop that combo, but then that's why people have moved away from that. But unfortunately for Pulsar, their big Hail Mary landed short.
Yeah, tough run for Pulsar. They were so close to glory, but hey, this is a great start to their first ever debut as a new roster for this stage 1. And compared to what we saw, like Dave, from the preseason, this is the best kind of performance they could have asked for.
Yeah, like I think that Pulsar went from non-factor team, like kind of slot filler, to absolute cinema team. Like, this is a great dark horse. I've got them in my predictions making playoffs. I think that they are a very dangerous roster with their upgrades. They've kind of got a lot of disparate pieces that didn't quite make it onto teams. They're kind of like, I don't know if any old heads out there, I think that this team is basically the new Chomped. Like, the people that were too good to not be in Ignite but didn't have their own teams, you know?
Yeah, well, we'll hear from the winners later on. Unfortunately, we don't have time for the interview for them, but we are going to be going to a quick break for our last series of the day for day 2 of Stage 1 EMEA. It's Rad versus Alter Esports, both of them looking for their first win in Stage 1. We'll find out after this who gets it.
Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Ready to unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising resistance, smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
Every series today has been cinema and delivering to the highest level, but we got one more matchup for you for EMEA to get your fill and get ready to see how the rest of the groups are going to met out. We have Rad Esport and Alter Esports versus each other for their second chance at getting a win here. I mean, talking about this Rad roster, we expected big things leg day, going into their first series yesterday, and unfortunately they've kind of fallen a little bit short.
yeah, Rad might not have been able to make it happen yesterday, but when it comes to the capacity, to like the quality of competition, like, can we blame them? Like, oh,
yeah.
Rad, they didn't beat Na'Vi. Might as well disband the roster now, to be honest. Fired. Crazy Kitty is a crazy guy. I want to see a little bit more melee play from Rad, or at least Crazy Kitty get these respect bans on the Black Cat and on the Daredevil. This roster, I think, is very well suited towards like the front-to-back style that the Devil Dinosaur is able to drag out as well. So I'm excited to see what they can do after, you know, getting a little bit angered by Na'Vi.
Yeah, I mean, Crazy Kitty is legally obligated to play the cat, and he's going to get his lawyer involved if that gets banned out. And Alter Esports also went to the map 3. Both these teams starting off 0-1. I would say Rad, more respect to losing to Na'Vi, but Alter, you know, losing to Lions after they won the first map was, or they had responded on the second map, was really surprising. I think just Alter really suffered against the dive, and their strategists, the communication broke down. There was a lot of punish into team captain who was on Venom. Frankie Boxing is still trying to find his pacing on the EMEA. So Alter, I think it's going to be a long-term project how they incorporate this new Vanguard in.
Looking specifically, though, at the placements that we saw in previous MRC matches, this is a bit of a grudge match between these two teams, right? First place went to Rad, second place went to Alter Esports, of course, having a little bit of a different result in the playoffs. Specifically, Alter Esports didn't make it there last time, whereas Rad all the way to top 4. This is a much-win moment, I would say, here, leg day, for Alter Esports to kind of change their fate in the eyes of the audience out there.
I mean, they kind of need to after losing to Lions. Like, the Alter Esports are already in a very dangerous position because you've got to think about the people in their group. Like Na'Vi is one of the teams you're gonna have to go up against as well. Are you going to be winning that one? There are so many scary teams in this group. And I think that maybe as we go over to Hell's Heaven, this is an area where you're probably going to have to focus in on constraining Crazy Kitty's hero pool. The Wolverine, the Black Cat, and the Daredevil are all very good here.
Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, the versatility that we have for the duelist lineup of Rad Esport, I think, is their strong suit. And I'd say the Vanguard lineup, specifically for Alter Esports, looks really strong on their side of things, though. So we'll see who can come out on top on Hell's Heaven. Our first matchup here for this best of 3, the final one of the day in the EMEA groups. It's do or demise for both these teams, Rad Esports and Alter Esports. We'll see who takes it.
Yeah, it's congratulate or casualty, I guess.
Sorry or congrats that happened, basically.
I ain't reading all those bans, but I'm happy for you, bro.
Well, speaking of bans, we'll get into that. And, the team identity, it's very two different identities when it comes to these Vanguards. I think Ducky has been one of the more formidable Groots, which I think is a strong niche pick on Hell's Heaven, while his team captain has told us how confident and how comfortable he is on the Captain America, also a legally obligated hero for him to play. And once that got banned out, either if the Dino or the Captain America gets banned out from Alter, it feels like something changes. They're not as confident, and they're definitely not as fluid. So it definitely needs to be a Dino Protect and, of course, a Black Cat consideration going into this pick ban.
Yeah, like the Black Cat is going to be able to do so much for it. It's probably going to be a part of this Battle Protect one way or another. I'm personally looking forward to potentially seeing Team Captain flex their hero pool. One of the only Hulk and Thor players that we have. Black Cat is going to be that first Protect by Rad. Oh, indeed it is. That is a big priority. This means that Alter can walk away with one-sided Devil Dinosaur, though, which is pretty powerful.
And it's very important to have that one-sided Dino on a map like Domination, because yes, you could basically just leave your Dino almost solo, maybe with a strategist, and then you could have the rest of your team figure out what the win condition is, and it's off the Captain America for Alter, or at least they're going to ban the other side's Captain America. So usually with Black Cat for Rad, they actually paired it with a Captain America to run around. So Crazy Kitty would either be by himself or with some kind of diving Vanguard with him. So to minimize the support that Crazy Kitty's going to get is pretty huge for Alter.
Yeah, the next option would be a Venom, which could go with Black Cat for some of these dives, but it's going to be Mantis that's taken off the board for now. And of course, Mantis is an incredibly valuable ban in general, but also, if you've got a Devil Dinosaur, the Mantis ban kind of like is even more valuable because she has unlimited spores when it's just the easiest headshot in the world sitting in front of you, which refills those leaves.
Invisible Woman being kept here from Alter, and does that leave? Okay, Rad are not going to target any more Vanguards here. It's just been the strategist name of the game, and Alter are going to have to stick to more of the ground game. And again, the Invisible Woman, good at also healing so many people at once, but mainly the invisible boundary encompasses usually the entirety of the point on domination, which makes it very a great place to fight in.
Yeah, like on domination, when you've got these singular points like the Invisible Woman ultimate is very strong, with the exception of Frozen Airfield, if you do it when the point is moving, in which case you have a very sad, like, Willem Dafoe looking up gif as your invisible boundary slowly leaves you. Come back!
But I think Alter just being able to start on Vanguards that they're comfortable with is really gonna be a good tone to set at the beginning. But Rad having Crazy Kitty on the kitty, like, Alter got absolutely ruined by Lions running a really good Black Cat. Once they pivoted to that, I think it was Saddam. Either way, once the Black Cat came out from Lions, Alter didn't know how to respond to that. And this is where the strategists for all teams have come into play, whether it's the Loki, the Luna, the White Fox, any kind of CC to catch Black Cat, because she is so elusive to lock down.
Yeah, Black Cat, like, off the back of those iframes as well. Unsurprising to see Vertigo here rolling out on the White Fox as well. I was thinking that maybe Alter would be keen to match this, but instead we're going to go for a triple strategist with the strategist Deadpool, which is shades of Heretics.
You won't be needing that.
Now Black Cat can be able to, well, needs to farm up some money, don't we all, in this economy? And
Gotta
now
get that
just what
bread,
we need to get that bread. That is going to be objective number one from Crazy Kitty, who just gets in the middle of the action, but these hold bubbles are making it painful for Crazy Kitty.
Yeah, doesn't want to stay in too long here, but Rad are already pressuring out that point, and so multiple players drop down from the high ground to stop that instant captain coming through. But of course, Frankie Boxing, just where's the healing? I've got 3 strategists, and yet none of them are looking at my Devil Dinosaur. Hello?
Yeah, Crazy Kitty is doing Crazy Kitty things again, just like he tried to do against Na'Vi in that first match. And Rad, if they keep focusing, the double charms, the Ultron. I mean, there's also a charm from the EMEA. This is a really strong composition from Rad, and Lugia was that mythical bird that we talked about in the preseason in the strong Venom meta. You also have Alter playing with Tesco instead of Hatro. They're playing the Team Captain Hulk. Very different look from Alter today.
I love Team Captain on the Hulk. He's very strong on that hero. The cleave goes crazy, though. I'm watching him whip, I'm watching him nay-nay, and I'm watching him say, oh, no, as it's going to be Rad once to get Veggies Bully. How do you stagger a Devil Dinosaur?
My God. And how do you stop Crazy Kitty? Like, every fight, there's a limbs for that. And the first ultimate of the game goes to the Black Cat. It's time to call 911. And here are the strategist swaps. You got the Cloak and Dagger, Loki available, Tesco. I'm liking this swap. Make it as difficult as possible for Crazy Kitty to identify where the resources are coming from. And also those Loki lamps to try and negate things.
Okay, everyone's to the Cloaky now as Crazy Kitty just gets out of there after forcing out those green. Oh my goodness, Crazy Kitty's movement is a little bit different, isn't it? Still farming up that money, 570 coins to play with on top of Monarch once again. Nice iframe into the transition, a Phantom pursuit, and indeed turning Alter into a collection of Phantoms where once a team stood, the disengagement of Team Captain doesn't work out and Frankie Boxing goes down as well. Rad are looking angry.
And Monarch's on the secondary duelist, where yesterday he was running a lot of the Mantis, and at least that was really his identity in the past. So needing that extra damage to deal with all the Vanguards that Rad are going to have. And Monarch, now that's the type of picks I need to see from Alter. And you gotta make Lugia a little bit hesitant on how he's gonna dive.
All right, taking up to the sky now. Has to deal with the Rage of Ultron, though. All in on towards that White Fox, but it seems like Vertigo's been able to dodge most of that incoming damage as well. Rad still in control. Smashnez has already fallen down. That one's courtesy of Whoops as Mash just rolls around on the point. You can see the TP incoming through from a White Fox. It might be a little bit foolhardy to try and play with us. Alter get their cap and now can get on the chase.
Yeah, Mash was doing a bit of a solo tango on the point. Like, 3 had already fallen from Rad, and the fate of both worlds popped. So big silver lining for Alter, but it's still a 0 to 100 comeback that you need to do. Galactic Legend will be available from Whoops, and this has been a Star-Lord to watch, and one that I've been waiting to put into the spotlight outside of this Elsa meta, or maybe the returning one, as Alter are really trying to take shelter, and Ducky's going to pull them out of it.
Team captain drags everyone forward with a freedom charge. It seems like there's a good chase out here onto a Black Cat. Yes, there will be some survival for Crazy Kitty, but at least isn't involved in the fight for now as Alter continue to climb up those percentage points. Looking for an opening now. Vertigo starts off with the Kumiho being unleashed, and Crazy Kitty's fallen down to the auto aim of the Galactic Legend. For Rad, I think it's back to the drawing board as they just disengage and see if anyone overextends to try and chase them.
Yeah, an expensive fight, though, for Alter, but the Ensong Inferno, more to just help Monarch escape. Things like this, as Lugia does go for the Feast of the Abyss. The Fade is popped. I like that from Exo, but he's still hunted down, and this strat line's in trouble.
All very low in the back. Vertigo needs some triage instantly, and Mash is there to give it on over. Exo's been taken down by a Phantom Pursuit of Crazy Kitty. Only healing coming through now is going to be Tesco on the White Fox. So has to unleash the Kumiho to keep the remainder of the team healthy. Still, there's going to be so much damage going their way. Crazy Kitty's just slicing on through. The calling cards have been extended, but do you want to continue throwing forward here? As it is going to be a quick TP. Opened up in the way by Exo. Frankie Box is going to be able to emerge and begin their rampage if they feel the need to do so. But Rad are falling low on resources themselves. Mash moves forward. Out comes the fate of both worlds, healing up the remainder of the team, but can't get to Ducky in time. Smash is also floating too high above it to find the AoE. Alter in control at 95%. There's one last fight for it.
This is the 0 to 100 comeback. Mash yet again, the fate of both worlds, just to escape and not to thrive. And here comes Alter yet again at full force now with Exo on the Doctor Strange. You still have 2 strats here for Alter, and it's all eyes on Team Captain. And if he could try to trade backlines, because the Crazy Kitty is relentless.
Monarch came back in an emergency on the Rocket Raccoon. What a grab for Frankie Boxing! And that meant that Tesco got resurrected as well by the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. Now just sending out the beads, all of the marbles going into the healing right now as Frankie Boxing just chomps on through his favorite flavors as Guardian as well. And Alter take away the first sub-map of Hell's Heaven. What a reversal!
Absolutely. After Alter were really having their backline ravaged by a Black Cat, Alter just stayed composed and stayed resilient on the front lines. Frankie, this has become more of his comfort pick now on the Dino, and when he could be trusted to play solo and be the ultimate anchor, there is no eliminating this Dino at the end of the day. 10k damage for a reason, while the other side, it's a lot more balanced. 10 final hits from Crazy Kitty. He is taking out a strategist or even Monarch on the Phoenix almost every single time. Phoenix is going to be your best option to be as survivable as you can if it's not going to be a Star-Lord who's just going to straight up fly away. But Rad, their dive is looking very menacing, but Alter's space taking is looking better. And what a comeback that was from Alter. And we'll see if they can go all the way, as they will open up this first fight with the Galactic Legend.
Galactic Legend's going to be huge here. Not too much to try and answer it on the other side. So long as you see the TP from Vertigo on the White Fox, that's going to be the go sign here for Whoops. Also, Alter, their fortunes definitely turned around when we moved over towards the White Fox, which is great at rebuffing these melee-focused divers.
Whoops is just trying to find an angle, and Rad at any point could escape into that back hallway. So I like the patience here from Whoops. Maybe wait for the point to unlock when everyone's going to be forced to be within arm's reach, as Whoops is getting eager, and the ice walls from Ducky to try and keep Alter off of their back. And the cap will not go Alter's way quite yet, not until Lugia has been removed.
But when you're forced onto the point, that's when Whoops could try and find his opening here with the Galactic Legend. Lugia Goat attempts to eat, but doesn't find much in the way of nutrition. Frankie Boxing found around the other side. Whoops continues chasing and taking cover inside of all of the architecture. Ultron seems to have found their man. What a great split here from Rad, and they found their 1v1s as well. Started to win them. Lugia Go eats through Tesco. Call that one a meal deal. It's going to be Crazy Kitty finding Team Captain on the other side, and Whoops can't do nothing.
The counter positioning from Rad was really good. They knew what to expect out of Alter, that Galactic Legend. They just played cat and mouse, and Whoops never found a solid opportunity. And then you have a double health percentage of Lugia's Feast of the Abyss and a Ducky chunking down Frankie Boxing. So Alter, they can only buy so much time for these duelists to make the magic happen.
Frankie Boxing almost has a rampage. Doesn't have much HP to try and work with, though. As Rad, they have plenty of ults to try and stop this next push. Lugia needs to be rescued, does get alarmingly low, but it seems like the remainder of the healing has been sent their way. We're trying to get some quick clips over, and of course this is going to allow Mash to build up towards that Fate of Both Worlds. Smash is in the air, is going to be in a lot of danger, and Exo needs to try and rebuff all of this, using the Eternal Bond towards the back. They don't know where the targets are, the pings aren't there. Monarch had no information to work with, and so Alter aren't getting so much value off their ultimates right now. Mash going down, there's team captain in the back, it's a great dive. Crazy Kitty! Oh, stopped in their tracks! The Kumiho was unleashed. Oh, it's so cinematic. Absolute cinema here from the White Fox versus Black Cat matchup.
And Alter subtracted Mash from that fight when they were 90% on Fate of Both Worlds. That would have been the second layer of sustain that would have really helped, while both strategist ultimates came out. I mean, a lot came out of Alter to live through and also win that fight. So again, Alter need to get proactive in these fights, especially with the Galactic Legend. You still need to earn up to that, but creating the opportunities. Team captain, I need to see him zone Rad into the open so that Whoops can get more sight lines out of this Galactic Legend.
Luger and Nash could even combo here. A damage boost perhaps onto the Feast of the Abyss. At the moment, Whoops just needs to try and get a track onto their counterpart. Crazy Kitty's being annoying as they move on forward. Crazy Kitty's cleave absolutely has cloven through Alter Esports in midair. There's no way! Oh, the Galactic Legend! But I've stolen your papers, I've stolen your library card, I've stolen your hope of making this one work. Rad have Crazy Kitty to thank for an absolute mythos busting.
Yeah, just a really good Fate of Both Worlds from Rad to just get them set up on the point and to get Crazy Kitty comfortable, even up in the air. She is already so hard to track, and Whoops just hesitated that whole fight, especially with how rebuffed Rad were because of the strat ult. So Alter's win condition is very much minimized as, well, we'll go and do a replay of that ultimate getting shut down, while Alter, they still have to work their way back up to the point, and it's the last fight before round 3.
Crazy Kitty wants more cooking, wants onto Whips. Phantom Pursuit gets them low and now into stealth towards the back. Already so much damage has come their way though. Smashnes is going to be forced to use the Rage of Ultron to make sure the remainder of Rad are nice and healthy, and Alter can't feel confident moving forward. Still Frankie boxing with a Rampage ready to try and work. Inside of overtime, they're forced onto a point, but he isn't overly bothered as he moves on forward towards the back. Mash is assaulted from so many sides, and Team Captain just carves through them with the Vibranium Energy Saw. Where can you go? Frankie boxing, but back to the Cretaceous period. You're no longer welcome in the modern day Devil Dinosaur. Crazy Kitty finds another Exo falls on the side, and Rad strike back with a vengeance.
And this is what's hurt Alter in the past, of investing everything into Whoops, and if that doesn't get pulled off, then there is no plan B. It is the only plan for Alter. You know, sometimes the Vanguards, I think, can win it out, but that's if Crazy Kitty isn't going crazy on your backline. So Rad seem to have a more easier execution and more burst as well from a Black Cat versus a Star-Lord who, you know, it's very mechanical to try and one-clip everybody, even with the extra ammo, and it's even harder to do through a strategist ultimate. So Whoops is still the MVP for those final hits, but it is going to have to be a team effort from Alter if they want to end up winning this out, because right now, Rad, it's very clear that Crazy Kitty is the final boss of Hell's Heaven.
Crazy Kitty might be the final boss of the EMEA, honestly. I've become such a fan of Crazy Kitty over the last, I don't know, 6 months. Homie has went from, who is this guy on an MRC team to, oh, he is the guy.
I'm looking forward to seeing how Lugia and Ducky deal with these Vanguards, because like I said, the double health percentage, the crystal grab from Ducky, Lugia with the Feast of the Abyss has been a lot of focus onto Frankie boxing, and Rad have really split up the objective as well, and Alter are getting split.
Frankie boxing down straight away again. Like, the timing of the damage onto Frankie boxing when Lugia demands the attention of the strategist to dive in the back is so well done. A little bit of 3-2-1 magic coming through from Rad.
Oh, and winning on a point like this, there's so many difficult choke points to try and get through. Monarch on the Daredevil, he's trying to have more a sustained brawl. Alter just haven't really used the Black Cat, and that may be what puts them behind in the meta, while Ducky pulls in through the Psionic Seduction. Back Cat from Alter to relieve that pressure on the front lines, and Whoops is gonna go for the ultimate.
Doesn't have much HP to work with though. However, that is going to be a forcing of the Kumiho to be unleashed from the side of Vertigo. Of course, Crazy Kitty with a Phantom Pursuit, it's guaranteed damage when you're not dealing with that much HP. It can be everything that you need. The Freedom Charge gives over a little bit of additional survivability, but now you have to deal with the remainder of the damage that's coming through from Crazy Kitty. And the damage boost as well that can be given over by Mash and the fate of both worlds. Taking to the sky, the calling cards ready to be sent on out. And Whoops, you better run, buddy, because guess what? Crazy Kitty's here and he knows you're over $5. Out comes the Feast of the Abyss, and it seems that a follow-up is solid. An attempt to turn this around from Monarch gets grabbed by the pretty lady, and Ducky says, go to bed, sugar.
And even while missing a strategist, Rad, because they're running a triple, they still have all the resources left. And Alter, I mean, they have Whoops and Monarch still trying to find their footing while dealing with an assassin. Despite bringing a gun to a claw battle, it's still not an easy thing for Whoops or Monarch to deal with, even trying to baton the cat to death. So Rad, one fight away from taking the first map.
Just a little bit of money farm here for Crazy Kitty. Got to get that bread. And that's going to be, Whoops. At the moment, just having to be on Lugia duty. Not ideal what you want on Star-Lord, but someone's got to stop Lugia from just farming your backline, just putting Frankie Boxing in so much danger. All out of cooldowns, Lugia just going to be forced to do some frontline vanguarding in front of their strategists.
Oh, Frankie Boxy trying to grab the ammo, might have popped the diamond form, and now the ice wall up. Alter at least can flip the point. No, Lugia is there to bail them out with the extra health, but that will be gone. And Lugia has barely fallen despite how aggressive he has been on the Venom. Now 99% for Rad, and here comes Kumiho 4.
Wake up, babe. Crazy Kitty wants to wipe your team again. Smash Note's going to get started to begin with, though. Ducky begins to seduce everybody. And now Crazy Kitty's farmed the money and is farming Alter too. Lugia joins the crescendo as the Phantom Strike strikes true. Opened up the portal, but there's no means of staying on the point despite a spirited performance. Rad steal away Hell's Heaven.
And they stick to their strengths, they stick to their guns, or I guess claws, and that's what works out perfectly for Rad. When you can depend on Crazy Kitty to deliver, of course you're gonna go, triple strategist around that. Lugia gets to let loose on the Venom. I'm gonna be looking forward to seeing the stats. How many casualties this Vanguard line from Rad even suffered. They are just angling so well around Alter, who, can anchor well themselves around the Dino, but the duelist win condition from Alter has not been clear, and they'll have more time to think about that and their map choice after this break.
I would say that map was more hell than heaven for Alter Esports, unfortunately, on their end, because that was a nightmare that they were hoping to wake up from a little bit sooner. They did it in the first point, but then once it went the other direction, it was not in their favor, and it was Rad all the way. And I feel like Rad kind of warmed up throughout that series, or the first map specifically here. But Alter, they're having some roster, I don't know if it's instability or just change-ups. They have some subs coming in here as well. Jen, what's going on over there?
Yeah, they have two substitutes, a duelist and a strategist. They're playing with Tesco today instead of Hatro, and that has affected, whether Tesco is playing the Loki, we saw a little bit of that, and just kind of what they're running in the strategist line. Not doing the triple strategist, because I think the Mantis got banned, but also thinking if they run the Dino, they're going to have enough sustain to do it. But who did look really untouchable is someone like Lugia. The Venom returns, only experiencing 3 casualties. That's what I wanted to see. This guy dives in and there is no punish towards him. Whether it's any kind of charms, any grabs, Lugia accomplishing as much as he did was incredible for Rad.
The 42% accuracy as well on Venom is kind of disgusting. And we talked about, keeping Frankie sustained on the front line, right? And I think Lugia is a big part of why that couldn't happen so much, because while we may see that swap over to 2 primary healers as strategists to try and make sure that you could keep your Devil Dinosaur alive and kicking, Lugia had perfect timing to just distract that backline again and again to allow for the remainder of the team to just collapse on Frankie and destroy him.
It was pretty great to, see the turnaround for Rad specifically too, and I feel like that Vanguard lineup worked out so well together for it. The Black Cat diff as well. I mean, this meta, you need to have someone who's good at either Black Cat or Daredevil as well that you could play on. Haljalia, not too surprised on this one, Lemon, especially after yesterday we saw them get the win there against the Lions for it.
Yeah, I would say like something like a Star-Lord is going to be more mechanical in terms of the movement and the aiming, while as Black Cat, it's more decision and resource balance, and you're getting so much out of it if you can really master that. And not only, some teams are hesitant on bringing out the Black Cat immediately, Alter doing just that, but man, Rad do ever look so good behind Crazy Kitty.
Well, Rad one step away from getting their first win in Stage 1, turning around from their loss to Na'Vi. Not too bad. It's the ones who won the preseason. Makes sense. But Alter Esports, they have their work cut out for them. Can they turn it around, or will they be going down 0-2 to end off the day? Well, we'll figure it out. Like, they want you to take it away.
Well, Jalia once again chosen by Alter Esports, but will they have better luck here? This does seem to be one of their preferred maps. However, it is a map where Black Cat is very difficult to deal with, so maybe there's a world where we start to see this get some respect in the bat. Never mind, it's been instantly saved, it's been locked in by Rad, and now Alter have to fear Black Cat once again appearing.
Yeah, I think it's just everyone's tunneled on just dealing with the Gambit, because you don't want to deal with Gambit just turning any duelist into Thanos, basically. And Mantis, the Protect, possibly for a Monarch, just trying to make their strategist line as comfortable as possible, because Alter are already having their opening series with Tesco, and he's getting banned out, so that's kind of awkward, especially when you don't have a ton of scrim time with some of your substitutes. So this is Rad sticking to what they know best, and Alter working with changes.
Okay. Bit of respect once again onto the Venom here from Rad, making sure that Black Cat has a diving buddy or a distractionary measure in the back. And Alter Esports saying, wait, Devil Dinosaurs made it quite deep into this draft. We don't want to risk going up against that without one of our own. This is going to mean that we see Frankie Boxing once again have to flex that hero pool a little bit when it comes to their Vanguards. I'm not sure if he's going to bring out the patented Angela. She's not in the greatest place right now.
Is it a White Fox ban here to avoid the double charm? But I also think Hollow Jalia is really good for Star-Lord based teams, which Alter seem to be centering their identity around. While as Rad, like you said, the Crazy Kitty, Rad also went on Hollow Jalia, but they went to actually extra innings against Na'Vi. So that looked also really solid for them. Like Na'Vi were also trying to come up with a way to stop Crazy Kitty, which was a lot around the Loki and the strategist, and mainly just kind of marking where this Black Cat is going, which sometimes with the Daredevil, sometimes just using your own eyeballs. So gonna be a fun map.
Yeah, definitely don't mind like having the Daredevil as that like Black Cat marking device with the wall hacks. It's great to know where the Black Cat's coming from at all times. And we're going to be able to jump pretty quickly into match here so we can see what Alter have cooked up to try and make this a map 3 bonanza.
Yeah, and kind of tough to have some of these both comfort Vanguards of Alter to be tagged up here. No Dino and no Captain America. And yeah, Rad are not going to have the Dino either, but I mean, the rest is free, including the Black Cat. You guys get $1 every time we say Black Cat this series, because that is just what is winning everything for Rad, and what just may make them the #2 team in this group behind Na'Vi. We'll see if Alter's map pick will look different, because this is their second appearance on it, along with Rad as well.
2, 1.
Rad with that first protect on the Black Cat definitely are cementing their identity as a team in this season. Early grab of information off the back of the faulty orb here means that Frankie Boxing is going to have a lot more trouble approaching.
Crazy Kitty already finding some positioning, and to be able to tag up also with Lugia, who can dive in, where it's usually either Captain America or some kind of dive, so Crazy Kitty can't remove them easily. And the Frankie Boxy Angela is also call 911, and oh, what a stun! Crazy Kitty does get punished after getting traded out, and having 3 strategists means Alter still have resources to play with.
Yeah, huge freeze from Exo. Smashnet is going to potentially be forced off this angle by Frankie Boxing, slowly eroding all of that space away. Huge grab, and that forced out a TP from Mash as well. Has to use their own melee form to try and get away back onto the high ground. However, Still, Lukish demands so much attention, stopping them in their tracks. Can Frankie Boxing follow up here? Yes, Whoops manages to connect with the shots of the Phoenix. Cosmic Power is laying into them, and farewell to the EMEA. Even with a quick attempt at a Carbon Crush grab, Ducky, he ain't swimming out of this one.
Wow. Emergency Angela's working out, and I mean, when you ban all the strategists that could really make this Angela have a hard time, it works out. Alter can maintain the pressure here as Rad are portaling in, but they only have 3 alive, and it does not go through in time, so a very swift cap here for Alter off of that.
Oh, sad sorcerer noises for sure right there. Whoops has an End-Song Inferno to try and play with as well, and honestly, the Kumiho Unleashed that Mash almost has is not the greatest answer for it.
But at least the Invis swap from Vertigo is the answer to this Angela. Anything from the shift to the... anything in the Invis kit will interrupt the flight of the Angela, and then Frankie has to manage that shield well as Crazy Kitty is juggling through all these players of Alter.
Big high ground claim right there, but Mash is punished for the attempt. And now Whoops is going to get some backup in the form of their own White Fox, teleporting up to the high ground, leaving a Sanctuary behind, and Rad haven't been able to stop the cart yet.
Worried about this Groot, especially if Alter are going to just play around the high ground or just be all people that could get away from this. Like, who are we really trying to wall here with Ducky? But it is a comfort pick of his. Just maybe going to have a hard time maintaining the space for this defense.
Lugigo tries to eat on up, but it's less of an ideal lunch. That's so many inside of a Heaven's Retribution there. Frankie Boxing knows that with 3 strategists inside, you can't outdo the healing with the Axes of Ichors, and so looks elsewhere for more easy prey. Still, it was Monarch who was made prey there by Rad, turned upon. The back line of Alter has been torn apart with the bend, but don't break defense that Rad showed.
And Rad won that fight also with 5 ultimates still in tow, and that is gonna be an absolute parade. From the Strangling Prison, if you can get anybody from Alter, I mean, especially the strats, but there's a lot of answers from the Alter side as Frankie gets proactive on the flank, and Smash lets loose.
Rage of Ultron goes first, counted out here by the Luna. Fate of Both Worlds rolling on forward, and Crazy Kitty gets plenty of work done. Crazy Kitty now ready with the calling card, starts to teleport into the back. The Phantom Pursuit onto the back line. Quick freeze is good. Frankie Boxing down, being even better. But Crazy Kitty knows you cannot commit to this one right now, and so no resets will be forthcoming. Rad have invested so much already into this fight. The same could be said for Alter. It all comes down to the vanilla mechanics now, finding your 3-2-1s and finding your victims. A TP away. That's some nasty tech there coming from Crazy Kitty to avoid all of that incoming damage, putting great distance between themselves and danger. But Ducky brings danger close for Tesco and slips them inside of a Strangling Prison. A quick pull onto the Venom, and there's nowhere for Team Captain to go. Just has to get back to their Luna.
Yeah, and Team Captain has had to be more measured as well. Love these pulls, and another reason why you run the Invisible Woman, and Whoops is trying to run the field and goes after the Ultron, and Red Backline's in trouble. Whoops is alive and well. Until now.
Taken down in midair though. Where was the healing on it to the Star-Lord? That should have been a star position, but now you're going to be lacking on this. Oh, waiting tears to cool down. Can they snap through the Mantis? No, the burst healing and the overhealth are too much to try and deal with. Still, it's given Luki a go, even more HP to try and keep this one contested as Team Captain's in the back. Big symbiotic corrosion being inflicted onto multiple players. The Feast of the Abyss in the back as well, and you've got to be careful. That blue health gets taken down so fast by the Rage of Ultron. It does no bonus damage to bonus HP, and Team Captain just melts away before the Imperious eyes of the Metallic Overlord.
Yeah, Exo has to stay composed here. Does he pop the Fate of Both Worlds? Alter just don't make the decision quick enough, and maybe a fight that could have been turned is now all over. 90 seconds or less for Alter, and at least you can go for a more healthy fight without throwing any kind of Hail Marys. But also Ducky has the Strangling Prison. He'll even throw it on a solo strategist if he needs. The Invisible Woman pull is making Team Captain's life a living hell, and now that extra health is already popped.
Symbiotic Resilience already used, as you said. Heaven's Retribution grabs in 3 players. The Axes of Ichors are unleashed as Crazy Kitty moves towards the back. A bunch of squishies and a whip to try and work with them. Farewell to the back line of Alter. They were so fragile and, well, they weren't handled with care.
I think Rad have just adapted to the Angela very well. This is also a much more open section of the map where you can kind of see that coming, but it's also coming down to more economics. Vertigo, invisible boundary, Rad win the fight. This is disastrous for Alter, so it's a good call to get off the Angela and go something that'll be better from front to back. And Alter have their own tools, but they gotta deal with Crazy Kitty.
Oh, absolute textbook dive. Forces out an early ult here from Exo just to survive the combined powers of a Black Cat and Venom both. But now it's not going to be available for the point itself as we move in towards overtime. Calling cast towards the back. Woops wants to try and shut this one down before it can begin. But there's the first reset coming on through. Where's Crazy Kitty gone? Just trying to dodge the wooden arms of Groot as they extend towards the back line. Crazy Kitty continues to go wild, but Woops shuts them down with the blaster barrage. Where's the remainder of the team though? Someone's going to be on the cart. It's overtime now. Team Captain's going to have to stand alone. Has the ultimate, but the Feast of the Abyss has been cancelled. And then out comes the portal. A last second chance to keep this one contested. Lugia and Team Captain will exchange their feasts.
And once the Soul Resurgence is expired, here comes Lugia to put down the anti-heal and to put down the Hammer of the Law. Rad, they've just dominated on this defense, and Alter have generated no momentum or wind in their sails as the boat sinks. This will be the end of Alter's attack.
I think that the second the Team Captain just debarked from a portal, got ulted by the Groot and then couldn't use the Feast of the Abyss. Sad, sad times for the Venom and sad, sad times for Alter, but this is not lost yet. Alter Esports still have so many opportunities to try and hold this one. With Crazy Kitty playing like this, is it likely?
And it's tough. If you don't maintain momentum after you've captured the point, it is really hard to retake because the defenders basically almost see your spawn room doors. And when there's assassins lurking about, there's so much that you have to clear and watch out for as you're leaving spawn when you're facing a Black Cat that Alter sometimes lost fights before they even began. But the impact of ults is also not always there for Alter. Rad are winning off of just one invisible boundary and just having punishes, whether it's really, Vertigo has done an amazing job pulling Team Captain, forcing Frankie off the Angela, and for Whoops to return on the Star-Lord. This is a reason why you picked this map. He's looked better here than Hell's Heaven, but it's still all on Whoops, and that's almost too much to put on one person.
It's a lot of pressure. Monarch is giving over the speed boost, yes, with the damage boost, the inspiration of the Mantis, but he might need more than a spark of inspiration to go up against a juggernaut like Rad. Ducky is going to be rolling out once more on the slow Groot. Okay, this is just going to mean that there could be some good separation. Oh no, Frankie Boxing's on the mag. This makes Groot a fantastic pick.
It also affects like what direction Team Captain can swing in, which is just a small thing. Like, he's not going to get fully isolated by the Groot, but it does make the whole arena that you're trying to fight in very bad. And you don't, when you run only a Star-Lord, it's not easy to take those walls down.
All right, Lugia Goat already forced to use the resilience here, but Frankie Boxing just got isolated and overwhelmed by, while the remainder of the team were looking at Lugia. Mirrored movements between the Venoms, and once more Lugia is in the back. He's got his hands in the cookie jar, and these symbiotic tendrils, they yearn for sweet treats.
Portal doesn't get there in time. It needs to drop now, and no, it does not happen. It's so rough. Took the longest way around, and that is an even quicker capture of the point for Rad, even with how strong Alter looked off the niche Angela comp. And when it rains, it pours. I mean, Alter can't even regroup because the Black Cat's on the hunt.
They've got this vaulting orb, all this perfect information for players who are in range of it. So easy for Crazy Kitty to try and plan their engagements, especially when Lugia just demands so much attention. Frankie Boxing has no idea the Black Cat is so close and the danger is starting to build up. Whoops is down once again. Crazy Kitty is going absolutely nightmarish right now. Just continues to chase. Yes, there's healing there, but look at all the space that's had to be given up in exchange for your lives.
At least there's two duelists, there's two chances for Alter to fight back, and you're just being forced off your cooldowns as soon as the Black Cat is around, and he uses the invisibility timed so well, and they just can't decloak him. They don't know where he is. He's there running a Daredevil, and now Alter are imprisoned.
Crazy Kitty's already got 2, just cleaves on through the ult, the Ducky laid on up, and there's not really much room to work with. Ultra has to try and make it work here and now. A Soul Resurgence popped by Tesco. Surely there's going to be some inspiration over towards Team Captain. A Feast of the Abyss chomps through many, but the Kumiho gets unleashed. Whoop sees that this is the chance. It's now or never when it comes to the defense. They want Crazy Kitty so badly because he's so evasive, but inside of the invisible boundary, you can't do enough damage. Lugia starts to chomp on through. The Feast of the Abyss is more than enough as he sees so many low players from Ultra. They're torn apart, limb from limb. Rad come from all angles with no mercy, and still they see the approach of the Star-Lord. A quick teleport through the ring of Zona just manages to make it an easy pathing for Rad. There's no touch as the walls are erected, and Ultra can't get onto the point. What a performance from Rad.
Man, when Ultra are trying to find their footing, Rad have already begun a sprint when it comes to Ignite Stage 1 group stage, and what a bounce back for Rad. I mean, I would say Navi's a pretty nice warm-up, and even then forcing Navi to the extra innings of Hall of Jalia, like Rad were looking like a threat and they're ahead of the meta. And VOD, I'm so excited to see more Black Cat and which teams are gonna look strong just because of that.
I mean, Crazy Kitty's been kind of insane so far on the Black Cat specifically. I mean, we saw Crazy Kitty, we saw, Jerky from Na'Vi. We've seen, some great Black Cat play from the other regions as well, and really just going to show why this hero wasn't available in the preseason playoffs because of how much craziness that would have added into it. No pun intended on that one. But I think the big thing here is, like, even with the map pick for Alter Esports, like, it just didn't feel like they could find their footing at all. Frankie was doing great on the Angela, the first time we've seen it really being played here in Stage 1, but Invis is a great counter and they didn't ban it out, so it makes sense why they couldn't really run that the rest of it.
Yeah, like the quick swap to Invis was real heads-up play. You know what? I don't need to play this Rocket Raccoon anymore. It's really easy for my BRB to get hunted down by the Angela, and I can just make Angela's life miserable by playing over on the Invisible Woman. So why not pull that? It also had the secondary effect of Vertigo making sure that Lugia, or rather that Team Captain couldn't disengage, was constantly getting those pulls on the symbiotic swing, so that Team Captain had to use their symbolic resilience when they were hoping for a really soft dive that was forcing out their cooldowns.
And it's hard to highlight an Invisible Woman and just the impact there, because strategists never get to be put in the spotlight, and as someone who plays a lot of Invis, the timing on the pulls on a Venom is really hard to get because Venom just disappears in the blink of an eye. So getting that pretty consistently on Team Captain was the one thing. Forcing the Angela off is another. Winning fights off of a single invisible boundary, that placement does come down to a lot of IQ, and Vertigo is part of that conversation. Also, with only 2 casualties against double dive, against all of that pressure, Vertigo still managed to keep the team afloat while also helping himself.
I mean, shout out to Bash as well on that same end, right? Going down only 3 times. Ducky, of course, a definitely MVP performance from them, but we definitely had to highlight the strategists because there's been so much of a focus on that dive, on just destroying the backline as much as you can in this meta, and having a backline that can actually sustain yourselves throughout fights like this is part of the reason why Ducky was able to stay up as long as they did and be as enabled as they were. Same for Crazy Kitty, going on the flanks, peeling some of the attention away from the rest of their team. You can see it here, using the Helm of Hades as much as they can just to stay invisible, swap into the backline, and then go in afterwards. And we saw some great group play, of course, from Ducky, but it was a whole team effort from Rad, and I think that's what was really missing, Jen, yesterday from this Rad roster, is they seemed kind of discombobulated against Na'Vi.
And it was pretty close at some points between Rad and Na'Vi, especially on Hall of Jalia, and it forced Na'Vi off of their game and to consider different things. Yeah, there was a really fun Star-Lord 1v1 between Rad and Na'Vi against Terra, but once they swapped Crazy Kitty onto this Black Cat, it really forced Na'Vi to think twice. And Na'Vi is the preseason champ, so if you're making them sweat, everybody else better watch out.
Yeah, this group is kind of insane just thinking about how strong all of the teams are that are performing it. Alter Esports might just have to take a backseat based on the performances we have seen from the other squads so far. But hey, they got a couple of things to work on. They know where their weaknesses lie. And I mean, Leg Day, looking towards the future for like that roster, what do we really need to see the most from them?
What do we need to see?
It's tough.
Yeah, like, there are things to tighten up. We can get some
we'll go over it after.
player, though.
Yeah. We got Ducky here on the line. We'll hear from him on why they got the victory, how they changed things around from Na'Vi. So welcome in, Ducky. That's my question. Congratulations on the win, but what did you guys change up from yesterday to now after the Na'Vi loss to get the win here against Alter Esports?
I think as you already said, today we played as a team a lot better. Because yesterday, I don't know, it was either the first time coming back to Ignite and playing in matches in a few weeks or something like that, but we just wasn't playing that well. And we felt super confident in scrims too, so it just doesn't really make much sense, but it must just be first time coming back Jizz or something. I don't know.
Makes sense.
When it comes to the team play, you guys are one of the rosters that didn't really change your primary players that much. Do you think it's an advantage for you guys to continue working on that synergy rather than mix up the roster like some teams have done to try to get stronger?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely shows we all have trust in each other, and we think we can make it all the way as a team, and that's really, really nice to have, you know? Definitely over the other teams. I mean, I think pretty much every team swapped players apart from Na'Vi and VP, so... But yeah, no, it definitely feels good to keep playing with the same people.
Yeah, and it was nice to see that you guys didn't have to swap away from the Black Cat or not have that banned out. And I'm curious how you would rate Crazy Kitty versus the rest of the Black Cats in EMEA. And who is not who is running, but how do you compare Crazy Kitty to the rest of EMEA when it comes to Black Cat?
I think Crazy Kitty is the best Black Cat in the game, but sometimes we just don't play to his advantages. But yeah, no, I think he's at least top 3. But in my opinion, I think he's the best. So we'll see.
Of course,
how
you're
we can
a good
use
teammate.
that better.
Yeah, it's important to glaze your teammates as you can in those moments. Well, final question for you, Ducky. You know, you fell to Na'Vi, but you have the rest of your group ahead of you. VP, Pulsar. Who is that opponent that you think is going to be the toughest? And I mean, tell us a little bit about your thoughts on the group so far.
Yeah, I'm definitely most excited to play against VP. I want to beat VP again now. That felt so good to beat them last time in preseason, and then I just want to beat them again. And then the other teams, I mean, we definitely have to lock in. We're always locked in now for every team we play against, because I feel like the gap has closed a bit more, or something is happening. Because I don't know, it just feels like every team has started playing a lot better. So yeah, but definitely the most excited team I am to face would be VP.
Awesome. Well, thank you for joining us here, Ducky. Congratulations on your win, and we'll see you next time.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Ducky.
Great to hear the insight there. I mean, seeing, that VP is the kind of mountaintop they're looking to peak over top of again, like we saw during the preseason. And I'm not too surprised that is where they're keeping their eyes on here, Leg Day.
Yeah, we're going to keep our eyes, though, on the big picture as we have our group standings ready to go. And you can see we're at the end of our second day where everyone is standing. As we can see, as expected, Na'Vi and Reason sitting pretty high in their groups, but still many games in hand for so many of our rosters. And Alter Esports, unfortunately, are already in the danger zone, being 0-2 in Group A.
Hey, I mean, EMEA has already been shaken up. For Virtus.pro to go from a flawless, not dropping a game group stage in preseason to almost low-key dropping the series against Pulsar. That could have gone either way and eventually closing it out, but dropping a game could affect their map differential when it comes to who will lock in the number 1 or number 2 seed between them and Na'Vi, and who knows what Rad will do as well, but they have a loss currently. And that seeding is going to matter because only 4 teams from each group go to playoffs.
Yeah, the seeding is everything. Every map matters. Every series matters as well. If you don't make it to the playoffs, you are guaranteed to be in that promo relegation tournament in between now and stage 2. So all these teams keeping their eyes on the competition and trying to improve as best they can day after day. And some have done exactly what they need to, like we saw from Rad, but others have struggled. But here is the schedule for our final day of action for week 1 in EMEA for tomorrow. Shikigami versus Crownfall, both teams looking for their first win. And on the other end, we have Fire Strays versus Chosen Ones. I'm even more excited about that one now. And Virtus Pro versus Lions. Lions seem to be like one of those teams to keep an eye on, specifically from, you know, the Saudi Arabia rosters that we've seen so far. I mean, leg day, what's your favorite match that you have here?
I think the second one. I think Fire Strays need to kind of find their footing. Chosen One seem to be a little bit ascendant. 21k, like I wasn't expecting such beastly behavior, but the Daredevil was very impressive.
Yeah, the Fire Strays Chosen Ones game is also my favorite because it's two teams that have talent on paper, but it's the coordination difference. Chosen Ones didn't have as big of names as Fire Strays, but Chosen Ones came together a lot better as a team this early in the group stage compared to the way that Fire looked. So super excited to see how that match is going to turn out because, I mean, we're back to back days. There's barely any time to like VOD review scrim and really to change how you're approaching this meta.
We're no closer to determining who exactly is going to be our top 4 teams out of both groups yet, but maybe tomorrow will give us a little bit more insight into the middle of the pack and who will actually have the best chances to make it through. But it's been a great time here so far, Leg Day and Lemon. Thank you all for joining us for day 2 of week 1 for stage 1 of EMEA. I've been Vile, we've had Leg Day and Lemon here, Ryan earlier on, and stay tuned in a couple of hours for Americas. We'll see you then.
Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Waiting, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. And unleash it. Open your eyes, raising the fist and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again. We are rivals to the end and rise up. Open your mind, hold 어디까지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는